Hello and welcome to the third day of NODE 2020 forum. My name is Janne Nora Kummer and I'm really, really sad. And with me is famous new media artist Jeremy Bailey. How are you, Jeremy?
No, I'm also sad. Yeah, I don't know. Why are you sad?
I'm very sad because I didn't sleep that good. Because it was like super windy and like somehow like doomsday outside and like all the doors were clapping all the time and I just like woke up and it's like a really big nightmare and I thought like, fuck, if this is the end of the world, you know? And like if people stop talking about all these subjects that get addressed here and I felt like maybe people don't know how to do it. I don't know. How do you feel about that?
I mean, yeah, it's weighing very heavily on me. That's why I have this sort of dark look. I spent all night, because I don't sleep, of course, thinking about how I get so much, but I give so little back. And there's so much more I could do to make this world a better place that I haven't done. Is it too late? Have I? And also, I barely participated in this festival. Normally, I'm there. I'm helping people, feel better about themselves. One-on-one coaching, support, anything I can do. I just feel like a vampire. Like, that's why. So, yeah, I am a little bit. I'm in the same boat as you. I'm also sad that I'm not having champagne with you. I'm not hanging out with my friends. That I'm missing out on all of the workshops. There's already been so many workshops. There's all these different events. There's Speaker's Corner I haven't participated in, and we're running out of time. We're already, halfway through the festival. This is day 3.
That's true, Jeremy. And I was wondering as well, like there is this school project and, like people could build like potentially like a speculative, like new world together, right? I mean, they could answer like these great questions and then there would be like a simulation of like a better world, maybe. Like, did you do it, Jeremy? Did you attend the polls?
So you're talking about this, the interruptions. Yeah, when we had the professor on the first day.
Yeah.
And then there are these polls, and you might not understand what's going on. And frankly, I blame that professor. He was very bad at communication. However, we can help. Actually, that's somewhere where we can help.
Okay,
yes.
How, Jeremy?
Okay, so well, first of all, we've heard people have been having trouble voting sometimes, and I can explain how that works. It's actually super easy. It's really easy. Actually, okay. First, you have to download the Talc app. That's like T-A-T. Let's talc, like talcum powder. Yeah, and then once you do that, you log in with your access code, which you would receive by email. Well, first you have to create an identity when you log in to the event. Okay, now you're in. Most people have done this. Okay, most people who are participating in workshops have done this. But if you're maybe just watching online, you can still do this. So then you use your access code, you get in. Okay, now you have to go to the event that we're in right now. Like we're in event. This is an event. This is the morning event, right? You would be inside of that event, and then you want to click on. If you're on mobile, there's a little link that says ideas. And then I noticed on desktop, it could say survey. Then you click that. Then another window will open, a Slido, where you can ask questions. Like you could ask us questions in real time. I have no way of knowing what you're asking though, because I'm not on there right now. But hosts normally can see what's going on. And then this is so easy. It's so easy. And then if there's a scold poll, if a poll comes up, it'll be a newsflash warning. There's a poll. You click on the poll, then you answer the question. You submit your answer. It's really easy. Yeah. So just try to also maybe we'll share this. Try it. We'll try it together. Maybe we try it together later.
So once more, like let's try it now maybe. And once more, like you log in, you click on what ideas? That is like a button? No.
Yeah. Like below. I mean, I made it sound easy. I made it sound hard, didn't I? I didn't make it sound very easy. But basically, if you're on desktop, it's probably a lot easier. On mobile, there's like a little link in the event that says ideas. Just click that. It's pretty obvious.
And then you come.
And you have to be in the Talc app.
So
and on desktop, it could be answer survey, and you click on that. It's like a little question mark inside of a shape, and you just click that.
So shall we try that? Let's do a poll, no?
How do we do that? We didn't. We literally, I don't know.
You probably can give us a poll, right? Can somebody give us a poll?
Untitled Airmail. Hey Dum Dum. I hope you get this. There's been lots of turbulences into networks of last. Angry winds. The lady at the gravel store keeps complaining. Anywho, how are you? Down here, things are a tad hectic. Our auntie broke her hip surfing to waves. I know, but she says it's in her blood. We took her to the clinic, but no dice. All poor people with pulmonary edema who of course need more attention than she. So we're treating her best we can. Pop supplied the slimiest heelfish he could catch. I really hope I can see you soon. Till then, tell me, whose life into heights? Who are to clouds up, dear? Emanations from the mush we call ground cause skin and respiratory problems, but the heights can't welcome everyone. We must help those from the lower levels who still produce most resources. But good news, animals seem to be adapting fine. Let's send lava worms to slowly calcify the soil, while we pour a crust of liquid stone, then rebuild houses and roads. B. Let's provide individual breathers while we develop the heights, and give our space settlement program a push.
Did you vote, Jeremy?
I did. I just voted. I did it.
Oh, perfect.
I did it. I voted A. But you have to click on ideas. You do have to click on ideas, and then you have to click on polls when Slido comes up, and then you can vote. But you can only vote when the question is on screen.
So, but you did it, and I hope all the other people who are just like watching this live stream did it as well. I'm actually now a bit more excited, Jeremy, about like that we can do things, and I'm wondering what can we do? What can we do today? Like, shall we ask people who know?
Oh yeah. Let's figure out what the hell's happening today.
Okay,
what's going on?
Let's go.
Yeah, we didn't sleep well. We need help. Okay.
Hi. So, we are back again on our little Appetizer TV section, and with us is NODE20, who is the brain.
Not famous, but new media artist.
NODE20, not famous new media artist, NODE20, who is behind the choreographic coding lab.
Coding lab online.
Online. We will talk about this in a
few seconds.
In a few seconds.
And
then
here's
David. Hi, Jeremy. Hi, Canada. Good to see you.
Hi. Hi. Great. Yeah, great to be here again. Well, yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better.
Super cool. And Jorek.
Jorek, hello. Hi, Jeremy. Do you have some notes dangling there from your ear?
Yeah. Well, of course, I'm excited for the keynote later, and so I'm wearing a Node, like a little patch earring.
That's
we call
amazing.
it a Node. Yeah, there we go. But it doesn't do anything.
So you did like for both keynotes, you have like a reference.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So what keynotes are this going to be, David? Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
What we're going to have in the program today, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, of course I can. I mean, first of all, maybe before I deep dive into the other program, I want to have one question back to Jeremy. The two professors we saw on Friday on stage. So these are the guys doing these questions for us, right? Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, exactly. Those kind of two weird professors, or professor and professor's assistant, they are part of this, Skold, research. I don't know what to call it. I'm not the professor. I'm just famous. So I don't have any fancy degrees, but they assure me, or they've assured us, that they're doing important research, and that our participation through polls helps in that research, in the simulation of this little chunk of world. I mean, do you know a little bit more about it? I mean, I will say they're not great at communication. You saw that. There seemed to be some tension between them.
Yeah, I could see that.
The Scandinavian, I think, I'm not sure, which I don't want to be racist towards Scandinavians, but maybe that's the problem. I don't know.
Okay, I see. So they're asking us these questions, and tomorrow they will have a presentation in the very end. No, is it today? Is it today?
Today. We already.
Today.
They will be here in the end of the day for an in-between presentation of the polls. People, hopefully.
Very good. So let's explain the day then from the very end, going back in time.
To now.
To now. Yeah.
So yeah, you already.
So basically, we're gonna have a final presentation of the research they're doing, and before that, and that's maybe more Jorek's part, we're gonna have the VVVV keynote. So I don't want to really ask you what we can expect, because it's usually
it's top secret. Nobody knows what's going on there.
So there's nothing you can contribute here in our little appetizer. That is.
Well, we could we sing "Over the Rainbow" together again? I like doing that. Will that be a part of it?
Right now, you mean like as a warm-up?
Maybe, I don't know. It's just like, if people haven't been before, "Over the Rainbow" is the theme song for Keynote, and it's very hopeful. And given that Jenna and I are depressed, I thought it would maybe cheer us up.
Yeah.
Or should we wait?
No, I think I couldn't do that now. I have to save
we
my
have to
voice
wait.
for later. I'm talking like for half an hour later, so I have to.
He had some rehearsals before, and he came to me and said, "Ooh, everything is cool, but my voice." So I don't know if there's something coming up.
I have to save it.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the VVV keynote, I think, is one of an important event for the VVV community, obviously, who are gathered here in the festival. So.
But obviously, roughly, we can say this: like every node, we have a VVV keynote where we are talking about what we've been doing so far, and also a bit looking ahead. Actually, not so much looking ahead this time, if I remember correctly, but just kind of telling people what's new in the software and what we've been up to. It's been 3 years since the last time we've been doing this, so there has been a few developments since, and we want to recap them a bit and bring everyone up to date, so that we can start from here to the next 2 years or something.
So and maybe I can take the word back, and because in parallel, I think is a choreographic coding ongoing online meeting, right? So
Yes, I didn't mean to make it in parallel, but we'll have a meetup about Hydra, which is a live coding environment, and it starts at like around 7 or 8. I forgot actually, but you can check the talk app, and it's like a more community event. It's nothing like a keynote that someone's on the stage, but we contribute. Everyone in the community contribute. And we can, like if you're curious about both, you can just open both windows and watch them together, and you will probably get nothing, but that will be fun.
Yeah, we are multitasking, able to do that, right? Like.
Yeah, but in life, you have to make choices. Sometimes you have to make choices. So either watch that or the other one. That's what I would recommend.
But the good news is it will be like running for a few hours, and at the end we'll have like a live coding party in Mozilla Hubs. Oh, actually, like a greenhouse Nexus, And yeah, so after watching Keynote, probably we're still hanging out in the hubs, and you can watch what we're doing with the live coding.
I'm just seeing here, I have this little iPad here, and there are the Q&As coming in from the online audience. And Kati says,
they
wow,
want
I
Yorick
love
to
Jeremy's
sing.
look today. That's not really a question, it's more a comment.
What did she say?
That she loves his look. I don't know what's behind that. And an anonymous patcher is asking if there's any sneak previews for the keynote today. Well, we just did that, basically, a little bit.
Yeah, if you've read between the lines, there was a little sneak preview.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid no, otherwise.
Maybe one more word to the choreographic coding lab from your side, maybe, because you said it's online this year, okay? But beforehand, what is the idea behind it? Where does it come from?
Oh, there's a huge long story, so I think I need my keynote to present that. But basically, we are doing this online event in the Mozilla hubs, where I explain that too. But because if I start to explain what choreographic coding labs are, that was event that was organized by Motion Bank. I see some faces in the audience. They did a series of events where coders and dancers meet and do something together, or not to do something. And I really like this idea of kind of fluid dynamics. And that was a physical event that has been there for like many years, and because of this situation, I wanted to bring something like that online. So that's why I started this choreographic coding lab online, which happens on Jitsi or Zoom, or this time in the Greenhouse Nexus, which is a Mozilla Hubs 3D environment where you just have to click the link and open the browser to go to that space to meet people and have lunch or watch performance or join performance, and you're free to do anything, just respect each other. And yeah, hopefully find someone interesting and we create something in this space.
And do you, like, how does it go? How are people attending? Do you, like, shall there be more vivid attending here in the audience? Should we push them a little more to come to see the greenhouse?
I think there's no stress. That's the whole point. It's not something that you have a dress code or you have to, you don't, like, no expectation. Just the only thing is you have to open Talk app and you find the interesting event on Talk, and the session is happening not inside Talk, but you have to follow the link to open it in the browser, and please open it from Google Chrome or Mozilla Firefox for the best experience.
Things that are good to know as well, how to do it.
It's a bit complicated compared to like having Zoom meeting or Skype, because Mozilla Hubs is something more experimental, and you see this 3D environment, and you can talk to each other, and you can place 3D objects, you can put your image, you can do screen sharing for performance. Yeah, everything is possible, so that's why it's a bit more complicated than like Zoom meeting, but it's more fun.
I heard you are in there as well, Jeremy.
Yeah, well, no, there was a rumor that there was a and there, you can see like there's a sculpture of me in, I think, a screenshot. I don't know if I'm actually there. That's one of the reasons. That's what I'm going to do later today. I'm definitely going to get in there, and if there isn't a sculpture of me, I'm going to make one. That's for sure.
Yes, if you're lucky, maybe you can see the sculpture.
Somebody's asking if you can post a link to the chat, to the Greenhouse Nexus, so they can access.
Like now, I have to.
Yeah, you can do it afterwards.
Yeah, I will do it afterwards, but please find the events in Talk so that you can follow the link. I think there are links in there too.
Okay.
Perfect. So there is another panel.
Yeah, exactly. So at 5, I'm gonna be moderating a panel together with Marshmallow Laser Feast, Ersin Han, the creative director, and Grace Bowl will be there, and Nell Whitley, the producer of, it's basically about a project that happened last year mainly. We live in an ocean of air, which can, it's a virtual reality multi-user piece that they set up in the Saatchi Gallery last year, and it ran there for about 6 months. And what we're going to do with the team behind it, there's more people involved. There's Maëlys and there's Nathan Sinigaglia as well on the panel. Nathan Sinigaglia will be here on site in Frankfurt. And what we're going to do is we're going to deep dive into what's behind the project and also reveal the people behind the project. That's the main focus and main idea, because it's actually interesting also what they do beside running immersive environmental new narratives in forms of these experiences. But when you pick, for instance, Maëlys, she's a very interesting artist doing sonifications of plants from bioemissions, and she's also very active in the field. She's building a community and helping to provide information and structure and a network to overcome the dependency on grid-based energy. And I hope she's having a 15-minute presentation. I hope she's having something inside for us there as well, because that's a little bit the idea behind this panel. I picked this project because it serves like both sides of the festival a little bit. It addresses somehow the topics that we have set, and it's also a relevant topic for the VVV community of patchers, because it's at the same time it was one of the very early projects where the 3D engine of the VVV software has been.
It was the
tested.
first one, actually.
It was the first one.
Kind of the prototype project that was developed so that we could explore the engine, the 3D engine, this new one that we are now releasing. And yeah, so it turned out to be usable. And then we moved on and finalized it. And that's what we are going to show tonight also. The new 3D
finally,
engine.
he reveals the secrets. The secrets come out.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not so secret anymore. It's already on the internet. But yeah, we're going to
but
talk about that.
It's not so much.
No one looks at the internet. Yeah, who looks at the internet?
Yeah, exactly. So this is the idea about this panel, and I'm excited to do it. Yeah, I'm curious what they show in detail.
And then, because we were like, you started from the bottom up, what's the very first panel we're going to see right after this little appetizer here?
Yeah, this panel is put together by Jan and Alexander Scholz, and we have Christe Decker moderating this. And it's about, basically, when I rephrase Alexander Scholz, it's about the elephant in the room. So the dark cloud, as we can see.
Yeah, maybe the title first. It's like Green Tech, Why the Internet is a Dark Cloud and How to Decarbon It.
Exactly. And I mean, you cannot do a festival with this subject without talking about that subject. I think that's for sure. And yeah, I mean, Christe Decker has been at NODE last time already. He was contributing to the panel Designing Hope, put together by Sebastian Oschatz as well. And this time, Alexander and Jan invited him to host basically the panel, and he will be talking with Ingrid Burrington, he will be talking with Joanna Moll and Julian Oliver. Julian Oliver is well known as a critical engineer here as well. And he also has been exhibiting at NODE in, when was it, 2013, I think. He was also part of the exhibition. So there's some connection points to the community already established. And I really appreciate the conversation, and I really want to encourage also the community to really deep dive into it and really listen to it and ask your questions and rethink basically, or start to rethink, or get impulses of these conversations to rethink your own practice, our own practice. I hope this can be a starting point. Yeah. And that is happening at
right after this, like at 2:30.
At 2:30.
So this is the next thing coming up for 1.5 hours.
Exactly. And due to circumstances of COVID-19, Christi Decker actually wanted to be here in Frankfurt, but he couldn't make it because he's coming from a high-risk zone and couldn't manage to do it in time with the quarantine and etc. So he will be present online as well. So it's basically a complete online, but we'll bring them somehow virtually here on stage and see how that works.
Like you, Jeremy.
Yeah, a little bit like you.
Yeah, I think it works pretty well. Yeah. What's the problem? It's super seamless, casual. You look at us. We're just hanging out here. It's great. It works.
No, but I'm really excited to see that panel as well. And then it's maybe it's fate that exactly this panel is 100% remote. So
maybe it is, but it's we'll see how much energy that consumes. It's hard to calculate. Maybe they come up with some impulses and ideas how to understand this deeper and how to track this down and how to deal with it.
So thank you very much for the short wrap up. Because I've been asking the other ones or the other persons who were sitting here in this appetizer as well, like what do you expect from the next days as well? Or what do you hope? And what did you take with you from the last 2 days or 2.5? 1.5?
That's really a sad answer from my side because I didn't take anything away yet. I wasn't able to do anything other than preparing still for the things that I am involved within. So I wish I could start participating at some point. I will have another workshop tomorrow, and I think after that I could start watching things and joining the conversations here. But so far, I have to admit, I haven't seen anything.
But I mean, the good thing is it all will be still online. So
Exactly.
as well, if you want to rewatch some of these really dense panels with like a lot of information, you always can. And I mean, if you join in tomorrow, there are still 3 more days to go, right? To discuss. And how about you, David?
I feel like the festival started to feel a bit more natural. I mean, the first 2 days, all of the team, we have been like really been stressed out by producing all of a sudden an interactive TV format here with everything running in parallel. And so now it feels a bit more natural also for the team upstairs doing this crazy show. Thank you up there. I think now it starts to be a little bit more, now the time and space is there to really fill it also with thoughts and impulses and talks from our side more and more and more. And I think that's my inner feeling. And I'm super looking forward to do this.
And you, Naoto?
Yes, I'm enjoying the festival a lot. I think the best part, again, is the Talk app. If you find this unconferencing feature, then you can make your unconferenced event. And the first one that happened in this festival is my event, actually, called What to Eat. And people called in, and we talked about, well, actually, we didn't talk about what to eat because it was already like 11 p.m., so I didn't really feel about that. But I did advertise about the greenhouse nexus because we have lunch sessions almost every day. From tomorrow, yes, till the end of the festival, so please find that out. And please use that unconference event. We'll do Zoom, not Zoom bombing in a bad way, but in a funny way. And
but how does like what to eat work? Is everybody bringing something like with them, and then you?
Oh, for the lunch session.
Yeah, the lunch session.
Yes, so you just bring your lunch, or I think depending on where you are, maybe it's breakfast or dinner. Just bring what you eat, or coffee or something, and join Greenhouse Nexus Mozilla Hubs, and you can do you can share your webcam. So we kind of surround a virtual dining table, and we chat and eat just like we do in the real life.
Perfect. Maybe we should join one day together, Jeremy.
Please.
Do some out of office experience.
And
oh
the
yeah,
other one,
for sure. Yeah.
The other one I wanted to shortly point out, there's the unconference sessions, and I'm really glad you're pushing this. I think this is what it is about. I mean, we have to meet, we have to talk, and we have to also have the possibility to talk about what we have experienced here from the broadcast. And there's another one, that's the speaker corner. Yeah, please join there. There's a link in the app as well, and that's happening on site here around in the cafe. And yeah, join there, and I invite every speaker around to keep up the conversation there and connect with the community.
Perfect. Talking about speakers, it's time for the next panel. Thank you three so much. Thank you, Jeremy. We're going to talk later a little bit more.
Yes, yeah. Thanks.
And yeah, next will be the remote panel, Green Tech, Why the Internet is a Dark Cloud and How to Decarbon It. It's moderated by Chris Decker, and on the panel are Ingrid Burrington, Julian Oliver, Joanna Moll, and Chris Adams. I wish you a great panel. See you later.
Hello, everybody. I hope you hear me. I'm sorry to be invisible. I'm on a very slow internet connection. Welcome to the session, Why the Internet is a Dark Cloud and How to Decarbon It. Many years ago, we heard a lot of promises about the Internet, and one of them was that it would be a sustainable alternative to a lot of physical activities and products. And it doesn't really seem that this promise has materialized. So instead of solving climate crisis, environmental problems, it actually has well, made them worse. And the internet is now a big user of energy. And why? For many reasons. We are increasingly online, so not just when we are sitting at our desk, but basically any moment of the day. We have increasing bit rates, the content is becoming heavier, we have more videos, we have more images, higher resolutions. There's a lot of tracking going on behind the screen, behind the scenes. Advertising is taking a lot of energy. There's automatic software upgrades that are basically now already using as much data traffic as the whole internet did in 2007. There's machine-to-machine communication, and actually the amount of the number of internet users doesn't really grow that fast. So the result is each one of us is using more and more energy accessing the internet. And another promise that we heard is that the internet would make all knowledge accessible and kind of a paradise of knowledge. And that also didn't really materialize because whenever you want to read a newspaper, it's behind a paywall. The fake news is free. And similarly, the content that we produce is only accessible for people with fast computers, with fast internet connections. And that's basically only a small part of the global population. And then the software we use it's very commercial. It's also quite expensive, and while we have a lot of open source alternatives available, so there's a lot to discuss. And I think I should introduce the participants. She's not here. Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry for the delay. we have Ingrid Burrington. She's a writer, a teacher, and an artist from Brooklyn, New York. In 2016, she wrote a book called Networks of New York, Illustrated Field Guide to Urban Internet Infrastructure, in which she uncovers the network that the internet is and turns it into the real thing no one knows about. We have Julian Oliver, who is an engineer, architect, and artist from New Zealand. It's very late for him, I understood, at the moment, so let's try to keep him awake. He has co-written the Critical Engineering Manifesto, which seeks to create a critical awareness in the engineering mind. And his last work, Asunder, uses artificial intelligence technology to make environmental simulations of the future to project sometimes completely absurd outcomes. And then we have Chris Adams. Oops. He's a web developer and product coach from London. He's the organizer of Climate Action Tech, a digital community that uses its technical expertise to come up with solutions for our climate crisis. And he's also the director of the Green Web Foundation, a website that checks whether any website is hosted through renewable energy or not.
I'm a director, not the. A director, sorry. So.
Excuse me?
I am a director, not the director. There's a few of us.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I give the word to our first speaker now, and I will mute myself. Go ahead.
Do you mean me? No. Oh no, goodness.
I actually asked Alex if it was possible, just for the key main reasons, if I could go first, just because I will probably start to pass out after at some point. But if anyone else is urgent,
I wasn't sure if the order in which we were introduced was the order in which we had to speak. And oh heavens, no! Please go first.
No, you go for it.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'd rather not.
Okay. Oh well, I can just jump in then. It is now 20 to 2 in the morning where I am. So yeah, I'm in Aotearoa, which was later known as New Zealand, my home country, in fact. So yeah, I'll just share my screen. If the words come out in the wrong order, or I say the wrong words, it's the fault of the rotation of the Earth, not me. Okay, so just trying to clarify that in advance. Also, I did write that intro that Chris so kindly gave. There are 2 other people involved in the project Asunder. That's Bengt Thiolan and Tiger Brain. Anyway, just to jump straight into it. Yeah, I guess I got really interested in the footprint of data networks, networking at a very broad network scale, the internet scale, and data centers in around about 2015, looking at the footprint. I mean, I've been interested in that stuff since the very birth of the internet, of course, but the footprint of it all, 2015, 2016 is when I started to do quite a bit of research and giving the odd lecture where I would mention at least the footprint. But, you know, back then, one of the most definitive sources looking at CO2e, carbon emissions, was the GESI report, which cited that the global data sector industry had a footprint of around about 416 terawatt hours, which was around about the same as the whole of the United Kingdom as a country, you know, its footprint. And it was widely cited that's around about 2% of the global emissions more generally. Now that is something that has, I guess, changed quite significantly, those numbers. There's sort of a wild west left to the internet, certainly in the numbers that are attributed to the footprint of things from the Lawrence Berkeley calculation of 2008, which situates 1 gigabyte moved across the internet at around about 7.26 kilograms. to whole country scale comparisons, if you like this. More recently, it has sort of evened off with the IEA coming in with a very, very broad and sort of, arguably holistic, or at least whole system kind of view at what is the footprint of the global data center industry and that of data networks themselves. And they do like to say that the global data industry is around about 1% share in the global emissions, and data networking itself at another 1%. It was 198 terawatt hours in 2018, and it seems to have sort of evened off a little bit toward 200. Interestingly enough, they have presented this sort of it's bad but not all bad kind of picture, whereby data center energy use has more or less kind of flattened. That doesn't probably look like much of a green wobbly line there. Well, it looks like a green line to you, I hope, but not a wobbly line. But it is, in fact, there are some very slight undulations in there, but indeed they're very, very slight. So what we're seeing here is that even though internet traffic has actually tripled since 2015, the actual energy use remains reasonably flat and abhorrently large. I mean, 2% is, of course, around about the same, quite famously said so often of the global airline industry. And we do need to work on it, but it is important to understand that there has been a shift at play. Since 2010, the number of internet users worldwide has doubled, while global internet traffic has grown 12-fold. Global internet traffic is expected to double by 2022 to 4.2 zettabytes. Now, it's okay if that's the first time you've heard of zettabytes. It's not a number that, well, not at least a unit that comes up very often at all. Of course, big changes in the mobile space with 5G, whose energy costs are yet to be seen, but you can still see how the energy efficiency is built in spec to spec, and there are significant improvements there. Obviously, much of that is happening in the very radio space itself, where we're just seeing more efficient use of antennas and the amplification of them. Data centers themselves are very, very interesting buildings, and Ingrid, of course, knows a tremendous amount about this. I'm sure she'll be able to add much more detail to this picture, but just in the US, of course, well outside of my scope of research, but they are one of the most energy intensive building types as a whole, consuming 10 to 50 times the energy per floor space of a typical office building. And interestingly enough, that 2% comes in there again. They account for approximately 2% of the total US electricity budget. Optimizations are happening in the airflow management side of things. This is the kind of thing that can be just retrofitted to an existing data center within certain constraints, of course, but hot aisle and cold aisle layout, containment, sort of thermal containment and enclosures, variable speed fan drives happening both throughout the whole data center itself and even actually on racks themselves, such that only spin up a fan as much as you need in order to cool what you need to cool. Other strategies there. Now, specifically on the server side, when we're talking about server side, of course, we're talking about these rack, they're dedicated hardware sitting inside these racks. And what we put onto that hardware says a lot as to how that hardware will be used, of course, and how much energy it will indeed consume. And that the significant shift in the data center space has been in hyper-virtualization, or what's referred to as sort of hyperscale data centers, where we see the deployment of many, many virtual machines or virtual private servers, VPSs, virtualized operating systems running side by side on the same hardware. So we're not looking at so much as a dedicated server running one single instance of an operating system, having access to all of the physical memory and storage in order to serve that content that it would serve, but rather that hardware becomes a superstructure for a multi-deployment of servers, all running in parallel. And the United States has really done a tremendous amount of work in that area. Of course, the likes of Amazon have really shifted the game there in that space. There's Google, of course, very, very competitive. So the server virtualization, hyper-virtualization. There's also the decommissioning of unused servers, consolidation of lightly utilized servers. So this is there's kind of an aggregation or a kind of clumping that's happening there. That is self-optimization, and better management of data storage. Old Ceph cluster style storage clusters being rotated out in favor of much more sophisticated strategies or implementations. And of course, just simply more energy efficiency at the UPS and server side of things. The pandemic itself has been very much an infrastructural stress test, with global internet traffic jumping 40% between February and mid-April 2020. And that itself is, even here in my home country of Aotearoa, New Zealand, there were actually warnings by telcos, by service providers that that things might fall over at some point. People were really needing to spend more time online. I mean, Zoom itself, which we're using presently, of course, became very much in high demand. And that, of course, stressed the infrastructure. And we're talking about power stations themselves, and what to do about seeing less of these in our landscape, and a broader shift to renewables. Well, we often hear the likes of Google and Amazon and Facebook being touted, Apple too, as having made a shift to renewables, even a near 100% shift to renewables. But in fact, what we're really looking at there much of the time are these PPAs, or power purchase agreements, where indeed renewable electricity is purchased, and it would give the outward impression that the data center itself is then thereby running on those renewables. But in fact, it's a non-binding, non-obligatory use of those renewables. And this needs to be really understood. And one of the better articles actually happened to be in the Financial Times of all places on this, why we need to look beyond just these pledge-based approaches to power purchasing, and really hold both those corporations themselves, and actually even legislature and regulatory bodies need to keep on top of this to ensure that that energy is in fact really used. And here's really a great quote from this piece. But for electricity, timing is everything, and this calls into question bold claims. An increasing number of corporate consumers are operating on 100% renewable energy. The claim does not typically mean that all energy consumed by, say, the large data centers of leading US tech giants is generated solely from renewable sources, hour by hour. Rather, it means more narrowly that they procured enough renewable energy on an annual basis to offset 100% of consumption. It's a really important detail. One of the big challenges that we have more generally is this myth of immateriality, that data itself isn't stuff. It's a little bit like we approach it as being a liquid within a container. The data itself will, I would even think of water, might come and go. We don't often think about the container. We are purchasing water, or purchasing, say, lemonade, cola, or whatever, club mate. The container isn't what we understand to be the thing in itself. The data itself is it's just that content. And there's much to be said, I think, well beyond the scope of this tiny talk, but there is the promised endlessness of the internet very much echoes some of the myths of endless economic growth. And the idea of the internet being an endless, recursively or infinitely spreading surface is relatively telling. I mean, even in 2011, the internet effectively ran out of numbers, with IP version 4 hitting its wall of 4.3 billion endpoint addresses. And so the internet has moved into effectively, well, the address space has moved to, of course, IPv6 a little bit, without getting too technical, but also into netting, or network address translation. But it did hit a limit, very much a limit, albeit strictly numeric in that sense. In a way, as regards our myths that we still carry about the internet, we're all flat earthers on the internet. We're actually still living in almost a pre-Galileo kind of topology and topography and our understanding of it. And our almost abject denial of the physicality that underpins it all. I like to refer increasingly to a sort of a single-use data culture that we are very much engaged in, of data that we would consume and then almost throw away. Here's a very, very good example. If I am to be on a website and I want to download an image from that page, I would say right-click and save image as. There's something quite telling and curious about that action in itself. We're downloading everything twice, at least twice. That image is already loaded in the browser. When I'm requesting it a second time from that server, this is doubling that traffic. Developers may, for instance, wish to instigate or work toward a copy from cache strategy. Now, I'd love to see a lot of the big browsers, Chrome, Chromium, Firefox, Safari, all implement something like that. That as an alternative to downloading twice or 3 times or 4 times, I might just copy it from what I already have in my cache with no network event triggered as a result. Moving towards, say, a low footprint network culture too. When we start thinking about what can we do to mitigate a climate catastrophe, we can look to, for instance, the 15,364 scientists from 184 countries that wrote the second warning to humanity. And they did stress very much that individual action is paramount to success here. This pool of people includes most of the world's living Nobel laureates. I mean, it certainly is quite a esteemed bunch. And there's a lot of them. It's the most scientific document in history. They do say that we need to compel political leaders to make the right moves, but also they say it's time to re-examine and change our individual behaviours, including limiting our own reproduction, ideally to replacement level at most, and drastically diminishing our per capita consumption of fossil fuels, meat, and other resources. We might tack in the context of this talk Netflix to that, for example, especially when looking at how we can, as end users, start to make a dent in this exorbitant consumption of energy, much of which is going to be coal-powered for quite some time unless we do turn things around. Now, Netflix is itself a really interesting case, and I'll just rip through this in a hurry. Netflix has been cited as being a real terror here. Some of the numbers you see are quite wild. The Shift project said this a few years ago, which really sent much of the tech press into something of a spin. Watching online videos accounts for the biggest chunk of the world's internet traffic, 60%, and generates 300 million tons of carbon dioxide a year, which is roughly 1% of global emissions. That's fine. And they did start to say some other pretty weird stuff about Netflix. Yahoo News picked it up. A 2-hour Netflix binge is worse for emissions than 15 miles of driving. Now, that sounds certainly quite bad. And Netflix is obviously fairly terrible. I mean, it's a diesel vehicle, if you like, as regards network traffic. But George Camilla, he's a digital energy analyst at the IEA, said this, just to keep things in perspective. With users collectively watching at least 165 million hours per day, the Shift project figures imply that Netflix streaming consumes around 370 terawatt hours per year, which would be comfortably more than the annual electricity demand of the UK today. For comparison, these figures are 800 times larger than figures reported by Netflix, which of course Netflix are going to be very conservative about their own estimates, and nearly double the estimated electricity used by all data centers globally in 2018. So this is just some perspective on how wild the numbers do tend to vary. I like his approach here. For me, it's the biggest update since the Lawrence Berkeley calculation of 2008 of 1 gig being 7.26 kgs of emitted carbon. That 1 hour of streaming video typically uses around 0.2 kilowatt hours, but actual consumption depends on the device, the network connection, and resolution. And he's got an interesting little calculator there where you can set your device, the bit rate, the type of connection that you're using, and estimate the emissions. So toward a low footprint data culture, what might that mean? Here's an example. If every adult in the UK sent one less thank you email, it could save 16,433 tonnes of carbon a year, equivalent to taking 3,300 diesel cars off the road. There's been some work done there on just MP3s and Spotify and the like. And of course, we're streaming that stuff, which I'll get to in a moment. But what I think we need to see a lot more of is the archive, and certainly less dumpster as regards our single-use data habits. But we're not very good at archiving. In fact, we're bloody terrible at it. We would tend to just sort of hoard. In fact, we've never really been good at archiving. This is me sitting in my former studio in Berlin. It's actually not me, but my room in my former studio in Berlin didn't look too off that. Do we need to look to a sort of a file system literacy and maybe consult librarians on that for help? I mean, they've been doing that for a very, very long time. How do we, for instance, make the contents of that look a bit more like this? Maybe there's application layer work that needs to be done strictly in a non-network context, just such that we can better engage with the content that we do have on our system rather than content elsewhere. Jen Schlick, as far as web design is concerned, wrote an excellent, gave an excellent talk, and has done some excellent writing on low carbon web design. I thoroughly recommend looking out for that. So that's an example of 2 a.m. in the morning right there. How do people get your data, she asks. What kind of data do they get, and what do they do with that data? And there's 3 canonical questions that she poses to every web developer. Tim Frick's designing for sustainability is also really good with a look. Of course, there's the incumbent Low-Tech magazine, thanks to Chris and co. This is, of course, an excellent treatise in itself as to how one might actually approach it, taking things to the necessary, you might say, radical edge. On the protocol layer, might we actually, is there an argument here that BitTorrent ought to be given more affordances legally, such that we can look at our peer-to-peer routes as being a much shorter and low footprint alternative? One could argue that the criminalization of BitTorrent is possibly a kind of a carbon crime or climate crime in itself, especially given the fact that Google is has a huge share in submarine cables and is actually a big part of laying another line, the Curry line. This is just to help centralize traffic around an otherwise decentered network of networks we call the internet. Huge distances, especially from here, say where I am, right here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Peer-to-peer topologies, this is the star long route centrist hub and spoke star topology. PeerTube is an alternative for YouTube, as an example, using BitTorrent to share files. In Extinction Rebellion, for instance, which I've been very active helping them out with their infrastructure, I refer to this as mission coherence. The only final thing to mention, I suppose, here, the last couple of slides, is that the footprint is often in the devices themselves. It's not just in the data networks in the data center. Of course, it's in the devices that we use to connect to that network of networks we call the internet, and therefore encouraging a reuse and repair culture. The laptop on which I'm giving this talk was bought for about $145. The same laptop used to deploy 48 servers in the last 2 years for climate and ecological defense, for instance, and a whole bunch of projects and talks. This is a laptop that can be repaired very easily and the like. I'm trying to make a big shift to that myself. In general, other aspects. There's the iFixit site, which actually they sell screwdrivers, very excellent screwdrivers for repairing your tech. They have a tremendous number of different tutorials for repairing a great many of the devices that we would find in our homes, but also those we use to connect to the internet. Check out repair.org. Learn or study up a little bit on the right to repair. Wikipedia has a great page on this. And check out Repair Cafe to see if there is maybe a repair cafe event in your area where you might bring along devices and learn how they may be fixed, if possible. I'll leave it there. Cheers.
Thank you, Julian. I hope I can say that because it introduces extra energy use, but it was a very interesting start of our discussion. I propose we switch immediately to Ingrid. I mean, are you still with us after the two other speakers have talked, or you're leaving now?
No, I'll do my best. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Grab a coffee, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Ingrid?
Hi. Hi. Thank you so much for having me. And Julian, I'm so sorry that it's so late there. I thought like having to get up at like 7:30 was like quite a burden, but like this is you're a trooper. Let me get the slides up. Pretty brief by comparison, I guess. And I hope, I mean, I feel like I didn't talk as much about data centers in these, partly because I figured we'd be talking about them quite a lot. Let's see. So, and I actually had to replace the battery in my phone yesterday, and my phone is actually where all my notes for this talk are. So, so hello, I'm Ingrid. I've been just putting, my dog in my slide talks lately, just because the world's a very bad place right now. I mean, it's been bad, but it seems like it's quite demonstrably not good. And she is one of the few sources of like unmitigated joy in my life. I like to kind of just try and introduce a little bit of smile into the thing. She may or may not kind of try to wander into frame at some point. So the lineup for the conference described me as a researcher, which I always think is funny because I never describe myself as that. I feel like researcher is a word that's used to mean we don't know exactly what you do, but we think you read a lot, which I guess is sort of true. But one reason I think I was invited to speak this is I wrote a book about network infrastructure, as was mentioned in the introduction. I've done a lot of reporting on network infrastructure in the data center industry. I also, I guess starting around 2017, I started to get a little deeper into different layers of the stack, right? Some of this was looking more at kind of the history of computers and sort of their environmental impacts. I grew up in Silicon Valley, which is covered in Superfund sites from the semiconductor industry in the 1970s. And earlier, I guess in August, I started a new little side project, which is a newsletter on minerals. Specifically, it's focused on the minerals that are crucial for digital technologies and computation. But the overlaps, and I titled it On the Rocks because I love a good pun. The overlaps of the minerals that you need to kind of make a computer exist with like all sorts of other applications that we could think of as being instrumental to sort of shaping whatever a future looks like, right? Particularly maybe even a post-carbon one. So we have a few different kinds of items that end up in here, and we could spend all day filling in the rest of this Venn diagram. But for the purposes of time, I guess the thing I would want to emphasize is that the military-industrial complex, consumer electronics and surveillance capitalism, and green energy technologies as they're being developed right now are all very much connected by their mineral contents and through that their roles as kind of justifications for like extractive imperial violence, right? The necessity, I mean, you see in the United States and recently I think the European Union published sort of a statement about their need to kind of establish like strategic minerals like supply chains, attempts to kind of like establish like security in those lines, which understandable, but like it's not simply just because we want to like build a green future. And how you get to that green future is obviously like quite important. To me, this is very useful for reframing some of the discourse around the environmental impacts of computing, right? Because like digital computers as we know them have like kind of lived with them historically have always actually been globally networked objects bearing kind of traces of imperialism, right? They're made out of rocks that have to come from all over the world. And in my experience, there's a tendency to sort of reframe this as like a novel development rather than sort of something that has long been the case. And that's not to say that we need to sort of embrace some like original sin paradigm here or like redeem the machine. I don't think that that's an especially interesting conversation. I guess I'm more interested in sort of what it is to pursue like a post-carbon paradigm that doesn't continue to kind of repeat, you know, colonial practices, right? And I'm pretty sure, you know, I'm personally not going to single-handedly figure that out. I mean, I barely, you know, figure out how to like run a day. But I think, you know, other people who have been thinking about this for a much longer time have, you know, I think this is a project that's like going to take many heads. A few things that maybe are like high-level goals that I think about in relationship to this. You know, maybe we could start here, right? Like, sort of fascinating to me how many times I've heard people who have a pretty good sense of kind of like what's fucked up in the world talk about how, you know, individual consumers need to let go of like their gadgets whenever like, you know, whenever talking about the environmental impact of hardware and not necessarily acknowledging that like like phones and connectivity are kind of necessities, particularly now in a kind of pandemic world. And B, like, you know, just thinking about how much like energy goes into making all of the dumb murder gadgets that get made every fucking year, right? Like, and that is completely subsidized by you know, Western governments, right? Like the United States doesn't really need that many drones, right? Can't. You know, that's maybe like a longer term project. And I think, you know, in terms of, that's maybe like a little bit easy. And in terms of kind of thinking about how to build a renewable grid that's like going to, you know, not be creating conditions like, oh, I don't know, you know, destroying the lives of indigenous people in Chile, like to get lithium, like that's, I think there's a lot of different pieces that some of that has to do with kind of like the establishment of sort of just like clear stakeholder relationships within those communities. Ria Francos has written a lot of good stuff about this. But, you know, in the end, we're probably just talking about like dismantling capitalism. And I guess, you know, the one that I'm very disappointed that Joanna isn't here, but I think the, you know, other part I think that's interesting is looking at sort of like what does kind of rethinking this entire thing look like, right? And not just in terms of, you know, neutralizing the footprint of the data center, as Julian pointed out. That's kind of a misleading way to approach this, but really the question, like, is what you're doing like necessary for the planet, right, at all, right? Like if Facebook just closed up shop, if they just turned off all the lights, that would be a lot, like there would be, you know, renewable energy that they'd already put on the grid, they would like, that would just kind of exist. Like how much could we like turn off? How many like fossil fuel based, you know, power sources would we not need if Facebook didn't need to sort of like pay a fucking like, you know, Catholic church indulgence to exist or whatever. So those are, you know, just a couple of things I guess I've been thinking about. Really happy to be speaking with both of you. Again, so disappointed that we don't get to have Joanna, but thank you again.
Thank you, Ingrid. Short but very powerful, to the point. Let's discuss later. I have a lot of questions already. Chris, are you with us?
I believe I am, yeah. Shall I try sharing my screen?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, you folks should be seeing dark clouds to green clouds. Yeah, hello, my name is Chris Adams. I'm one of the directors of the Green Web Foundation. I've got 10 minutes and a fair few slides, so I'm going to be barreling through this relatively fast. If at any point you miss what I'm saying, each of the slides, I've written up like notes on each of these. So if you follow the link that you see on the screen right now, you'll be able to kind of follow along at your own pace, all right? I'll briefly talk about, okay, I have a background working in wacky environmental data startups, where we've been trying to make trains as cheap to get as planes. We've burned through $10 million of VC funding, trying to understand the carbon footprint of everything and find out how to get people interested in it. These days, I split my time between 3 projects, but the one that's probably most pertinent to this discussion is the Green Web Foundation, about making the web green, and that's roughly what I'm going to talk about. Now, I'm kind of glad that I went last, because it means that I can skip past a bunch of the things that like Julian's already spoken about some of this, so we can focus on some things that were different instead. So for the time I have, I'm going to provide a bit of numbers for context. I'll talk a little bit about energy markets and why and how these drivers affect like basically cloud and the internet. Then I'll talk a little bit about like an aesthetic that we might want to actually have, and how similar power markets and the internets actually are, and how basically power markets now seem to be looking a lot like the internet you looked 10 years ago, when they used to look like the internet 20 years ago. But first of all, I'm just going to again refer to something that Julian alluded to. We have lots and lots and lots of kind of crises going on right now, and I'm just going to kind of restrict the scope of this to just be talking about carbon and cloud here. And I was going to show a kind of cartoon showing this stuff, but I figured when there was an email, so please make sure that you have everything kind of totally cleared for copyright, I figured probably better just to show a simple circle like this, getting the main ideas across. So I think it's really useful to be aware of this. And when we talk about climate crisis and we talk about, say, making the internet more efficient, or this kind of idea like let's design kind of better web pages or greener web pages, I think it's really important to realize that this is the thing that we have with the climate crisis right now. It's basically down to fossil fuels. And when we don't talk about the idea of getting off fossil fuels, we're missing the elephant in the room. I think the analogy I use is like, if you're in an emergency room and like we're a patient and they're bleeding out, yeah, you could do things to kind of make something slightly better, like give someone a massage, right? But the thing you want to do is stop the bleeding. And all the time we're using fossil fuels, we're basically bleeding. And like we really need to it'd be a real shame to not be talking about that on the time we have here and how we can get away from that, or at least shift an aesthetic to be aware of this unavoidable fact. And like I say this because this is what the scientists literally say. In the reports, they use these words: rapid, far-reaching, unprecedented. And they use it because like this is the IPCC scientist equivalent of grabbing us by the ears and like screaming in our faces to get our act together. And I think it's worth bearing in mind when we're talking about what some of the action measures we might need to actually take. And when we talk about, say, kind of a rapid, unprecedented change, I kind of think of like the internet being entirely free of fossil fuels as one thing which fits into that kind of category. Because simply right now, even if we don't want to, even if some data centers are using the greenest possible energy, like small batch free range electrons from some hydro farm in Switzerland, right? Everyone else accessing that has to go through a fossil fuel powered grid, because the grid is essentially how we end up interfacing with, or increasingly like all of society. And I think it's really, really, really important to kind of realize that that's where we need to be making some changes here. And I don't need to go too much on this because Julian's done a really good job about explaining this already. So we've seen an increase in growth, and largely that's because we've seen an increase in efficiency. And this is where I think hopefully this might add a little bit new to it. We've basically seen the cost of this efficiency, the cost of staying at kind of largely level when we know that we need to get down to zero, is that it's come at the cost of a huge amount of diversity in terms of like different companies. So we've seen the growth of large cloud providers like the Amazons and the Microsofts and the Googles of the world essentially take up most of the usage that we now. I mean, you can see how smaller and smaller providers are increasingly rare now. And it's useful to bear this in mind because we see this in how we actually access services as well. And I apologize if this is kind of a little bit too nerdy, I suppose, but it's useful to kind of think about the different kinds of ways we might provision or get access to digital infrastructure for using this. So typically we would, over the last 10 years, well, more like 15 years, I suppose, we would have done things like, say, provision or get hands on some bare metal servers, which you have a bit of cost up front. But if you're using them all the time, it's a more efficient way to do it. Alternatively, you have seen more of this kind of growth as we've seen now, in more like cloud servers, which are a bit more expensive, but easier to scale up and down, so a bit easier to handle, all right? And then we're kind of shifting more towards this idea of basically being steadily more abstracted away from the actual metal that we're kind of paying for. And on one level, this is kind of like a lot of kind of service design ideas and the kind of common kind of quote of people wanting a hole rather than a drill when they want to get something kind of get something done in their house. But you basically have this shift where we are increasingly using things which are not really which are abstracted away from this. And it's useful to kind of have this mental model, I think, because it gives us an idea of like, well, where would, if you were to try and reduce the environmental impact of the internet, where might you go? And it's worth bearing in mind that like for most of the tools we might use, a lot of the time, 75% of the time, we're just burning them for no good use. And you can see how like lots of large, you can see how if there are larger companies that have been able to make this easy and kind of share some of the savings from this, of course you're going to go with that. And that's why we end up with this kind of almost oligopoly, I suppose. And the other thing to bear in mind is that, like, yes, there's scope for efficiency. And when you talk about efficiency, it's very common to talk about, say, Jevons paradox and things like that. And this is like not a new idea. Like Jevons paradox came from 200 years ago, William Stanley Jevons noticing that steam engines, as steam engines became more efficient, the total amount of coal used grew because we used more of them. And like, yes, there's a part of that, but in many cases, when people often talk about this and talk about Jevons paradox, they often use it as an excuse for inaction. It's kind of like the kind of nerd version of doomer broism, and it's really, really frustrating because there's loads of stuff that we should be doing now, even though we know that because there is no kind of future where we do not get better at making use of the resources that we do actually use. The thing I'm going to talk about is basically this idea of the grid. Because if you understand how energy markets work, it gives you a useful mental model to understand this kind of transition that we do have. Because we have seen, on average, say like the infrastructure we're using, kind of basically getting every 18 months doubling in its efficiency, and there is nothing else that does get that that is getting that efficient in that kind of speed, right? But it's also worth talking about the carbon intensity. So we've just talking about the energy here, but the carbon underlying that is really something we should be thinking about. And I'm going to kind of share a really kind of oversimplified view of what's happening with like energy transition right now, because it's really silly to not talk about this stuff if we're talking about one of the key drivers of emissions for this. Because even when you think about like the embedded energy in, say, the end user devices, which might be, say, 75% of that, many cases, that's because like silicon and all these chips are largely sand plus IP plus huge amounts of energy. So if you can decarbonize that, we're never going to get to this state of absolute decoupling. And like, it's really, really frustrating when people do talk about that, but it's actually, again, it's still worth thinking about. So here we are. So this is this idea of how things work on kind of the energy market, the kind of the demand stack, I suppose. All right. In general, the amount that as you know, like when there is more demand on the grid, people are prepared to spend more money for that kind of power. And we might not see that as end users, but on wholesale markets, this is what you'll actually see. And generally speaking, you'll have a grid operator whose entire job is to make sure that the amount of power being sold into the grid balances the amount of power being taken off the grid. Because if they lose that balance, then things bad things tend to happen. If things break and stuff like that. All right. And it's useful to understand about the different kinds of generation that come into this. So a little bit like how we looked at the server's instance before, there's different kinds of generation. So nuclear, which is a common tool we've seen a few times, it's again very, very expensive, but kind of per unit for the fuel, it's actually relatively cheap. So they can they can sell that at quite low level, quite low unit per unit cost. And they kind of have to, because they can't really scale things up and down very easily. To scale down a nuclear plant, you need to poison the reactors, all right? Now, if you kind of move up to the stack to things like coal, for example, coal is, there's a higher cost per unit, but the power plants themselves are a little bit cheaper. compared to Nuke to actually going to deploy in the first place. So you'll see something like that. And then at the kind of upper end of the scale, when you have lots of demand on the grid, for example, when people are trying to use lots of AC or something, you'll have like gas plants. Now, gas plants don't actually need to be on the grid all the time. They can charge a high enough amount for them to still be kind of to be economically worthwhile. And it's useful to be aware of this because we've seen some changes on the grid, right? Especially with like the introduction of renewables. So renewables are kind of interesting here because there is no fuel to burn with renewables. So, that means that they can actually sell onto the grid at a very, very low rate, right? But only when it's windy or sunny. So you introduce volatility, but also a kind of much lower price here. And because you have this, it means that the price of power can be basically low in times of abundance. And in some cases, you'll often find that there's more supply going into the grid than people are actually paying than actually using on the grid. And if you have to manage the grid, your job is to basically make sure that you can balance these out. And in some cases, what you'll end up able to do is an operator will call around these generators and basically ask them to scale back their production. And like I said before, it can be complicated to do this kind of stuff. So in many cases, rather than actually paying some compensatory payments for damaging their plant, it can be easier just to make the cost of electricity negative, to pay people to take power off the grid. And this is kind of one thing that's kind of useful to bear in mind. And because we've seen like one thing coming at one end of the grid, we've also seen like battery storage coming in the other end, right? And this has an impact as well because you kind of have this kind of pincer movement from the future now, where at times where there's excess power on the grid, if you run something like a battery, you can take the power off that and then sell it back in when you have power when the cost of energy is relatively high. And I think, and you can do this and you can still make it kind of work economically. And I think these kinds of things are basically what are driving the decisions you see with large companies talking about how green they are and how they're really backing all these kinds of this use of green power now. So if you look at, say, the drivers for large companies switching to a greener source of power, and generally speaking, these large hyperscalers are the biggest purchasers of renewable power right now. They're largely doing it because they're able to take advantage of this kind of stuff that most of us can't do. And like this has the impact of basically further entrenching this, where we end up with a scenario we're going to end up where, assuming we do nothing, we'll end up with more and more consolidation around an ever smaller number of people, number of companies, which tend to favor people who are already powerful, which is not necessarily what a lot of us would like to see on the internet. I'm going to speak a bit about, I'm going to not spend too much time on the grid here. And in fact, actually, given the time I have, I'm just going to pass these ones here because it's not so useful, really. But I think there are some lessons from the norm that we can take into account if we cared about the internet becoming less of this thing where there's all this violence associated with it from the fact that we're using fossil fuels. So with the web accessibility movement, they have done a pretty good job to get into law the fact that you need to design websites in a way that does account for, to make sure they're accessible to a wider number of people. And in many cases, that means you don't need to have like a really, really fast, a brand new piece of hardware for this. And they use these phrases like perceivable, which is you can perceive it without just having to see something. Operable, being able to access something with more than just a mouse and a keyboard, for example. Usable, something that is accessible and usable for people who might not necessarily understand the same languages as you, or makes things accessible with more than one language. And robust, the idea being that you can make something work in a number of environments, from a kind of feature phone through to like a tablet, for example. And I think we need something like this as the kind of thing that we aspire to as developers. And the phrase I'm throwing around, or I'm trying out with people, is this idea of gold. So green energy power, open, the idea that by having something which is open, you can fix it and you can take care of it for more. Lean, we've spoken about this idea of designing things so you don't waste this stuff. And distributed, with this idea that you don't consolidate too much around a small number of players because it has unfortunate effects elsewhere. So I think we need to be talking about things like carbon-aware design and have this kind of different aesthetic for digital. And there are tools that do this kind of stuff now. So one agency normally, they do things like privacy protecting, carbon calculating analytics now to let you see this stuff if you cared, if you wanted to kind of implement or follow these kind of ideas yourself. But I think one of the key things that's more important about is just us really thinking about like energy systems and thinking about the internet and having a different mental model where previously for the last like the 20th century approach has been like dig something at the ground, burn it, use it, and use that to kind of basically kind of steamroll over when you want something to be done, all right? And that's, as you can see, it's wasteful. And I really like this quote in this thread by Orke Hoekstra, who mentioned this. And I think that it's actually more useful to think about this in terms of the way you might think about food or seasonal food. So the idea that you don't get to choose when you have it, but you design around it. So you might kind of eat seasonally, or you might take that, you might incorporate that into how you work or how you design and how you kind of use the services that are online. So optimizing for carbon rather than optimizing for energy usage. And like, this is essentially what large companies are doing anyway. And they're doing it, and they seem to be doing there are economic reasons for them to be doing it. But I think it's actually useful for us to bear in mind. And this is like I'll skip others because we don't really have enough time for this. But there are some really interesting experiments you're seeing from designers now doing things like this. So, for example, rather than having, say, video calls, finding other ways to share the same degree of intimacy. So this is some work by a designer called Lucia Ye, and she's talking about how she's been designing other kind of surrogates for kind of, I guess, intimacy when you're actually when you're speaking to someone. So if you can't, say, share a video stream, maybe there are ways that you can actually communicate communicate touch or use or things like that. And I think this is some of the stuff that is worth actually thinking about and embedding. And if we are thinking as designers or people who have some control of the aesthetics of what we do, I think creating this shift is probably the more useful thing. So to summarize, I'd say, yeah, we spoke about the footprint in the cloud. I mean, it's not small, but it needs to be zero. But I think it's really worth thinking about carbon and talking about carbon and where that comes from. And I'm actually quite pleased to have, it was really nice to see Ingrid. I really would echo Ingrid's talk about her newsletter. I found it really, really useful. And some of the stuff she was writing about really resonated, this idea of shifting away from having this kind of extractivist mindset to finding ways to make use of the stuff that's already in the kind of ecosystem where we have so far, and finding ways to kind of use the materials that are currently above ground rather than having to kind of continue to dig. And I think that's pretty much me. I'm going to hand back now. So yeah, hopefully that added something to this. And I think at this point now, do I stop sharing my screen, Chris, or should I hand over, or is that something that is taking over your side?
Thank you, Chris. I just got the note that Joanna is present after all. So I think we're going to switch to her.
Great. So I'm so sorry. I just I messed up with CT, CS, CT. You know, it's just a number. It's a letter, but it's an hour, right? So yeah, apologies. I don't know. Well, I'm here. So anyway.
Yeah, we're very happy you're here.
Yeah, so, I am too. I mean, I'm sorry I missed most of the talks. Well, I hope I can see recordings. But anyway, let's not lose more time. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to make it quite brief because I'm just going to talk about, I mean, after Julian and Chris and Ingrid, because you just point out most of the things I already wanted to talk. So, okay, sorry, I need to share something else. So I'm going to talk about a project that I released at the end of last year. It's called The Hidden Life of the Amazon User. And I think it's important to talk about this because it highlights something that we generally not aware when we are talking about greening the internet and so on, which is the role of the user in assuming a lot of the carbon footprint that is being designed by third parties. So this project tries to exemplify this. It's called The Hidden Life of an Amazon User. So everything started when I bought this book. It's called The Life and Lessons and Rules for Success, and an incredibly long subtitle that I'm not going to read. It's basically talking about the success of Jeff Bezos and how he made his fortune. Yeah, the book is quite funny because it just, I mean, when I bought it, I expected to have like sort of a book, you know, but it was just 62 pages. It was really, really tiny. and the typo was around 20 points, so it was massive. And one of the great advice that he gave to everybody is like, sleep 8 hours. We was like, okay, great, thank you very much. But anyway, it was interesting. So what I did, I tracked all the interfaces that Amazon made me go through when I purchased this book. And it was a total of 12 interfaces, yeah, which is not much. I did the minimum steps required at the time, which I did this in June 2019. So we had the first screen here, you can see it in the left, with the welcoming. It's like, hey, hello to Amazon. And then I just looked for Jeff Bezos, and I had like a very long list of suggestions. Like Elon Musk was also there, and Steve Jobs, of course, and all this IT patriarchy gang. And then there was the other screen was, okay, you want this book, these are the options, you can see the comments. And after I added to the basket, I got some suggestions. And then I had to select the shipping address, I had to sign in. And then I had, okay, that's it. I mean, I had the shopping cart, I just had to proceed. So I had this, and then I had to add whatever shipping options and so on, and then select the payment method, and then another billing address, which didn't make a lot of sense. And then I had to review my order, pay for it, and then, okay, thanks, the order has been placed, and I got a bunch of other suggestions. So while I was tracking these 12 interfaces, which at the end of the day, it's not so much, I also checked the amount of code that was behind those interfaces. So it was all the code that was loaded on my computer, yeah, the time that I was effectuating the purchase. So it was more than 80 megabytes of code at the end. And I printed for several exhibitions. I have some pictures here. Maybe I can show them in the Q&A if somebody's interested. But it accounted for almost 10,000 pages of printed code. Yeah, so you can understand like the material dimension of all this. So I thought it was really important to do this because all this amount of information and all this data, even though it seems that 80 megabytes is not a lot, when you multiply this for the amount of users that every day carry purchases in Amazon, that's a lot. That means something. And there is like this other thing, which I think it's important point, and I guess most of the people know, right? But the business model of Amazon and any other online service is heavily embedded in the code, which is basically who is executing, or the agent that is executing the business model of these companies. And the part of the energy waste or energy consumption of this falls in the user, right? Which is really not aware of all this, and you cannot negotiate with these platforms to send less information, right? So you assume it along with part of the environmental footprint of it. And you can't do anything as a user because, again, it's not a negotiation. Yeah, so in that sense, this project tries to make visible how the user is just not exploited by means of free labor in terms that all your online activity is being monetized by all those companies, but you also have to assume part of the energy cost of it and the environmental footprint of it. And there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, so I think it's really, really important to point at that. So it's a very, I mean, it's an anecdote, right? This Amazon, it can be extended to any other platform, of course. It's not just about Amazon, it's about Google, it's about Facebook, it's about Instagram, and you name it, everything. Also TikTok now, I think it's quite crazy amount of energy that it needs. I'm not sure about all the tracking ecosystem of TikTok, but I'm sure it's not differing so much from all of these other platforms. So this project in Summit, it's very, very simple. It shows, I'm gonna show it live. So I need to share another screen now, sorry for that. So it's a very simple web page, which basically it allows you to scroll down. So you have the first interface, and then you go through all the code that was loaded on together with the first interface. Yeah, it takes like 3 or 4 minutes or 5 to get to the second interface. And you can just see like all these interfaces, right? One after the other with all the code. If you do this, you know, in a very manual way, like just scrolling with your fingers, it will take about 14, 15 minutes to get down. Yeah. So I did down, it's like dematerializing like all these things that we take for granted, and like Amazon, the Amazon page or the Google page or any other page is what it is, and that's it, right? So this is what it also is, because those pages are also these 14 minutes of scroll in many ways. So yeah, I don't want to add extra comments because I'm sure that you talk about other things, and I don't want to repeat myself. So maybe I leave it to this, and we can just discuss, and I will be happy to answer any question on the project or anything that anybody might like to know. So thanks a lot, and again, apologies for the delay and the mess with the CT, CST, and thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Everybody's still here, I suppose. I just see Chris, but I assume that there are the others are also here. So as a first start of the discussion, I was thinking that what we see here is that there's basically two strategies to lower the footprint of the internet. That's first of all, make things more efficient. I think Joanna's project clearly shows that there's a lot of room for improvement. I mean, buying a book could be done with much less energy. Secondly, what Chris mostly talked about is switching to renewable energies. But also I understood that it's not enough. So efficiency, you have, I mean, things get more efficient, and they also, they get used more often. I think the computer itself is a good example of that. In the 1950s, computers were much less efficient. But it's because they became more efficient that we have them in our pockets now, and it's because of energy efficiency that there are much more computers. So what I would like to discuss is maybe what you think about a third strategy is like, shouldn't we get things offline again? And as an example, what Julian was talking about, the Netflix, if you see the huge amount of energy that it takes, like more than, what was it, 60% or something. Is it an idea maybe we can talk about like, well, maybe we should get video offline again, or maybe music offline, and go back to some kind of library system where you borrow a hard disk with all the, I don't know, all the movies from the 80s or all the new wave from the 70s or 80s. There was no new wave yet. So yeah, I would be interested to know what you all think about that.
Okay, I can answer a bit if. I remember very much like on Napster and Pirate Bay, and you could just download one thing, and you would download it just one time, right? And you would see it like 100 times. And of course, I don't know like the energy consumption of all this process, but for me, it seems more like a cultural crime to forbid all this transferring of peer-to-peer, or all these peer-to-peer networks when it comes to sharing culture. It should be an ecological crime, because it seems like it should have been much more sustainable in many ways. So I don't know, I just wanted to point out, like, it's very complicated to go offline completely as well, right? And I really don't know how we would do this at all. I guess we would just get used to it, but also I'm not sure how the economy will adapt to this, and how all our habits and living patterns will adapt to this. Probably we would, but I have no clue. Anyway, I just wanted to point this. Anybody can answer.
Yeah, so interesting. What you actually say then is that the copyright is an unsustainable thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I've also mentioned in my talk, Joanna, before you turned up, that the criminalization of BitTorrent could be considered a climate crime. So we're very much on the same page there. I think these peer-to-peer topologies that we had earlier would be an ideal opportunity for us to look at some footprint mitigation or reduction there to a certain degree. And this is where the likes of, I think, PeerTube as an alternative to YouTube are really doing a great job. But at the end of the day, we do need to start looking at shifting away from that kind of single-use data culture and look at offline storage again, at external hard disks that we might actually, again, from a browser perspective, copy from cache rather than downloading everything twice. That absurdity of clicking on an image and downloading it a second time. An image that we've already, of course, have in our browser, but there would need to be an incentivization from the perspective of the market to build in that ability to copy from cache and, or at least operate from cache. And I know that Spotify, at least it seems, even though I don't use Spotify, they do seem to have an ability to sort of play from cache. But if you look at the likes of YouTube, they really are so centric that they would rather you just keep pulling from their central hub and spoke star topology, all the time, over and over and over. You even see the moment that a page refreshes, you're back to downloading that entire 384 meg video all over again. And these are engineering and indeed design decisions, as was pointed out so well a couple of times throughout you guys' talks there, that I think really needs to change. That is a cultural change, indeed, as much as anything else.
Chris, you have something to add?
Yeah, I have a bit of a problem with this kind of thinking, because there's this unspoken, we just assume automatically that this kind of peer-to-peer approach is going to be more efficient than a massively more efficient than the system we have right now. I think it's a bit of a big assumption in many cases when you look at this, especially when you think about where the power is going to be coming from all around the rest of the web. It does feel nice, but there are so many echoes with this kind of discussion, with the same discussion people have about small sustainable farming versus kind of a larger farming. It's not that simple. And when we talk about this, there is this kind of all this unseen labor which is associated with this stuff. So when you talk about this idea of, I don't know, everyone having peer-to-peer stuff, that now means that there's all this, we need to understand how to do peer-to-peer stuff, whose skills need to do that, and it's not something that is really, really well known for lots of people, and I kind of feel that's kind of problematic. And also, we also need to be aware of where the power comes from, right? If we're thinking about this, and if all your peers are in really, really coal heavy places, then this isn't a win. Even if we're just talking about carbon, I mean, the other issues are something totally separate. But yeah, I think we need to examine this kind of stuff, and I think there's a need for data to be more visible so we can make an informed decision about this.
Absolutely. I think more research needs to be done very much in this area. In fact, there has been some done. Here in my context of New Zealand, for instance, where the entire South Island, Aotearoa, New Zealand, the entire South Island is running on renewables, and the North Island is on around about 70%. A peer-to-peer sharing culture, especially for local content, makes a hell of a lot more sense than going 26 hops all the way to the valley. Of course, if one is in California, it would make a lot less sense, let alone if one was even in the southern states, or even maybe over in Europe, where you get aggregation and there's peering happening, even, of course, with the likes of Facebook having a data center in Ireland and the like. It's just more efficient to work at that scale with a centric model. And your example of agriculture, big agriculture, is a great example. There's a myth, of course, that organic farming, grass-fed beef is more efficient and more environmentally sound than, of course, something like big industrial farming. But as agricultural scientists, just like network engineers, spend many, many years working on how to make it more efficient than grass-fed, or else otherwise there would just be an entire grass-fed industry and replacing that feedlot. And that feedlot kind of data culture is the one that we're using. Does make sense in so many cases, but as domestic markets start to shift over to renewables more and more, maybe peer-to-peer works best for a kind of local content, maybe not for some I don't know, New American production or something like that. But here in this particular island reality that I happen to be in at the moment, it would certainly make a heck of a lot more sense contextually. Yeah.
I also would like to mention something. I'm not sure if you talked about this before, but it's about the paradox of efficiency, which another thing I think that's a huge problem. I'm not sure if you heard, probably, I mean, especially Chris, Julian, probably heard about the Jevons paradox, right? That it's something that makes like, okay, it's like this process of making things more efficient, which basically means to use less materials, less resources, right? Make something again, but less, smaller, and that it's using less resources and so on. The problem with this, it's like when you manage to do this and the resources became cheaper, the demand grows exponentially, and then it's not efficient anymore. And I think this is something that I don't really hear about when we talk about green internet and in green renewable energy talks in general, about all this paradox of efficiency, which I think that it's a really rotten concept and it doesn't work at all. I think we should really think about efficiency. I mean, not to talk much more about it. Anyway, I just wanted to point out because I don't feel that, I mean, with this paradox, not everything that is efficient is necessarily more green, right? Or more sustainable. And it's a huge paradox, and I don't see this in the compensation menu a lot of the times. So anyway, that's it. Just a bit here.
Yeah, thanks, John. I think Chris Adams had talked about it, but he actually said it was not that bad. Chris, that was, do I summarize it well?
Yeah, kind of. So Jevons paradox is a thing we do to, it's something we've spoken about, but if we look at just the context of the internet in the last 10 years, the data doesn't support it. It hasn't grown, and we've used it that much more. So there are all these other places where it has actually, where we should talk about this. But I would argue that it's not that, it's all the kind of literature just basically says not quite sure right now. It's not obviously one way or the other. And we can use it in lots of places, but I don't think it's always the first thing we should be speaking about when we talk about this, because there are other kind of more pressing issues first, I feel.
I know, but so I feel that it's like at the very bottom of renewables, right? I don't know. Anyway, I mean, I'm not an energy expert, so it's okay.
Yeah, Chris, you say that there's other things we need to talk about first. What do you mean then?
So I'm going to be like banging the kind of fossil fuel drum, because I feel like this is the thing which is the most important thing we should be speaking about, because in many cases there are all these things tied to this. And I think it's also very useful in terms of having an aesthetic to almost see if we can actually create some kind of almost some visceral feel that if you're accessing any kind of digital service and you know there is, say, fossil fuels powering it, then you can ask and shift and ask for that not to be the case. Or that you could ask, if you're using a service, are you doing this? Is it fossil free? Because I think this is some of the stuff that we should be speaking about, because, well, this is we've seen for the last like 30 to 40 years of what the fossil fuel industry has been doing and what kind of influence it's had on basically the carbon intensity of all of our economy, let alone just the internet. And I feel it's useful to have it's a really easy thing to really easy to explain to people. Just make it fossil free. This feels like a more useful thing to be talking about than things like Jevons paradox, because in many cases, people at the end of who are end users, there isn't so much they can actually do for this. And telling people to stop using Netflix when that's one of their main sources of joy right now, in the middle of a pandemic, I think is really difficult. So I feel like that's what I talk about, like other things first. And there are lots of things we can do in terms of regulation or setting social mores or things like that to basically make this kind of change how it is. So to design an inaccessible website is seen in the same way. So to design a fossil fuel heavy website is seen in the same way as an inaccessible one, because there's violence being inflicted by doing this.
So, but could the internet survive without fossil fuels? I wonder. Could you run this massive infrastructure, and also manufacturing all its elements? Could you do that without fossil fuels, or even the solar panels and wind turbines themselves?
This came up in the Financial Times article actually regarding the power purchase agreements. One of the big problems that has not been solved yet is the nighttime supply, such that, I mean, a tremendous amount of the energy provided does come from solar in a renewable context. And so we actually see renewable energies being when things are good, we'll use them, but we'll always fall back to the safety and stability of coal. And it's that safety and stability part that really needs to be looked at. And of course, when talking about the grid, we need to talk about storage. And of course, lithium comes into there as Ingrid brought this in. At some point, you've got to start getting down into the rocks. She's absolutely right. Here, until there is sufficient storage to allow for power redundancy across the entire grid, there cannot be a gamble to put both feet into the renewables space. Coal and gas will always remain there as that reliable base, and this has come up a great many times. And this is why those power purchase agreements are just kind of more token than they are necessarily obligation. Sure, we're buying 100% renewables to power our data centers, 100% renewable, but there's no way we're going to use that 100% because we can't. But we can't use it because there are times where we just do not have the supply in a renewables context. Cheers.
Thank you. Ingrid, are you still there?
Hi.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask you the question that I started with, is like, do you see possibilities to get things offline? As I think you were suggesting it, but I'm not really sure in your graphic.
I mean, I think I was less interested in the getting things offline part. I think that a thing that Chris brought up about, or not Chris, when Chris and Julian were discussing sort of the distinction of like what could be localized data and what could be, you know, stuff that has to be kind of networked across like great distances. I think a question of sort of like who owns the infrastructure actually becomes very important there, right? Like I've been doing a little bit of consulting work for Community Technology New York, which is an organization that works with neighborhoods to like build wireless networks in their, you know, immediate area. And it's interesting because a lot of what they do is actually more about like training people in, you know, various neighborhoods how to maintain the networks and like kind of creating sort of like generational like care for the network infrastructure. And a thing I you know, it takes a lot longer and it takes a lot more effort than just being like, you know, the like benevolent, like, you know, ISP's foundation that's like, we're going to connect you to the internet. Isn't that great? Right. But what that actually builds is like power, like community power. And I think the question of sort of like, there's ways that thinking about how like data is kind of distributed and stored towards like, you know, diminishing its like energy use or increasing efficiency can be a part of increasing and claiming like collective power and kind of building community resilience. And because I mean, yeah, if Chris's thing is kind of hammering on about fossil fuels, mine's probably going to be hammering on about capitalism. I think you know, maybe it's kind of taken for granted, I guess, and maybe it's spaces like these that we think that's bad. Capitalism's not so good, but yeah, that's sort of where I would think about it.
Right. Cool.
Chris, it looks like you. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, sorry, something went wrong here. Thank you. Ingrid, now that you're here, I would like to ask you another question. Also, Johanna, who was talking about the patriarch gang, how would women design the internet? I'm wondering, would it look totally different?
I'm sorry, were you asking the women to imagine an internet without?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's great, Joanna.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I can't disconnect this. It's not running on electricity. It's just a manual mechanic. I would have a mechanic internet.
Right.
Sorry, so Ingrid, you can go on after the bells.
Sorry, I want to make sure, did I understand the question correctly?
Yes, I'm trying to imagine, or maybe you have some ideas about what if we, it would be a good idea anyway. I mean, men have been in power for a long time. We screwed up, that's quite obvious. So imagine women are in power, how could the internet look like?
I don't think that's with all due respect, I don't actually understand why you're asking me this question. I think that it's a very, I think the issue at hand, like certainly patriarchy is a large part of this, but I think we also are talking about capitalism, imperialism, like lots of other isms that are kind of part of this paradigm. And I think kind of trying to put it into black and white, like, well, if we just put the women in charge, it's like Sheryl Sandberg has like a ton of power. And, you know, she's, I don't necessarily think that, you know, the internet's going to be a better place if she has more of it. I would, you know, I think there are probably more interesting ways to think about addressing the environmental impacts of technology than, you know, suggesting a sort of like, well, if like the neoliberal paradigm is run by a bunch of women, it's okay.
No.
I was looking for a quick fix, but apparently it's not there.
No, it's not. Yeah, I also agree with Ingrid. It just, I mean, I think it's part of a thing, but yeah, I don't think women should fix the internet and the climate. No, I don't think so. I think it's just a matter of joining much more efforts, and it's really about changing like narratives that have been embedded in our brains since modernism, probably, and even before, you know, and yeah, I don't know, I would add another ism here, which is techno-colonialism and colonialism at large, which I think that in many ways the internet still exemplifies this. And when you look at the infrastructure and who holds the power in terms of infrastructure and who uses more resources and who doesn't. Yeah. So I think that a lot of narratives are being replicated, and I have no clue how we can break this really in many ways. So sorry for this topic noise, but that's how I feel.
Yeah, so if I understand you well, the capitalism is a bigger problem.
Indeed.
Yes, so how do we break this? Maybe, yeah, with hammers?
You know, that's...
I think the climate is breaking it for us, right? Slowly. Coronavirus is a great example of it. So here it goes.
Yeah.
Jump in there very briefly, just with a very important quote, I guess. The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house, as long as we are using, or I mean, Amazon as an example, or certainly Netflix and YouTube, which we of course now put a tremendous amount of cultural value on, and we share and learn about each other's cats, about each other in so many different ways there, especially mid-pandemic, as Chris also pointed out. But in using these tools, we are also affirming a re-centralization of what was otherwise a network of networks, inherently and innately born to be decentralized. And that centralization has geophysical impacts in the form of submarine cables and data centers, desertification, sucking fresh water out of the landscape around them, et cetera. That impact itself, we are keenly feeling as a result very much of that capital drive. And so that there's an inherent anarchism, in the sense of political anarchism, built into the very, cypherpunk bedrock of the internet, if you like, at its very roots. I mean, not ARPANET, sure, but what it became soon after, that has been stolen, if you like, by the valley to a large degree, and that is in itself, of course, a great stimulant for innovation, as we've seen with hypervirtualization and the server space. But to decouple from that, to unbind from it, would require a pushback from users. quite naturally, that is probably not going to occur in the foreseeable and immediate future. Indeed, it's a huge call. I mean, it's a topic that if it's 3 in the morning here, and where I am, I guess it would unravel me to go down that road right now, but it is a very important one, and I do greatly appreciate, Ingrid, you bringing that so forwardly into the frame.
Yeah, so it seems that the internet user cannot do much to solve the problem. I mean, like we could say, like, okay, we stop buying books at Amazon, but then, yeah, I mean, Amazon killed the bookstore, so you have very little possibilities outside that, or not. I mean, we're not there yet, but that's where we eventually will end up. Is there something that internet users can do to lower their footprint?
First, I just want to, my dog has decided to make an appearance. Apologize. She's quite cute, at least. One thing I think with the question of like sort of, well, just quitting the platform isn't enough. I think, I'm kind of surprised that at this point, like in the year of, 2020, that the question of sort of like how to actually undermine these services is not a greater kind of, like, is not a more commonly accepted kind of talking point, right? Like, if you want, like again, the reason I brought up Facebook as an example of like in my, brief presentation of like, if we just shut all of that off, like how much, like what that could kind of do to kind of improve conditions for both, the energy use of the world and, the basically just kind of the climate of existence. I mean, I think like Facebook would be actually like probably it's like, okay, getting people to quit Facebook is quite hard, but the first step of that is like, well, why aren't we talking about how do we take direct action to make Facebook less reliable? Because given enough efforts to undermine Facebook's performance and operations, people would stop using it. Like if you can't access the site, you're not going to use it anymore. It's like if I can't, regularly like connect with my groups, why would I go on it? So I guess, yes, whether or not individuals can personally address those things themselves is like fair, but I think there's like giving incentives to kind of undermine the effectiveness of some of these platforms might be one way to do it. And I think, there is with a platform like Amazon or Google, I think you have a lot greater risk in terms of kind of like collateral effects, right? If you decided to like, because there are so many other services and companies that use their platforms, right? Like if you knock out an AWS data center, you're probably going to be like fucking with Netflix and maybe some hospital and like a bunch of other startups. Whereas, like Facebook, it's like, it's Facebook, it's WhatsApp, and it's Instagram. Like it's, oh, you have thoughts. Okay. Yeah, this is just something, I don't know. I think in terms of, again, like, I don't think necessarily putting it as saying like, oh, well, like people just need to like quit the thing. It's like, it also has to, alternatives need to be built. I'm a big fan of the Fediverse and kind of the opportunities within that space, but also kind of reasons to not use the platforms need to be made more apparent. And I don't, I think that's a longer project, but it's one that I don't think should be off the table.
Yeah, great. Like I'm trying to live without a smartphone for years, and I've come now to the point that my bank has called me like, sorry man, you have to switch to an app to access your online account. And yeah, then I guess the moment is there to finally go along with the flow. So any one of you has experience with that? Similar things that you try to not use something or give up something, but then you're basically forced to follow?
I think that very same thing happened to me with the bank. Absolutely. I mean, I lived with a dumb phone for a long time, and eventually was forced into having a smartphone for pretty much that reason. I've never had a Facebook account. I am living proof it's possible to not have a Facebook account. I don't have an Amazon account either. Never had either, but it's just really telling how now, in a time of a global pandemic, how these otherwise would-be tyrants are configured, at least within my social spaces, or those that I would engage with, and friends and family too, as being somehow benevolent. The character is shifted in that they actually are providers of essentials. They deliver. And I love the Diaspora project, for instance, as an alternative to Facebook. And you know, the likes of Mastodon for Twitter. I actually run a Mastodon server myself, quite a big one. But it's interesting how in the time of crisis, we will reach for what we know and what is there for us. If you like, yeah, just a very quick thought. Cheers.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I can say something. So I had a Fairphone, the original, like the first version of a Fairphone for a while. I had a really hard time using it. Then I used the second one, and you soldier on thinking like in this kind of weird, I don't know, misguided idea that it's like a heroic effort to use something which is massively less convenient and useful than something that other people are kind of enjoying and using, and you shut yourself out of all these kind of society's problems. And I kind of feel like, is this not the whole kind of discussion around climate, around individual action versus the greater, the greater patterns, just like applied to like the internet? Because I feel like if we look at other sectors and other communities, there are absolutely patterns that we can use that we've seen that have been effective for addressing the issue of massively centralized power. And when I talk about fossil fuels, it's because that's the most centralized form of power, like energy, literally, with all the nasty things that happen with it. When you look at energy in terms of like renewable energy and the distributed aspects of that, people have like a degree of kind of self-determinism. They have a degree of sovereignty that they might not have elsewhere. There's all these things which are tied into it. And if we look at, say, like the climate movement, look at how, say, the XR's demand of making sure there are climate assemblies, look how that's been able to kind of bring and change the discourse around this. If we talk about like all these things we do not consent to and do not enjoy about the way the internet is right now, why are we not talking about all these other existing working models that we could try to see if we could rearrange the contract we have as end users with this kind of digital connective tissue that we end up using now to interact with anyone? I feel like there's all this stuff which we're leaving that we haven't really tried, or we could try, and it just seems like I don't know what we need to do to start doing it, really. Sorry, it's a bit of a rant, but it just feels like there's stuff out there, we're just not using it.
Yeah, great, thanks. I was this whole COVID crisis has kind of. I was wondering, like, on one side, it kind of like you said, I think the data traffic raised by 40% because everyone's locked up at home. But at the same time, I think, isn't COVID also a kind of maybe a wake-up call to people that the internet is not, say, a replacement for real life, that the screen cannot replace a person? Because I've done several online events now, and although it can be interesting, it's not like a real event. I mean, in a real event, we would all end up drinking a beer tonight, and we would really get to know each other. It's very hard to kind of simulate that experience. So, yeah, I was thinking, has anyone thoughts about that? Like, could this COVID, which is obviously on one side accelerating the trend towards a more digital life, could it also have an opposite effect, maybe? That we're suddenly limited to, we see our friends online and that's it.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows, right? Who knows when this is gonna end and what's gonna happen? Like, for me, it's been personally great not to travel so much, because I was traveling too much and it wasn't necessarily all most of the times. And I really appreciate the fact that now, online talks are acceptable and everybody's happy with it. But on the other hand, yeah, you really miss like this physical effect, and yeah, and the contact, absolutely. I mean, for me, I'm starting to get quite tired of it lately. Also here, it's autumn is coming and all this, and you feel more nostalgic, but totally, it's, yeah, I agree. Might be a rebound, who knows?
Anyone else, or I switch to the next question?
There's some good work from the group called Climate Outreach about the link between COVID and climate and the two paths you could go, either shifting, a shift towards authoritarianism or a shift towards have a bigger focus around kind of like mutual aid and health and mutual help and community. And I forget the name of the person who was actually speaking about this. There's a podcast called Sustainababble, which is all about this. And they interviewed the lead author of the report around this. And they said that one thing that's been really useful or interesting from the responses to the COVID is that to the COVID-19 response is that you do actually see a kind of uptick in people being prepared to kind of reach out to people who are close to them or provide a kind of more neighborly support that we haven't seen before. There's been this assumption that in many cases most of us don't have that feeling. I think the phrase she used was the values perception gap to describe this kind of idea. But she says, like, this is one thing that there's actually been a lot more of, and if you're able to speak to that, then you're able to basically the networks you can establish now are the ones that would actually be much more useful and can endure beyond that. I think that's one thing to be aware of and be mindful of, because it'd be a real mistake to not be thinking about the fact that there are some very useful things that have come out of this in terms of as a community, or if you're looking for some kind of change.
Chris, I really appreciated that, and I think one of the things that has been interesting from where I am, New York, unceded Lenape territory, is how much the last year has reminded me of a lot of what New York City was like when I was here in 2012 during Hurricane Sandy, when we had a climate-influenced natural disaster that devastated large parts of the city. You had very rapidly spun up mutual aid networks that were able to respond to need that the federal government failed to provide. And I think a similar thing has happened in the city as a result of that, and responding to basically the failures in global supply chains, especially in March and April. I do worry about the way in which that becomes a crutch through which there is an expectation that the state that does still exist doesn't have a responsibility to kind of provide those services or resources, right? But I think that in the purposes of just kind of again, building community power, building community network, building a sense of support in the face of, the many coming disasters, that we're already in, that is actually quite powerful, yeah.
Thank you, Ingrid.
Robin Webster is her name. Sorry. Robin Webster. She's the person. She's really, really good. I'd really recommend reading her stuff.
Okay, thanks. We have a question from the audience. Should all this sustainable coding and developing culture be reframed at the educational level, like bringing this to universities and schools? I think it's an interesting question, because actually what you see in schools is that also more and more use of digital technology, like digital blackboards and stuff like that. Any thoughts about that?
I feel like since I just spoke, I don't want to jump in too quickly, but does anyone want to speak first? All right. So I would say, yeah, bringing this into the context of the education setting, I think makes a ton of sense. I've done work on trying to integrate kind of baseline kind of network infrastructure education in more of a K through 12 setting in the past, because I found it's no one actually explains how the internet works to children. And no, I mean, people barely explain how the internet works to adults. I think the fundamental understanding, even that it's just it's actually stuff, is something that isn't even really quite explained at an early age for a lot of young adults. And I don't know, last year I started teaching ethics of computer science at a small engineering school in New York City, which is quite funny as I'm neither an ethicist nor a computer scientist, but it's a really fun gig. And yeah, talking to them about, the fact that what the work that they're doing, it exists in not just the context of sort of like, how do I not like do a bad or like accidentally, algorithmically influence a genocide, but also that like the things that they work on are part of, this
Untitled airmail.
Ooh, nice. Untitled. But that, bringing that into a conversation about like the power dynamics and the responsibilities that they have.
Untitled.
So this is dope. Whatever that is. I don't know if it's on my machine. I don't think it is. But I think I'm done. I think I'm done because I got interrupted too many times and I lost my train of thought. But yes, teaching is important. The children, the youth are the future. And most of the kids get it, I would say. Like my experience with like working with young engineering students is like they're very aware that shit's fucked up. I may be like getting, I have the advantage of, I'm teaching, like, of course, an engineering school would make the ethics class an elective. So of course I'm getting the kids who want to be there. But I think there is genuine hunger for this sort of material.
I can jump in and say that I thoroughly agree. Yes, it does need to be very much an education. In fact, Dania Vasiliev and I taught computer networking to 9 to 16-year-olds as part of a winter academy in Berlin once with ping pong balls and cardboard tubes, 7 or 8 years ago or something. And those kids were really interested in knowing exactly how it all worked. Now, if you were to sort of bring that in at a university level, or maybe even in a higher education context, more in general as part of an engineering degree, I think you'd find that those kids now, where they're taking those classes, where they're studying engineering, computer science, for instance, they would be very, very much interested in how they can mitigate, or at least reduce carbon footprint as a function of their work. But at the same time, I mean, we are running out of considerable amount of time in general to meet the Paris Accord or get anywhere near it. And so I think, yeah, we just didn't see things like carbon taxes on websites that are performing really poorly, and actually setting up mandates to impose restrictions on the kind of code, war and peace scale absurdity that Joanna pointed out with the likes of Amazon. I mean, that's just obscene. And really look at enforcement there on some degree. So yeah, a mix of things. Cheers.
So I will jump in also. I've been teaching a lot also about internet infrastructures, especially with university students. And also I did like a lot of workshops. But I've been teaching in Potsdam. I'm teaching design students, like the UX design, interactive design. And it was very interesting because I really insisted on the fact that we had to find more sustainable ways to design interaction. And that was really, really interesting. And they were really, really into it. And nobody ever told them about this in their entire lives, and especially during the bachelor degree that they were doing. And this was really, really interesting. I'm also now teaching, for 2-3 years in Barcelona, also in an engineering and design school. So what we do, trying also to read all this data ecosystem, all the environmental impacts of it, and especially together with the geopolitics and so on. And as Julian and Ingrid as well, we use very rudimentary methods like paper and pencil, and that's it. Which I feel like it's also, some of you experience it different. You're taking out of the context, and somehow you're able to experience it different, and you understand it. I feel it sinks in a different way. It's more experiential, and they really get it to their psyche, to their bodies. They really understand it. So, yeah, I mean, on my side, that's what I've been doing, and it's really, really important because all those systems, I mean, most of the systems that we're operating in, or they're very, very invisible, all of them. And the internet is just another. There is many other systems like the electrical grid that I think Chris was mentioning in the talk, and so on. We don't understand how things work at all. Yeah, but we are big players of the ecosystems, of all these hidden ecosystems. That's why it's super, super important to reveal it. And I wish that this could have been taught to us when we were kids, even like 4, 5, 6-year-olds and on, because it's really not integrated in the people's and the society imagination. Like, you don't understand it, and therefore it's impossible to understand like the incidence of all these infrastructures in the climate, because you just don't make the connection. It's not there. Yeah. So I think that's, again, as Julian and Ingrid, and it's super, super important to teach this broadly to kids of many ages, also adults. Yeah.
So sustainable web design is a key principle in the W3C ethical web standards. They actually list it, and where they've explicitly mentioned the web should not be like this. Also, if you go to principles.green, you'll see some work by a person called Asim Hussain, who's working at a company called Microsoft, who are massively investing in this stuff right now. So we're not talking about it, but it's happening somewhere. Just 5 days ago, there was an event called GreenConf, which was a conference specifically for sustainable web design and things like this. There's loads of stuff happening. Even in Germany, there's the Blau Engel standard, and there's a kind of like a governance level. You'll see the stuff from DEFRA in the UK, where they're explicitly saying all of our infrastructure, we need it to be net zero by this date, and we will only procure from people who run their infrastructure on green power. You do see this kind of stuff, but in universities, you don't see so much of it right now. Or if it is, it's not all that accessible right now. And it does feel like at this rate, it's probably going to be someone like Microsoft that steps in and just comes up with the best learning resources, because the rest of us aren't really doing that or having enough funding allocated to do this stuff right now.
Thank you. We have 8 minutes more, so I think I can have one more question. Joanna was talking about hidden infrastructures. There's a new one coming, or it's like in development. It's the 5G, and I bring it up because in France, Macron said, of course, there's a lot of protest in France against the coming of 5G, but then he said, we're not Luddites, we're not Amish in America. We should, basically what he says, we should accept any new technology that comes around. Do we need 5G? I wonder, what do you think of that? That's like cursing in the church, no? What I said, no?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just like, and I'm not an expert in 5G, but I read this article recently where it said that with 4G networks, a user was generating, I think, around 2 gigabytes of data per month, something like that. And then with 5G, it could go up to 30 gigas a month. So that's like a huge increase. I know Chris said that data is not really growing. I would really like to clarify that, because I didn't understand it, like the amount of data that we produce. But for me personally, I don't think we need it. But it's just like we're just going to get adjusted to a new paradigm where it's going to be very, very hard to go back again, right? And it just follows like the same logic of capitalism, of infinite growth, and So I don't know. I'm a bit worried, because I don't think we need it at all. But again, capitalists need it, so I don't know.
I think we should be very wary of the distraction here. I mean, we're only looking at the energetic cost of it all. I mean, 3G was vastly more efficient than 2G, as I said in my talk, and 4G was much more efficient than 3G, energetically speaking. When actually looking at per unit of data moved, the amount of energy required to move it. 5G, as I also mentioned, is we're yet to see the real cost from the perspective of the grid on of 5G, but that's not really the point. 5G just means more stuff. It means it's easier to buy more stuff, and one can consume more with more mobility, and the stress placed on the planet truly is there. Much of the 5G's, if you like, green narrative is that, just like 4G was to 3G, 5G is going to be even better for the planet. But when looking at just beyond the rollout alone, it's the implications it will have on the supply chain more generally. It's an enabler of the most terrible sort, and I think we need to start looking at, when we talk about degrowth within economics, we also need to start looking at, I mean, it's 25 minutes past 3 in the morning here, so I'm going to have to tap out pretty soon. I'm losing my thread. Hopefully not my shit. Yeah, the situation there is that it just enables a hyper consumerism that we're already grappling with. We need to be dialing that right back. We need to be doing more with less, rather than adding more to do more, and looking at again a planet first data culture. But more generally, that speaks to a consumptive culture that needs to be primarily foregrounded. Cheers.
Chris, I'd say I do not know, but the thing I would suggest to people, if they do want to look for, there's a guy called David Mitten who recently wrote an article called "How Much Energy Will 5G Consume?" He's a researcher who's doing some really fascinating work, and that is a summary of all the most recent paper. And he's also a very, very, very technically skilled writer and technologist. I'd really recommend, if anyone's interested, look up that, do a search for David Mitten, "How Much Energy Will 5G Consume?" Mitten is with a Y. That's by far the best summary I've found so far.
I mean, I think I'm still stuck on the Macron saying we will unapologetically face every technology. It's just wow, cool. I mean, and anyone here, please correct me if I'm wrong. One thing, as far as I understand about 5G's implementation, is that the amount of infrastructural build out for 5G to be effective is much greater, insofar as you need greater kind of proximity, you need more, which means you're going to need more antennas, which means you're going to need more fiber, which in and of itself is going to have, a cost. So I think that's a factor just in terms of how will we evaluate it, right? But I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess I don't know how. I'm. It's a lot more. I don't really have that strong of opinion about it, insofar as it's yes, another thing that capitalism would like. All right, let's see how it goes. I don't.
Yeah, so we will basically find out when it's too late. Because we cannot discuss the technologies in advance. So I think we need to stop slowly. So yeah, I want to thank everyone. First of all, Julian, I wish you a good night, because if I understand, it's very late there now. Ingrid, Joanna, Chris, thank you very much. Have a very nice day. And I think we are still available in the chat. If I understood it wrong, I'm very bad with technology. I'm very sorry for that. Okay, thanks a lot, everybody.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks, everybody.
Yes, Chris.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks all. Ciao, ciao.
So big thank you from our side as well, to Ingrid, to Joanna, to Julian, to Chris, and to Chris again, for attending in this panel, for getting up early or staying up late, or in general, that you made time. And I think it was really important as well to stress out that especially if you work within the digital realm, that all our actions have a huge effect and a big impact. And yeah, as well, thanks for stressing that educating each other and as well sharing knowledge is a really important part, or maybe as a part, or one one solution we could all join in doing. And yeah, and I hope you all do this. I hope you, maybe as well the panelists, that we see you in the speakers corner to further discuss all these subjects and what to be done. And before we come to the next panel, we will have again 30 minutes. You might already notice from yesterday, 30 minutes where we will have the submissions from the open call to show a few artworks or show reels of the community. And before we do that, there will be another panel of the Skilled project. You learned today, this morning, how to attend it. So I wish you good luck in doing this again. You know, you go on the app and information, and then the rest Jeremy explained. And yeah, I see you after 30 minutes for the next panel, Ocean. We Live in an Ocean of Air by Marshmallow Laser Feast. See you later.
Delicious sun-dried lichen soup for a quick boost. Do you dream of hitting the top 50, but lack the right calorie input? Look no further. Uncle Toby is here with a delicious, nutritive and oh so regenerative lichen soup made with simple ingredients you can harvest straight from the stone. You need 2 cups water, clean, 500 g wild lichen, ideally young, scrape it slightly purple, 3 crawling onions, 2 garlic cloves, 1 tablespoon salt. Pro tip: check out the Northern Deposit. 1 2-pack energy broth, or make your own. 1 egg, fry it and float it on top for flavor. Thanks to the sacrifice of a few booster-laden athletes, the environment has recovered beyond our wildest dreams. Sadly, most of our citizens live in poverty, and the eugenics black market took on as parents wished brighter days for their children. A. Allow body modding since it works well, and will help us improve humanity as a whole. We will monitor it closely. B. Let's find a way to redistribute the workload through automation and possibly animal engineering.
Hi, and welcome back to our second panel, which will be about the work We Live in an Ocean of Air by Marshmallow Laser Feast. And panel's moderator will be David Brühl. With him on the panel is Nathan Sinigalia. And remotely, there will be Ersin Han Ersin, Grace Boyle, Mylise, and Nell Whitley. I wish you a great panel, and I see you in 1.5 hours.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Everybody there? Yeah, welcome from my side. I'm here in our studio in Frankfurt, in our emergency broadcast studio, which we set up. I don't know if you have been following over the last 2 days already how our conference went well. With me on this panel, on site, we have Nathan Sinigalia. Nathan is a visual artist. Personally, we know each other since many years. Meanwhile, VVV community enthusiast and patcher from the very first moment on, I guess. Yeah, but he's also a musician. He is. He has a strong background also in contemporary dance, and then he's a coder and real-time artist. And for the project we're going to talk about, you prepared some insights into the patches, and we're going to deep dive into it with you. And then, remotely connected, you can see me through the little lens there. Hi. Ersin Han Ersin, Creative Director of Marshmallow Laser Feast. Welcome. Ersin is... Hi. I'm going to introduce you shortly for everybody, and then I basically give the words to your presentation. We'll divide it a little bit so everybody can contribute first with your presentations, and then we have some Q&As in between, maybe 1 or 2 questions in between. I'm having a look on our audience questions and might drop them in if they fit, and then we're trying to have a conversation how we connect worlds. So Ersin is the creative director of Marshmallow Laser Feast, the studio behind the project we're going to talk about. Well known for creating immersive experiences which invite us to expand perception and explore our connection with our natural world. That's basically his work. He has a background in sculpture, installation, and live performance, and is a mastermind when it comes to virtual reality experiences. And then Grace Boyle on the project we're going to talk about. Hi, Grace. Good to have you as well. She is a multisensory storyteller. And what I've read in my research, she debunks the notion that we have only 5 senses. Instead, she believes that we have close to 33. That's a number. I hope you can elaborate on that later. And I rephrase that: when we tell stories that engage all of our senses, we're able to tell more powerful and emotional stories. And I think your practice has been really applied in the project. We Live in an Ocean of Air. And she's the creative director of the Phillies. That's a London-based studio where she brings together perfumery, perception, science, and creative technologies to really work on the narratives and how to do this in a very multisensory sense. And then we have Mylise. I'm very happy to have you here, Mylise.
Happy to be here.
Mylise is a sonic and installation artist, composer, and environmental designer, and a clean energy ambassador. That's how I think you yourself describe yourself. And you have been working for the last 20 years on a deep research into the topic of clean energy and how to combine that with your very own personal artistic practice. And we're very happy to have you here on board to basically have like a little maybe important role, because on the one hand side, we're curious to hear your a contribution to the project. On the other hand, I think your work is very much related to our overall festival topic. and we're curious to see what's behind your practice. So the project we are deep diving in is We Live in an Ocean of Air, and it has been premiered in London Saatchi Gallery in, I think it was December in 2018, and it has gained a lot of attention and attraction, and as in probably you have some numbers in your presentation, like how many people have been experiencing this. It has basically a very, it got a strong run. It's a multi-user virtual reality experience and a 20-minute experience, and it illuminates the invisible but fundamental connections between human and natural worlds. And I think that's why that's why also I picked this project to be part of here in the festival, as it bridges basically a little bit the topic we're talking about, and also the VVV community and the creative coding community on the other hand of the spectrum. So with this little introduction, I would like to invite Ersin to give us maybe the first overview and ideas behind the project.
Sure. Thank you, David. I'll just.
Did I forget Nell? Sorry, Ersin. Did I forget Nell?
Yeah, go ahead.
I forgot Nell. I'm really sorry. Hang on, Nell. Nell, you have been the creative.
Hi.
Hi. You have been the producer, basically. When I understood it correctly, you brought the people and the project together from a producer's perspective, and you are part of Marshmallow Laser Feast as well. And you have some sort of a reputation for driving forward the ambitious work of people doing bringing together these kind of projects. And from what we've been talking before, there have been the topic of green touring guidelines, and like I know that you as a studio, like trying to understand and face the issue of environmental change and the climate impact of the work we're doing. So and obviously this is a dilemma, and we're hoping to have some insights of key points or something that you can wrap up for what you've been experiencing thinking about these topics when it comes to these productions. So now, Ersin.
Cool. Thanks, David. It's really good to be here with all the collaborators. We've been working very long time and produced a number of projects, and specifically We Live in an Ocean of Air. As you briefly mentioned, I'm part of a London-based collective Marshmallow Laser Feast, and we work in this liminal space, kind of using scientific insights to produce experiential pieces. And the collaboration is indeed the core of everything we do, pretty much. We are really a small studio, so we only kind of enrich and expand through those collaborations. So I'm glad that finally we got a chance to talk about that part of it a little bit today. So I'm assuming you can see my screen. I'm gonna do a little sound check. Can you hear the sound?
Yes, we do.
Great.
I'm most interested in this transition between a state in which humans were a part of the world to a state in which humans had fundamental capacity to change the world.
That was the Screaming Planet, which we will talk about a little bit for the sound check and how much of it is actually that we can hear. But before going deep into the project, I'd like to start the kind of session with a breathing meditation. This is the part of the meditation we have used in We Live in an Ocean of Air. Anyone who came to the gallery and visited us, been through this process of kind of connecting with their breath and kind of following their breath to the plants. So it's going to be roughly 2 minutes. I advise you to put headphones on and listen and try to follow. You can close your eyes. I promise it's going to be great.
Find a relaxed, comfortable position. Keep your back upright, not too tight. Hands resting comfortably by your side. Notice the shape of your body, its weight, the connection with the floor, with space. Relax any areas of tightness or tension. Bring your awareness to your breath. Inhale deeply through your nose. And exhale through your mouth. Inhale through your nose. And exhale through your mouth. Inhale. And exhale. Inhale. And exhale. Now raise your right hand. Look at it. See the oxygenated blood as it flows through your veins. Look around. See other explorers nearby. Be gentle with them. Step forward and follow your breath as it flows through the forest. Where do you end? And the plants begin.
So I think this is, it's not a rhetorical question. Where do we end and the plants begin? Where does our body end? And what are those kind of invisible connections with the more than human world? And, you know, obviously our body doesn't end in your skin, in my skin. It extends and expands through the planet. And the most kind of easy connection that we can look at is the air, where it connects us to the plant kingdom and the oceans and the forests. So the air is incredibly important, as we all know, you know, for our food, our weather, our water, and our ability to hear. And yet we are not that aware of this connection. And it's quite magnificent when you think about, you know, every breath, 25 billion molecules, all constantly darting faster than sound of speed of sound through your lungs, and every molecule crashing into each other 5 million times a second. Just this miraculous speed happening. In average, a person breathes equivalent of 13 pints of air every minute, and roughly we take 17,000 breaths a day. And if you imagine that every other breath we take coming from the plants and trees, you are in conversation with the plant kingdom 8,500 times a day. And, you know, it's quite magnificent to think that we are offering ourselves to the world at one moment and drawing the world into ourselves at the next. And research has shown that our breathing pattern can influence the emotional states we are in, and they change and shape our emotions quite profoundly. I've got a quote from Radical Botany that starts with this part. Plants are alive, yet they do not present us with the same impression of life that animals do. Are we, as the victims of plant blindness, simply unable to notice their liveliness? Or are they so different from us that we have to invent new ways of seeing and apprehending them? I think We Live in an Ocean of Air is about a way of finding and seeing and apprehending plants. And I'm sure my Lise will have loads to say about this because she's been working a long time to get them to be heard. And, you know, I mean, the planet's on fire. It takes, you know, one deforestation word, which is roughly 2 seconds, is taking a football pitch of forest kind of away from the planet. Think about it. So it's like 30 football pitches every minute, an hour, and a day. It's just this incredible speed of destruction happening. And if you were to kind of look at the oxygen and carbon dioxide and our relationship with plants, let's look at it through a bit of a capitalistic kind of window. You know, if we wake up one morning with a bill on our door coming from a tree saying, you owe me $70,000 for the last 30 years that you breathed, you know, every breath you took. This is obviously, it doesn't justify, and it doesn't give the exact number where we can't even calculate the immense destruction that the Anthropocene that led us, and that we got to this point where it's almost irreversible. But this is an interesting way of thinking as a framework. What is the cost of living? What is the cost of that relationship? And we have to, I think about it a little more. And through those kind of epiphanies over the course of last 6-7 years, we start asking questions like, can we reconnect with nature through virtual reality? I mean, it sounds like oxymoron, obviously, and we are not techno-optimistic, delusional hippies. But the reputation of the kind of a day-to-day sensory bombardment, making us numb to many things, the news, all the things, the forest fires, and all the other emotional spikes kind of normalized. So how can we use this emerging technology, which is one of the most kind of immersive of its kind, to unblock and use as a shaker to show another part of it? And our journey started in 2015 with In the Eyes of the Animal, where we created a piece which the visitors could see the forest through the eyes of different animals and insects. And that was the very first work that we tapped upon the more than human world and the way they perceive reality that is, you know, magnificent and completely different than us. The work over time, this is again a piece we collaborated with Nathan Sinigalia, and that was the moment we kind of got to a place where it was a collective epiphany for us, that just, you know, you can communicate those relatively simple yet quite interesting topics while also making a point and creating a new window when it comes to climate campaigning. And how do we build that relationship further, and how can we extend it? And in 2017, we did Treehugger. Again, this was a collaboration with Lise and Nathan, this time looking into one of the most magnificent species on the planet Earth, a sequoia tree that lives 3,500 years, that grows 120 meters tall. And kind of looking into those circulation of water and deep roots and what's going on inside and how it breathes and how it lives and how it produces oxygen. But the most interesting part for us was to actually make a case or a convenient space for people to dial into tree time and think beyond our daily perception. And how do we do that? Because we are connected to those species thousands of times a day, and yet we are really short-sighted in so many ways. And Treehugger led us to We Live in an Ocean of Air, which, looking into, I'm just giving this magnificent quote from Marilyn Sheldrake, who just published a book about the kind of embodied and meshed life around fungi. But he says we are not individuals. No living thing is. Every organism is a symbiosis, an enmeshed and embodied network of relationships. So how do you relate to something that lives 3,500 years? And I suppose the reason we are in this ecological kind of crisis, we don't have an understanding of deep time. We lack this kind of multi-generational thinking. We have governance that is built upon really short periods of time, 4 years of electoral systems. And in a world where, one plastic bottle remains for 700 years, how can we imagine what it means 700 years to an individual without having a relationship with the consequence? So Trihager was trying to kind of communicate that deep time thinking while being able to relate to a specimen that is so alien to us. But again, when we think about the simple link between those giant trees and us is the oxygen and carbon dioxide cycle that we live in. And that took us to the kind of atomic journey of one's own breath that challenges the boundaries of human perception, offering a perspective shift away from the sense of human as an individual towards one of an ecosystem. So we've created a kind of collectively VVVV Ocean of Air in 2018, launched at Saatchi Gallery in London. We were hoping to tour it right after around the world, but as we all know, pandemic happened. Hopefully it will start again. And it was a huge collective effort where the entire VVV team, Tapian, Jorek, Elias, Sebastian, put so much sweat and tears in it, as well as our collaborators, Nathan, Mylis, Grace, and many more, which we created a multi-sensory, multi-user collective experience where groups of people, up to 12 people, can kind of dive into a forest and see the oxygen coming to their mouth. And as they breathe out, the carbon dioxide kind of leaves their mouth and travels across the forest, and they can share a breath with a tree as well as with each other. And we borrowed the name from Evangelista Torticelli, who was one of the students of Galileo, and he asked that question in 1600s. We live submerged at the bottom of an ocean of air. No one actually asked that question up until that. And then he went on finding that winds are produced in by differences in air temperature, therefore density into the two regions of Earth. And that creates the wind, which carries the oxygen that we breathe. That's why we are connected to the Amazon as well as the sequoia trees any given time and many times throughout our lives. And the breath is the connection kind of between us and plants through oxygen, but also the plant is the connection between us and the cosmos through photosynthesis. And there are so much to unpick there. So the experience our aim was to highlight that connection between plants and humans through this simple fact of photosynthesis and oxygen carbon dioxide cycles. We've done a number of tests. Hopefully we will take it to school gardens one day that, it could be a VR roller disco while kids just cruising through the forest and seeing different parts of the kind of oxygen carbon dioxide cycles. And I suppose the other important moment for us was to realize that actually we don't have to speak to a specific audience, and I suppose positioning your work or where it's get exhibited changes that fact a little bit. And the image on the right means worlds to us because the family of 3 generations came together to share a breath and climb up that tree together. As well as our oldest visitors on the left. One of them is, I think, 87. The other one was 79 years old, holding hands, going through that. So I suppose if you create the convenience and space, we can have those conversations, how to embrace multi-generational thinking through art. And, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what happens in the gallery or in the headset. What really matters is, do you see that invisible connection when you take off the headset, when you go to park next time, when you are voting, when you are shopping? Then I can probably say that is a little more successful. And a VR project is not enough to highlight the urgency of the climate collapse. We need to protest, campaign, conscious vote, and create community-driven policies. And in addition to those, arts and culture holding that key to opening our perspective to a new reality. And I hope it can play a role of an early messenger that can spark a collective epiphany where, that can build a bridge or bridge the gap between those two worlds. So, I'll leave the words to our collaborators. But before, let this sink in for a second. We should let the vegetable thought bleed into our governance, our policies, love, and our daily routines. Because plants can help us learn what is it to be more than human. So perhaps we can learn more about what is it to be human too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ersin. Yeah, I think there was already a good overview on the general ideas about it, and to me it seems it raises some questions already in my head. Rather, an audience is visiting an experience like this to reconnect with the nature, or to actually test out the symbiosis with technology, and what is the actual reason to really go there. And I think the question of the audience is really one to, maybe you can talk about this later. I think it would be good to now have Grace presenting a little bit on her role in the project before we collect more questions and try to have a conversation about it. Grace. We can't hear you.
There you go, and I'll just share my screen. Are you getting this? Is that fine?
Yep.
Wonderful. So hi everybody, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Grace Boyle and I'm the founder and director of the Feelies, and we create multi-sensory immersive experiences. So there's the idea of rather than being a being that communicates or receives information and perception just through your eyes or even through your eyes and ears, we're constantly taking in information through all of our senses, and this is forming our perception, it's making up how we connect with and communicate with the outside world. And of course, that's each other, but it's also, of course, the natural world. Feelies has been going since 2015, so this is a very early kind of prototype stage. This is starting to experiment with how these different senses can kind of come together and change your perception. I started just adding kind of other senses into existing visual immersive experiences. It's just with a 360 video. And quite quickly, although it started from a more kind of artistic point of view, quite quickly came to understand there's obviously a very long, complex and fascinating kind of history of an anthropology of the senses, really, which you have to consider when you're creating experiences that are multisensory from very first concept stage. And it was such a pleasure meeting Marshmallow Laserfeast, because they also, I think, inherently understood that you need to create something, if it's going to be in a multisensory narrative, that is multisensory from first concept. So I think we're over-dependent on visuals often as a society, and the temptation is sometimes to have a visual and to add other senses onto it. But you really need to kind of create something thinking of those senses in much more of a kind of uniform contribution and participation in your perception. So a little more about that anthropology of the senses. This is kind of, I'm sure we've all heard of the theory of mind-body duality, which has been largely proven to be false, but it's quite pervasive. So we can probably trace it back to Descartes, which is probably not very fair, but that's over 400 years ago that they had this idea of kind of, particularly in a Western society, in a Western colonialist society, we think of kind of cognition as being superior, and that being kind of related to the mind. And when we bring our senses into this hierarchy, vision we place at the top of this hierarchy, and we associate that with intelligence and cognition and rational thought. And then we place the other senses, the proximal or the bodily senses, kind of increasingly low down in that hierarchy. If these get genderized, we tend to place vision and rational thought and cognition up there with the kind of masculine qualities, whereas the more proximal senses, the bodily senses going down through smell, taste, touch, they tend to be things that we think of as more emotive, a bit more woolly, not so reliable. But of course, these are all constantly being wound up in our in-feed from our sensory modalities. But how much we consider them worthwhile contributions to that certainly does change, and that can be culture as well. David, you mentioned in my introduction that debunked the notion of 5 senses, and certainly that has been largely debunked by now, with us thinking that the 5 senses, this is kind of Aristotelian old 5 senses, actually we have anywhere up to 33 senses. I only have so much room on a slide, so I put the old 5 here, but I say up to 33 senses because that also depends on how you choose to divide those things. For example, rather than just touch, you have thermoreceptors in your skin, and heat can contain very important messages for us in terms of how warmly we feel towards somebody or how cold we find somebody. And you find a lot of the time that our sensory interpretations are represented in our language, but in a way we kind of don't really think about so much anymore. One of the things I'll come to later is, quite interestingly, we're much better in verbalizing things that are visual stimuli for us, and we tend not to be so good in verbalizing, for example, olfactory stimuli. And so when you're working with these senses to try and create a narrative out of them, you also need to think about how we work together to do that, because communication can happen in different ways. This is Descartes, 400 years ago, but of course, I am concerned that with our increasing participation, and now even more so following COVID, through these digital interfaces, all too often these digital interfaces are only really speaking to our eyes and then maybe our ears. And you receive so many inputs of great value and often emotional value through the non-audiovisual senses. And I worry about what we're losing as we increasingly participate through and communicate through non-tactile surfaces. And also, a lot of the time, the design around these technologies is, it's very regular, it's very kind of monochrome in its design. As I said, non-tactile surfaces, very regular shapes, smooth. But olfaction, for example, which is what Feely's main contribution to Ocean of Air was with the olfactory narrative, it's super important for value judgments, for memory, for learning, for emotional connection. And so with the olfactory narrative of Ocean of Air, we sought to kind of enrich in those parts of that, the experience and the connection that you'd have to nature. So just to sum, sensory storytelling, I'm convinced by, because I find it is more impactful, it's more inclusive. If you also think everyone has differences in the way that they perceive sensorially, since you said then some older people actually, generally the older you get, anosmia is more common. So it's more difficult to use scent as a way of communicating with older people. And the sensory storytelling, it allows us to have so much more complexity, because you're just simply broadening and enriching the palette in which you can communicate with your audiences. See, I nearly say talk with your audiences. All of our language is so around audiovisual. It can be more emotional, those links with emotion I was talking about just now with olfaction. And because of all that, it can be more fun. But in general, the intention, and this is very important, is the intention when designing in multisensory narratives is crucial, and also the cross-modal design. And by that, your modalities obviously are your senses, and cross-modal is how your senses combine to form your perception. And as society, I think we're generally relatively adept now with how to, because audiovisual storytelling has become very sophisticated. We kind of understand different emotions and how they can be portrayed through visual stimuli or audio stimuli. Like I will listen to a piece of music and I will feel sad, or I will feel overjoyed, or, but we tend not to have become so sophisticated yet with this emotional understanding of our other senses. And so it's about trying to understand what those different stimuli mean to people, and then also how they can go together. So you might have a happy image, but a kind of a sad soundtrack, and you would understand that those clash. And the same applies for other sensory stimuli as well. I mentioned warmth and cold and the emotional feeling you have around those temperatures. So understanding all of these, and then you can choose if you want to make them cohesive or if you want to make them clash, depending on whether you want the audience to feel comfortable or not in your story then. I'll just share a brief example of another project I worked on, which was not similar to Ocean of Air in that it sought to connect people predominantly in urban spaces with stories and issues in rural spaces. So this was a project we did a few years back called Munduruku. The Munduruku are an indigenous Brazilian people. These are they. And they live along the last major tributary of the Amazon River, which has no big dams built upon it. And so we spent time with them trying to take their story of living in the forest and fighting to protect their forest in the Brazilian Amazon and make that into a kind of a multi-sensory immersive experience in an urban center. It was a bit easier than Ocean of Air because it was 3 degrees of freedom, and if people sit still, you generally have a bit of an easier time applying things to their bodily senses. And so for this, we were creating kind of multi-sensory immersive pods, which would allow these sensory stimuli to be applied to people. Again, similar to Ocean Air, you'll see I've always tried to move away from this, the more kind of black and white regular shapes that we so often come across in kind of in digital technologies design. And so here you can see colors and natural materials and compound curves and things. Related again also to Ocean of Air is this idea of the cross-modal cohesion. And so I try and always think of each experience as understand and the narrative arc of it and how that changes over the time of the experience, and then placing all of the sensory cues along that. And it's a good way to try and understand the design behind it and make sure that those cross-modal cues are cohesive. So here in the Munduruku experience, there was a kind of a pleasure peak and then a disaster, and then it ended. It was a campaign piece made with Greenpeace, ending in a kind of a rising. These are 6 perfumes that in the design of those particular scents are seeking to also be cohesive with the place you are in your emotional journey through the experience. So to talk about the multisensory journey of We Live in an Ocean of Air. I've mentioned cross-modal correspondence, and I suppose there are kind of 2 key ways in which we kind of brought this out for Ocean of Air. One of them is thinking about the methods of storytelling, how to capture the elements of a place and bring it to an audience who are physically somewhere very different and have a different cultural understanding probably as well. So visually also, obviously the visuals in Ocean of Air were based on LiDAR scans of the sequoia trees. And so that analysis, you can kind of do an analysis of a natural specimen, and then you can treat that in a studio or in a lab, and you can select elements of it. You can apply an artistic process and then deliver those elements in a kind of chosen way to the audience in your place. I know also a lot of my Lisa's work is about taking signals from plants and then using this as a basis for the music that she creates. And so given that this is what was happening in the kind of visual and the audio modalities, we sought to do the same for the olfactory modalities. So exists something called a headspace analysis. Back in the day, it used to be that if you wanted to capture the scent of a natural specimen, a rose, for example, it still happens in the rose season in Bulgaria. It's a kind of a global phenomenon. Seas and seas and seas of rose petals are kind of grown, cut, and then destroyed, essentially, to distill out the essence. And of course, we're quite concerned in telling stories in these newer technology spaces, but without destroying the natural world to do so and making them complementary. So headspace analysis is something that's been around for about 30 years now, whereby you actually simply engulf the specimen and you capture the air from around it. And so if you have a scented specimen, which most things do have a scent, you're able to capture that air, and then you take it back to the lab and you analyze it by gas chromatography and mass spectrometry. And from that, you are able to get out an understanding of what the major olfactory molecules within a specimen are. And so we based the the olfactory narrative for an ocean of air, which consists of 4 scents that you experience through time as you go through the experience. We based that around a headspace analysis of a sequoia grove. I think, yes, this is my next slide. So you can see here, running from left to right, is the time of the experience, and the 4 scents that you have goes across it. They're not terribly imaginative names because they were always working names. They were only experienced by audiences olfactorially. But we actually took the kind of the olfactory signature of a sequoia grove, if you will, as a chemical composition, and separated it out, and then built 4 scents based around that separation of the olfactory environment of a sequoia grove. So if you can imagine, I think of this, it helps to think of it almost as a kind of a musical chord, whereby you may have, and this is why I've placed these at different heights, you may have, say, 4 different notes, and you have the first note, and then the second note may be a little lower, the third note higher, and the fourth note higher. But if you strike all the 4 together, it makes a chord that works. And here, the olfactory chord we strike all together is that analysis of the sequoia grove, but separated out to help ease you through your journey. And this is the other way in which the kind of the cross-modal correspondence comes in, is that thinking of an audience member who visits and what their journey through the experience of an ocean of air is. And again, I see similarities in their visual journey, but also in their auditory journey, which is that I'm sure everyone's familiar with the experience, but briefly, you come in, you enter the environment, it begins to rain, and this kind of your attention is really drawn to the ground and earths you down there, and then you begin to rise up the tree, and eventually when you come to the canopy of the sequoia, there's a kind of a dissolution, which I always think of as a kind of a utopic kind of ending, and dissociation of self and becoming one with nature. And so we sought to, that height can also be represented in scent. So we sought to mimic that journey in terms of height in the way that these 4 scents were built as well. So the first scent that you experience when you come in, call it forest, is we actually put that out passively, so that's all around the gallery. The rain scent is a much deeper, more earthy scent, and then as you begin to rise up the tree, I think the sounds are also kind of becoming a little higher. That scent becomes a little drier, so mid-sequoia is a kind of a woodier one, and by the time you get to the canopy, we're smelling notes that are really ding, you know, they have a height to them. It's a shame normally if we speak in person, I would now pass out examples of all of the scents, and it's a good way to understand. But the kind of the height, the camphor notes of kind of pine needles and so on are much more present than in that top scent. And just this shows you a little by what I mean. So you have the first scent when you come into the gallery, and then the rain is at the base of the sequoia tree. The mid-sequoia is at that mid-level with the drier, woodier notes, and then the canopy there at the canopy scent at the top. So to share a little about the process of creating the scents for Reliving an Ocean of Air, I mentioned that we have kind of problems, particularly in English, talking about scent. And so one of the first ways of trying to understand how we can work together to create these is to understand actually what we all mean in an olfactory way, because I think a lot of the time we can say one thing and it's not necessarily understood as the same thing by the next person. So to start this, we did a blind scent test, and so I gathered examples from around the world of people's interpretations of sequoia trees and people's interpretations of forest. And this ranged from like Comme des Garçons who do quite eclectic perfumes. They have a scent called sequoia. So I was like, right, well, I wonder what their interpretation is. I found a group called Juniper Ridge who gather up after there's been a big storm in the sequoia groves in California. They, with the permission of the Forestry Association, gather up the brush that's been blown off the trees by the storms, and then they do these kind of amazing field distillations where they have a van and they kind of boil it up and distill out the very essence of those sequoia trees. So that's going to be interesting to smell. And then other things which are kind of more earthy and so on. And through kind of understanding, giving everyone in the team, the creative team, these scents and getting some feedback, you start.
She's gone.
Our own cultures.
There you are. Yeah, you had a little dropout. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying it's fascinating because each of us bring our cultural understanding to these things as well. So I remember, Nell, I remember you saying that I like this, and then Ursan and Barney, I was another one that didn't, and Nell and I were considering, is this also because we're women, and is this coming into our perception of whether we like things or not? Because of course we're all marketed to olfactorially all the time, whether we like to admit it or not, and so we do get different experiences. Similarly, Western associations with different scents might mean masculine or feminine, whereas in other cultures they might not, and so on. So that was part of the way of being able to guide through. One more thing to say about scent is interesting because it's such a hedonic sense for us. It's deep, it's one of our oldest senses, it's from our paleo-mammalian brain, right in the center of the onion. And it's quite difficult for us sometimes to be objective when we want to design with scent. If I give somebody a scent and I say, what do you think of it? The response almost always will be, oh, I like it or I don't, because that's what we've historically used scent for, is to know if something is safe. Is this the smell of your mother? Is this food safe to eat? Or if something is dangerous, is there a fire upwind? Is there a scent of a predator? Is this food rotten and going to poison me? And so quite often instead we would I found progress more by smelling a number of different scents together, and then that allows a comparison to be drawn rather than just this kind of very natural emotional response to a scent. But of course, then you need to think about the emotional response of your audiences. If you want to ever add a negative emotional impression, you have to do that very carefully because you don't want people to be disgusted and want to leave your experience. But all the scents within this experience were very positive. So then worked with a perfumer called Andreas Wilhelm, and he's based in Switzerland. He's a fantastic independent perfumer. And this is where, I have a chemistry degree back in the day, but not a perfumer. And this is where, his kind of skills and talent really come to the fore, because you start to get so many of these, practical and chemical considerations. So it's fine for me to draw a sketch and say we want to have these notes, but how, for example, will a person perceive those notes? So really earthy, rich smells of soil and wet soil and dampness, which I knew from Ursan were very important emotionally in the experience. This is a molecule that we actually become very nose blind to very quickly. And again, this is how our sense of smell works. It's to kind of keep us safe, and we don't need to continue smelling something all of the time. So as you'll know, we're all very familiar with the way that you smell something, you smell it for maybe like 10, 15 seconds, and then you don't really smell it anymore, and you tend to notice change. So that's also an important way of how we would write an olfactory narrative. But this molecule, which is the deeper, earthier tones that we wanted to have more in that second rain smell, but also present in the forest. This one is a sucker for becoming nose blind to. It's very easy to become nose blind to this. So we need to think then about the balance of the different molecules within the different scents that are going to sit next to each other and be experienced next to each other in time. And also, how long are people going to be standing in the gallery? Will they then, as a result, have become nose blind to something that we want them to experience fresh when they actually step into the experience? All of these become quite practical considerations. What else did I want to tell you about this? Allergies is another, not terribly sexy, but very important thing to consider. And actually, there's a very interesting philosophical point here about kind of natural things versus synthetic things, because of course this is ultimately a digital synthetic experience about a natural place. And when you are working with scent, people are very concerned with an idea of is something natural. If you take the smell of rose, for example, that has, I think, nearly 250 different olfactory components, and that gives you the smell of rose. But your nose, our human noses, actually only needs 3 of those to make a smell of a rose that for us is indistinguishable from a real extracted rose. And I'm also a proponent of kind of newer energy technologies rather than let's not have any energy. And I think this is quite a practical way to work with things. If you have 250 olfactory molecules, you've got much more likelihood that somebody's going to have an allergic reaction to one of those, and then this is going to impede their ability to interact with your experience. However, if I can make something that has only 3 olfactory molecules, particularly if I'm not destroying the natural specimen in the process of making that, I think that's far superior. Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to tell you about that. Oh, and then finally, you have to think about your setting. So this experience, it was in Saatchi Gallery in London. Obviously, that's one of the foremost artistic venues in the world, and there are many priceless pieces of art also contained within that gallery. You know, scent is chemical, it's physical, it travels. And so you need to think about your solvents and your carrier molecules for the scents that you design, which won't necessarily be smelled, but are going to physically interact with that environment. So you need to select solvents that, if Ocean of Air was extended twice, I think, due to popular demand. That's 6 months of scents within the gallery. And so you need to choose solvents that are not going to impact negatively on any of the artworks that also happen to be in the same space. So a little about how we put the scents into the space. I think one of the reasons that scent is one of the last sensory modalities to kind of join the party within immersive experiences is that it is hard to handle. And again, that's because it's a physical thing. And you can have one scent of a place, but to have a narrative, change is crucial. And so to have the ability to deploy one stimulus, and then to stop that stimulus and to apply another stimulus is how you move through the narrative, and that's a crucial component of narrative. So with scent, if I apply my one scent stimulus and then I try and apply my next scent stimulus and this one's still hanging around, that's impeding my ability to have a narrative. So we had 2 ways of deploying the scent for this experience. The first one was just actually a passive, consistently there method of diffusion, which allowed the first scent, the forest scent, to kind of sit in our space in the gallery. Rather fabulously, it also allowed that scent to be present right here at the front door of Saatchi Gallery. And I really love that, because if you think of holistically a person's journey into and through and out of, we live in an ocean of air, how can we start getting people to kind of think about that a little earlier? And I love that you might get those first hints of a forest scent before you're even within the gallery space, within the gallery. For the second, third, and fourth scent, then we developed actually custom scent devices, and this was quite crucial for the narrative element, the change. So with these, I was actually hosting the scent in the end on a polymer, which I really enjoyed because it allowed the polymers to be reused. And so all of the people who ran the experience, they were also wonderful, because, it's often a lot easier to just use things once and then throw them away. And we do find that a lot in the industry. I know Nell's going to talk more about this, but we went to a lot of effort here to kind of units where the cartridges were changed every week, and then those disused ones were brought back to our studio and then processed, and then the scent reloaded onto them. So we're really trying to minimize and reuse the amount of physical components that we would go through there. And with these as well, it's also allowed the scent to be baked into the story sequence. Just sent UDP messages from the Ocean of Air system that artists and engineers were working on. And that allowed us to have the scents placed at people's different positions and points of their journey up and through the sequoias. Again, back to kind of practical considerations. There's many other things. There are temperature considerations, because obviously in a higher temperature, your air goes up to the top, and then people's noses aren't up by the ceiling, they're on their faces, and you need them to smell it. And people will only really be able to smell things if it's right by their noses. So we did, of course, have challenges, because the units have to be fixed up on the truss, which is quite far away from somebody's nose. So we're also thinking about how we can combine that with the wind stimuli. Densities of the solvents and how that will change in temperature. Ocean of Air also was then, as I said, extended twice. That was over 6 months, and there's like a whole seasonal variation that occurs across that. And it says temperatures in the gallery, heating in the gallery, humidity in the gallery. Humidity is something we did consider implementing because of the different humidity components of the sequoia growth. But again, you have practical considerations where in the Munduruku experience that we worked on before, we did have humidity as part of that, but we tended to apply the humidity right by a person's trachea. We're relatively slow to notice humidity differences on our skin, but as a storyteller, if you want to deploy a stimulus of humidity at a particular point, you want it to be perceived by the audience at that particular point. And we can't necessarily do that through our skin. And because this was a 6 degrees of freedom experience with multiple people moving around with free will, it would not have been practical to try and apply humidity just to their tracheas, and then you can't really apply humidity all over the gallery because there's a lot of very expensive digital equipment in there. So all of these things coming together about how you design the best experience. Subjectivity is another very interesting point around olfaction, arguably one of the most subjectives of our senses. You come quite quickly to philosophical questions of whether, as an artist, it is important to you to feel that every member of your audience has the same subjective experience and whether that's even possible. But you can see here on the bottom right, this is an extraordinary device called a field olfactometer, which is an attempt to quantify scent levels within a gallery. So, you know, I can smell it, can you smell it? That's not really good enough. So can we kind of place levels on that? And as now the show is looking at taking in, I'm going to begin to tour, there's, you know, you have to quantify these ways that you can deliver. You have a responsibility to deliver as much the same experience to audiences around the world as you would otherwise.
So, Greg, can I quickly ask how many slides you have left? I have to take care a little bit.
This is the last one.
Okay.
And there's not that much to say about this one. I think I've gone through everything. Just going back to the design of the units here, again, you can see they're kind of round. They had to be up in the truss there. I tried to keep to these kind of like rounded shapes. And the shape of the scent units was actually inspired by those amazing wasps' nests that tend to build up in the ceiling in kind of trees or in urban environments on our houses. And so it was inspired by that, and they would emit kind of scents across the gallery. And I think, at least certainly for now, I'm looking forward to hearing everyone else's compositions, and then perhaps at the end we could have a bit more of a discussion.
Thank you so much, Grace.
Thank you. It was such an honor to work on.
Yeah, that was, I think we get a taste of how interesting and complex at the same time it is to work with sense and multimodal perspectives and practices to bring into a project like this. I think it's just amazing. And to me, there's a lot of detailed questions, but before I do that, you guys don't know, but we have an artistic project running over the course of the last 2 days and today, and they're going to interrupt the program now for 2 minutes and ask our audience for some polling for their answers. So please.
Moo moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo moo moo. Moo moo. Moo moo moo. Moo moo moo. Moo moo em moo. Moo 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 owl. Moo 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 em moo moo. Thanks to the movement for all rights, non-human entities have gained citizenship and official representation in local powers, and our culture as well as infrastructures must be reshaped to integrate all intelligences. A. We must develop an exhaustive, universal translator so that every species may express their needs and interests. B. We should create an inclusive job market that offers positions to animals and remunerates them fairly.
Are we back? Yeah, we're back. So there was a little intervention. Yeah, so because of the timing, I would just go to Marlies and have her perspective in the session. And after that, we have Nathan showing some deep insights. I think we have to speed up a little bit. And if we're lacking time for Q&As, there's a speaker corner where we can keep up the conversation afterwards in a different Zoom call. I'm going to guide you there. So, Marlies, you have been doing the sound for the project, and there's a lot to tell about your practice. I'm curious to hear.
Okay. I'll do my best to tell you about it. So, let me just share my screen. Yeah. So, because of this, I was born, we were all born from the photosynthesis of all the plants on the planet. We have humans. I've been successfully around since 1978, till I don't know when yet. Meanwhile, those very plants that have given us all our lives have been suffering pretty badly at the hand of ourselves. I've been doing talks on climate change for a very long time now, and this is a slide that I have had to update every year. And I don't even know how many times I've gone through to just increase and decrease the numbers that we really don't want to see increasing or decreasing. And I don't even think this is now up to date. So it's worse than what this looks like, which is not great news. So most of my life since being dressed up like Lena Lovitch as a baby has been working on what I call moon cells, which are collectively known as fuel cells. But I think that's a terrible name, so I've changed it to moon cells. But we're not going to talk about that at the moment. I'm just going to take you straight into another project that has been kind of what my life trajectory has been pivoting around, which is what I call PIP, which is People's Interface for Plants, which also happens to mean an excellent thing or person, so it's quite handy. And basically it's there to help us interface with plants in the way that we can interface with them, which is through sound, because they have the same type of perception receptors for sound as we do, which are mechanical, and acoustic waves are mechanical. So it's kind of a way, a modality of communication that we can exploit to be able to hear them and for them to hear us. And it sort of bridges the issue that we have where time is a problem for our perception of them being alive. So because they move so slowly, we tend to think that they're not alive. However, sound, obviously, it has temporally the same relationship, being mechanical. So it's a way that we can mitigate that otherwise dissociative issue. And they have all these amazing things that they do that are very, very clever and certainly, arguably, sort of more evolved than aspects of even humankind. So being able to tap into their living responses to their environment around them and to us is a really important thing to do, so that we can really get a sense of the dynamism of their ability to orient themselves to their environment and survive and evolve and create life. Basically my work has been to bring attention to these things that are otherwise fairly scientific, maybe imperceptible, or otherwise just ignored. That journey started before I saw The Secret Life of Plants, but it certainly took a turn after I saw this film back when I was 19 years old, which was a cult classic, full of extraordinary people like Sir Jagadish Chandra Bose, who was one of the first scientists to really discover that plants had this quite amazing ability to act and react to their environment. And this is just, I'm going to take you very briefly through these slides. This is just a CRISPR graph that measured the tiny movements of plants with very, at the time, sophisticated machinery. This is in the 1800s. And he was then followed by a large gap in time by Cleve Baxter, who sort of discovered plant responses that we know of today, and certainly has been what I have been using in a different way, but fundamentally similarly to him. And I met him years and years ago when I went on this journey to start with, and I look at my work as a succession to his. And certainly George Lucas, is Dr. Lucas Lawrence. So he was an amazing engineer and had an incredible project, which I won't go into now because I'll be here forever. But yeah, we'll have to do another talk on him. But suffice to say, there's him sticking some electrodes into a Joshua tree in the middle of the desert. And he used to point those things up at the stars and get really interesting results. I'll leave it there. Marcel Vogel, another sort of pioneer of plant sentience and perception. He invented lots of things that we use today, including liquid crystal displays and all sorts of stuff. That's him in his lab, and he had a sort of what do you call it, when he taught this guy Randall Fontes, who was another one of these curious cats who ended up doing some really interesting work in the Stanford Research Institute on plant perception. And those two together, that research, you can see this clip in The Secret Life of Plants. I might have to skip through it, but it's really funny. Basically, they just show a guy some videos of tits, and he gets really excited, and the plant also responds to his excitement, which I thought was just brilliant, really funny. But in terms of the music stuff, I think when I saw John Lifton Zolin's work in the green music project that he did, where he connected those huge synths with some electrodes and a system he made to some plants and got some music out, I thought, well, God, we should do this again, but like maybe a little updated with computers. So I started to do that quite a long time ago now. And of course, you know, when I asked everyone, hey, can you give me some money so I can build this interactive plant music interface, they were like, no, go away. Ecology wasn't really like an exciting topic for most people at that point. It was seen as kooky or like hippies or whatever. And clearly I look like a hippie, but if you look on that screen, I'm writing code, so it's sort of a hippie. So I just didn't get a chance to go straight to the plant stuff. So I decided that I should learn coding anyway. So I wrote Formations, which was basically algorithmic music that came out as an album, which is like weird because it was generative. So anyway, we recorded it and put it on CD. And then I did like some other stuff with gestural sound. So like making gestural instruments. So it would be like almost like a plant, but using sensors instead of a plant. But this is basically to get the system developed whilst, well, I found a way to get money to build some plant devices. And, you know, just outside my house in France, that's where I just showed you that video. I was sitting in, you know, there's forest destruction everywhere. So I put those sensors inside of bits of dead forest and turn that deforestation into something that spoke musically. Made some gloves back in the day. These are all quite old now, but nonetheless interactive and generative. And then I ended up doing an installation of those sensors at the Box, which was an innovation centre at the LSE, and that was successful. So they gave me some money, And I met this guy, Tony Bassett, because I had tried everybody. I phoned, I don't know, the Max Planck Institute, MIT, and been like, we should make this thing. And like I said, nobody was totally interested. Anyway, I met Tony. He was basically a gnome, and he did weird, crazy stuff. So we built this box together, which was partly EEG based and partly GSR based, and then I ended up adapting that code to using that box with some plants and making what I kind of call plant music, I guess. This is, I think I can play this. This is the original sound, like the very first hit music. And it was pretty simple, but, not something that you would typically program. It was particular. And then I ended up building these immersive installations because, I had to present this work, and it didn't really it was great, when people come up to the plant and touch it, but it had the potential to really be much more than that. And of course, as I evolved the sound, which got much more dynamic, I wanted to have it in multi-channel. And so this is a quick explanation of how it works. So this, I'll let myself explain.
And their signals are amplified in here by these machines. These were the very first two we made ever. So there's that one, and this was the first one, and this was the second one. Basically, that data gets transformed into binary data. Well, it's current, and it gets transformed into binary data, which goes into these programs. So they're quite long. These are all the synthesizers, which are all controlled by the plant. So all of the MIDI controller here, those are how the plant actually inputs into the synthesizer, and then all of those variables get used inside of the synth itself so that the plant can control all of the aspects of the sound design. So when I come here, I'll just install them and calibrate all the equipment to the plants so that they behave correctly and they react to touch. These are the signals coming from the plants, and if someone touches them, this one, these two there, then you get a significant change, because those two are EEG channels, which are taking the actual bioelectric current from the plant directly as a current, and then these ones that are moving are GSR.
So that gives you an overview of how it still works, and that's what it looked like. And on the floor is soil, so I'd make people take their shoes and socks off. All those stones I collected from the banks of the Thames, and then I made this starry environment that really looked like stars, and kind of got people to walk into these spaces. This one was a different one here in LA, Mocha Pacific Design Centre. The other one was for the Thames Festival. And so I've done this installation called Snifferous Eden since then, and it's really about if we went back to before we polluted everything and put concrete everywhere, what was the earth like? And part of the reason why it's dark is because when people walk in, they can't see a thing, and it turns off all the neocortex and all this kind of rampant thinking that we're constantly doing, and analysis and judgment, which is quite an issue in interactive installations. Certainly was back then, and their limbic system starts to go, and where am I? What's going on? And you can kind of harness people's attention when they're in a state of not knowing where they are. And then they step onto the soil with their bare feet, and the smells of the soil and of the plants hit them pretty strongly. The humidity in those rooms are different. So the entire environment is completely immersive, sort of in what I call real reality, and it allows people to interact with the plants in a way that usually is a bit more pure than if it were presented in a different way, where they hadn't first gone through this kind of shock of where am I and what's going on, and then had this new type of environment instilled into their sense perceptions. But as you can see, there are corners in these installations, so that can be a bit tricky. Anyway, I do this in a bunch of different places. I'm going to go faster now. Stages and doing performances with this to basically play that music with other music that I do. But essentially, really, I prefer to make it a direct interaction for people, because that's the face that we want. We want wonder face And so I build larger environments for this kind of thing that embed all these technologies with real sounds from the environment that I've recorded over the years and make them interactive. All of these pods that you see, these dips are all sort of sensor embedded. They have sensors in them that when kids sit down, they release the sound of the environment that you'd hear in the forest. So all of these things together are quite healthy for us. And so we need to have more of these environments, and that's partly why I build them in domes, because domes are super quick to build, and you don't need permission. And they are very safe, and you can make environments that mimic the natural environments that we really, really need to have in our urban environments, because it does all of these things to us, but we need to have a healthy society and to grow children who are mentally and physiologically sane. So there's a native garden outside of one of the domes I built growing, and just basically like tying in technology with real landscaping, and then building these types of environments that can host other immersive and more sort of high technology media platforms. So for example, that dome is built in such a way that it can handle 360 projections, those projections being live streams of remote wildernesses, and bringing those areas, this is Bhutan, into the urban centres. And even in Bhutan, this was like helpful in Thimphu for people who live in there to connect to nature, which is incredible to hear, like that people actually really took to it when they really live, as far as we'd be concerned, in a place where they'd have access to it. So everyone, not everyone can get to a dome or has a festival or something they can go to. So I've also built these environments in buses and kind of like built, these parks that you can deliver to people in their local community. They're interactive, so all of the plants here are doing something. Museums, all over the place. Anywhere I can, I do.
And you're running, sorry to interrupt, two reasons. First of all, really the timing, we're running really out of time. We have to have Nathan and Nell also, but one hint here, you're running these domes that we just saw completely on renewable energy. Is that correct? Like completely off the grid? That's what I've been, like when we talked before, that's what she said. That just to give the audience a hint in what direction your work is also going, because I really want to invite the audience in that sense, and also you, especially to be part of an ongoing conversation. I think Jeanne, one of the curators on the topic, is also waiting in the speaker corner afterwards to like really go into the subject of how we actually run these installations on what kind of energy
we are. Well, they're transitioning to that power. They're not completely run on them yet, because we have to have a slightly more funding than I typically get for those projects to be able to do that. But that's what they're designed for, and that's what we're designing things. That's what we're designing our technologies to do. I mean, I was going to show you stuff like how the work that I did for Ocean of Air works, but I don't know if we have time for that. You tell me. Otherwise, I can finish.
No, we actually. I'm really sorry about the timing. It's been exploding. Maybe we really, if you guys have more time afterwards, like half an hour, we can reconnect in the speaker corner. You can have the access button in the festival app, or I can send it to you guys, and then we can meet there also with some people from the audience and go deeper further. Because I really want to. We have to be done here in 10 minutes. And I really want to see Nathan's work and also have some words on the production as well. So you have to really speed up, Nathan, and just deep dive into your visual explorations on the project, so we got the complete view.
So yeah, I managed to bring the real-time software running. Maybe we can just see it there. Yeah.
Do you guys see it as well remotely? Yeah. Nice.
Cool. So yeah, maybe I can just run it in the background. You should have a bit of sound as well. Do you get it? So what can I say? There are so many details, so many things, but maybe I'd like to talk about the biggest challenge that me as an artist, as a programmer, I had to solve, somehow to tackle, because when you deal with this complexity, this level of details, sometimes you lose a bit the perception and the relationship that you have with the content. So the challenge is really to start from this concept, nature, connect with nature, but then create really something that you connect with, not just intellectually, but really something that somehow you stop thinking and just experience that thing. So, and I think that that's always a very intimate process. This thing of connect with something, because it implies a sort of delicacy of the process itself. And like, yeah, in Never-Ending Story, the book, you know, from Michael Ende. In the middle of the book, there's the world of Fantasia is almost destroyed, and what's left is just a grain of sand that Sebastiano, the main character, holds in his hand. You know? It's the only thing remaining, just void, just with it. And just stay there and contemplate this thing that gently, slowly grows into a new world. But this dimension, this intimacy, is necessary to really recreate a world. And I think it's a beautiful image of the perception and how we create our world that we live in. And it's interesting that in Ocean of Air, we somehow follow the same pattern, because at the beginning it's very intimate. Everyone stands there in the darkness and there's just breathe. So you connect with yourself. And then we focus on this element, which is the air, the breath. And it's very, very gentle somehow, the way you start to relate with the content. And this is really important, especially for VR. Because when you look at a screen, you can have a perception of the beautiful objects, but in VR, what really brings in VR, the real change of VR, is that you relate with your body to the space. So the content is not something that you see on a screen, but you can relate through the dimensions that you know, because you measure your world with your body. So, and that's why it's so important, and we can't really see it now, but this dimension of the contemplation of the elements and the way you can play with it. For example, here, let me try to show. It's a bit different experience with a mouse. I can show you maybe, so this was their interaction area in which all the people were standing. I can enable a sort of debug so you can see somebody there. This is a recording of an interaction. So using all the devices and the sensors, we were able to track people. And so there was a breath sensor, so you were able to emit this fluid, which was a fluid simulation running. And it was a group experience, so you were sharing the same dynamics and the same fluids. So yeah, it was the possibility to connect to the others through these simulations. And so, but yeah, it's full of details, because what matters really, I think, in this kind of work, it's the richness and the complexity, but if it doesn't work at the very thin
tiny little
level,
details.
You can't really connect with it. I don't want to think, okay, this is air. I got the concept, but I need to feel that movement. No, I need to connect with my breath, and I need to not even think about it. I need to experience that on a different level, no? And that comes, and this is the same process that we do when we develop this stuff. Here it's a lot of mathematics, physics, and whatever. But in the end, Ersin can also tell about, we spend hours and hours, nights before the opening with our asset on, just tweaking parameters, like, you know, should move a bit, you know, you feel it, no? So spend fighting, like, but still, when you work with this technology, oh no, it just crashes.
Oh, it just crashed. What a timer for us.
Perfect. So basically, that was it.
I think from the perspective of like creating these experiences, one obvious question is of course like how did you guys like connect it to each other, and which medium was basically first? How did you arrange the timeline overall? Was the visuals giving impulses to, like, how did you set up the structure of what is influencing actually what? That is something, or has there been some sort of a feedback loop? So the one medium affects the other.
Yeah.
Has there been concepts or?
Obviously, there are many layers running in parallel. Like you build a concept and with a sort of structure, so that you can also technically wise, you can start thinking, okay, what I need to implement and what are the technologies that are implied in the project. And then during the development, it's research also, so you never know really what you will be able to achieve in this time frame, because it's quite tight.
Of course.
So it's like a back and forth between designing and developing. And I think that this kind of, I don't want to advertise here, but before VVV, it's really nice for the
we got another show for advertisement. Yeah.
It works perfectly in this scenario because it's needed, this kind of way of prototyping the experience while you conceive it, no? Like, it's really important to be that flexible, to adapt to what you find that you didn't expect, and it's really beautiful. You need to follow it and bring it as part of the experience. So, that's the challenge, to really bring together everything.
Well, thank you. So, coming to Nell shortly, like, what has been your role as a producer putting together the piece, and what have been the main challenges to coordinate and to produce it from your side?
Well, first of all, hello, and just say how nice it is to hear everybody talk about what they do in such depth. I've really enjoyed it. It's been a long time, so it's nice to hear everything and see your magic again, Nathan. My role, as a producer, actually with this project, me really behind the scenes, trying to find some money to make it and work out a model that we can keep the rest of the studio and everyone else going thereafter. So understanding about financial sustainability and then overall sustainability of the project. Because if you're going to talk to an audience about the wonders of the natural world, we should think about how we, the impact we're having over the time and what the impact the project has in terms of making it. So I can show some slides, but I'm slightly wary of time. We could just not do that.
It's very kind of you to skip your presentation, but maybe try to sum up the key challenges you were facing, and the plannings. Like, it has been extended, that's what I know, for quite a bit of time. And have you been planned to tour with the project, and if so, how?
Yeah. So the project was initially pitched for a 6-week run at the Saatchi Gallery. I think it's worth acknowledging that the Saatchi Gallery, for those of people who don't know, is a commercial art space. It has a free offer to the general public, and it reaches about 1.5 million visitors a year. Strategically, partnering with the Saatchi Gallery allowed us to... You lost me?
I think we lost your webcam feed, but we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Am I back? Great. So the Starch Gallery is a great space. It allows us to reach as many people as possible and to really test the model of thinking about an immersive installation and how do we reach as many people as we possibly can. I'm just going to share my screen briefly so you can see what I mean. So yeah, so ultimately we'd seen how Pace Galleries and Team Lab and Atelier de Lumière had created pieces of work that were reaching these really large audiences, and we wanted to, from a producer's point of view, you know, and seeing the kind of work we'd created in the past with these guys, you know, with Tree Hugger, In the Eyes of the Animal, we were like, if we can raise more money to make a bigger piece of work, and if we can get it to a bigger audience, we can start to try and prove that there may be a commercial model or at least a financially sustainable model, so we don't have to do what Mylise was talking about and kind of year after year kind of knock on doors to try and get people to believe in the work. So I'm kind of really driven not only by sustainability and carbon and kind of protecting the natural world, but to find sustainable models to allow creative people like these wonderful people you've just heard of to be able to make this work more sustainably in the future. And what we learned, so the biggest hurdles were, first of all, raising money. The second biggest hurdle was, are we actually going to be able to sell tickets for this? Will we prove anything, or will we just kind of walk away with our tail between our legs with having not reached the audience at all? But luckily, you know, it's done well. We think we've reached around 275,000 people just through people coming into the galleries, seeing it like that. Obviously, online reach was much bigger. And then we sold about 28,000, just over 28,000 tickets. Which of course was great news in terms of proving that audiences, at least in a very wealthy part of West London, do want to see the work. And then, yeah, of course, just in terms of what we learned, the importance of touring. So being, you know, being in one place for a really long period of time, so you can maximise, especially with a low capacity installation, like we live in an ocean of air, being in one place for a significant amount of time or touring it will allow you to actually get that recoupment kind of on the finance. And that, you know, of course, we had a great year of touring this work kind of lined up, which has all been delayed by at least a year, if not longer, based on COVID stuff. But we're slowly seeing that people do want to now invest in touring this at scale as well.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I really think we have to close it and wrap it here. But still, the invitation stays. If you would find a little bit of more time, we could keep it up in the speaker corner. I have to close it here because we have to free the space and reset up for the next session. And I thank everybody to share your perspective and your practice with our audience. And yeah, see you hopefully in the speaker corner. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mylise. Thank you, Ersin. Thank you, Nell. Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Nathan. And thank you, David, for this insight in this great project. And yeah, as David already mentioned, I hope there will be some discussion in the speaker's corner. I'm not getting tired to point out to that great space where you can join in and discuss, probably with the speakers and as well within the community, about what you just saw and what you will see. And next up, there will be a short break again, where you see the fourth round of the submissions for the open call. And afterwards, there will be the V4 keynote presentation you all been looking for. Yeah, so I see you in half an hour, and have fun with enjoying the submissions.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jorik, talking head of VVVV Enterprises, where we create your favorite, or is it still, visual programming environment with the same name as the company, VVVV. It's been a while since we had this one-on-one 3 years ago at the last keynote. Everything has changed. The world is upside down, as they say. But I think it's fair to say that's not only because of the new VVV version. We'd like to take some credit, but I think that would be too much. So everything has changed, except the VVV merge. They still sent me out with this old T-shirt. They say it stands for sustainability and durability if we don't come up with a new T-shirt. Really, just the marketing department couldn't decide on a new logo. What do I know of marketing? Where were we already? Keynote. I have to check with my notes. Yeah, so if this is your first keynote, if you don't know what to expect, it's really a crossover between a shareholders meeting and a tele-shopping channel show, where we, like, on the one hand, we try to be accountable for the developments that we did in the past years, and on the other hand, we just desperately try to sell you our product. Speaking of which, the sales department gave me a thing. Like last minute, I should read this to you. We're happy to announce that we have a special discount for you on VVV Gamma licenses. Any Gamma license you buy during the course of this keynote will have a 30% discount. But don't tell them, I think it's a great idea, no? To give you the most loyal users who would be watching this such a discount. I think, really the sales department of VVV doesn't have the best reputation, but I think that's quite a smart idea. So store.vvv.org, just send us your money there. So this is the sixth keynote at the 6th Node Festival. And I have to say, it's getting trickier and trickier to address you as an audience. We have these people who have been with us since almost 20 years now, and they know everything. And they follow the development daily, because we have daily builds, and you ask us to talk about what we are doing all the time, so we cannot hide anything we are doing anymore anyway. That's on the one hand, and on the other hand, we have completely new users who don't know anything about the history. So that's a bit the tricky part to navigate here in the storytelling of this keynote. That's why also I am not alone here, so that we can help each other tell the story of the past of like 3 years since the last keynote. And I want to introduce you to the team. I'm not sure if we see them already. I want to start with Sebastian. Sebastian and me are sharing a code base basically since 20 years. No? You can say that. That's we're working on the same code and fighting over it since 20 years. So we are in the team since the beginning. Then we have Elias, who's been with us, I think, since 2009. He missed the first node, I know that. Mm-hmm. He joined after the first node. Yeah. And he's like, I don't know, I would call him head of core. Like, he makes things work here. He makes things stable. And then we have Tevian, who has been with us longer already, but or longer than Elias, but really joined later, I think a bit later.
I wonder whether the Node Festival convinced Elias to join.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure about that. And to Tebian, he will not like this if I say this about him, but just to give you an idea, I would say he's head of 3D at the moment, because he, like in the past year, 2 years, he has been the one who's been working mostly a deep dive 3D, into the 3D engine that we're going to show later. So that's the team. Now I want to take a moment and just rush you through the last 3 years of development. If I can have the slide, please. So the first thing is July 2017. That's where I'm picking up. That was NODE17. And that was where Elias demonstrated the .NET library import thing, the quick and easy library import thing for VL. And after that, we thought, like, now we are at some point where we should really get going with, find a way to release the standalone version. But we knew that we didn't have any proper libraries yet. So we tried to focus on creating the OpenCV computer vision library and the Skia 2D drawing library, so that when we have a release of the standalone version, we would have some proper libraries there for people to use. That was July 2017. A year later, in summer 2018, something amazing happened at the first Link Festival. And this is an old idea by David. But David, sit down already. It's an old idea by David to create something that connects the Node festivals. There should be links in between the nodes. So this is Link Summer Camp #1 outside of Berlin, the beautiful lake. And we had like summer development sessions under the shade, and amazing food there all the time for, I don't know, was it 4 days or something? Very good idea, David, once again. Then it was the following September that we got contacted. Like, 2 things happened. We found out about this 3D engine that was recently open sourced, now called Stride. And we were contacted by Marshmallow Laser Feast, where you just saw the program presentation earlier. They wanted to do this project. We said, look, we have this new 3D engine that we are working on. Let's try to create this project with this 3D engine. And just 3 months later, it was opened. I don't need to show it to you here because you just saw it in the stream anyway, discussed. So we were working 3 months basically on this engine, and it proved really usable. And we were working on this project. After that, we thought now really we are close to releasing the first stable version, because now we know the 3D engine will later be that. So we knew we should announce the licensing model first, because whenever you announce a licensing model, the internet will come at you. So we announced the model before the release, because we knew there's going to come a shitstorm. So we did that. The shitstorm came. Obviously, we had to tweak the licensing model again. Like, creating a licensing model for a software, like it felt much more complicated than creating the software itself, really. So many ideas and so many things to consider there. It was really not easy to get this right. Then in April 2019, finally, we had the first public release of the standalone version. Still without our most anticipated feature, the executable export. But we found out there was a problem with that, so we had to do a full detour, rewriting a whole bunch of code, but we thought we still have to get out the preview now, because people are getting mad at us anyway. And they did. Even after we released this first preview, we thought, like, that's the best thing that ever happened to the world. Like 2 months later, this very popular forum thread pops up. Is VVV dead yet? I mean, we are working our asses off, and this is what we get back. Obviously, we did something wrong, right? We obviously didn't convey the message correctly, that what this product is about and what people can do with it. And frankly, they couldn't do it yet because it was missing still the 3D engine, which is obviously the most important part of it. So no hard feelings there, all good. Shortly after that, link number 2, organized this time by Styx, longtime community member, in close to Bratislava. We played a patcher contest there, speed patching, 2 teams against each other. Had a lot of fun there, and nighttime Lagerfeuer style discussions. Great time. So that was here. Then we updated the licensing model, got better reviews on the second one. So we're really prepared now for the launch of the first official version that also included the executable export. So 1 year, it took us another year after the first preview to get out the first stable version. Ridiculous. And here we are now in October. We just released the 3D engine, which you will hear more about later. We know that not everyone is still jumping on it. And I think we got the pain points collected. I think we know your issues with the new version. A lot of complaints that we only have a single editor window. We know that. We're not happy with that. We will change that. A lot of people are afraid of using the new Node browser because it's much more complex to use. Yes, we agree on that. We need to change that at some point. Too many types to consider. You need to know what is an int, what is a float, what is a vector. This wasn't the case in beta. But here I have to say, deal with it. That's just better like that. You have to learn that. That's the one thing you have to learn, okay? No auto-spreading. That's a tricky one. We really love the auto-spreading, and we have like endless discussions about it, and we think at some point maybe there could be something that is similar, but we cannot promise it at this point. No inspector, yes, we should get back an inspector. No boy grouping, yes, the new version doesn't have that yet, but also obviously it was one of the main great features, so we should think about getting that back in some way or another. And now library-wise, for a long while, like Gamma wasn't on par with the libraries of beta, but with the release of this 3D engine, we are completely on par. Like everything is there and better, we would argue, except obviously still user-contributed libraries like the field trip, particles, and instance noodles libraries. So these types of libraries are not yet available. But we talked to, everyone is happy already, and to Nathan, and they are looking into porting their stuff or creating even new stuff based on the Stride library. So these are the pain points. I think we understand you. We want to improve some of them still. But really, I was hoping we could convince you with a few features that Gamma has over beta that are just really something that everyone should want. So we have improved the I/O boxes, and I just need to quickly show this to you. So in beta, when you have a random spread and you want to show the values, you have to configure that complicated in the Node browser. And here we just have auto-expanding I/O boxes now. Oh, that don't work. I can't scale them. Yeah, but you see, it's so much easier and quicker to work with data in Gamma. Then we also have fancy tooltips, as we would say. We can immediately show the video, for example, of a video input as a tooltip in the patch. And also, we can pin that now. That's out in the latest version. We can pin any tooltip into the patch. And this is really useful if you're working with TextureFX or anything. Like you can have the preview of your things directly in the patch. We have better error handling. People who have worked with it, seen it, like we have explanations that go in the tooltip and not somewhere in the console hiding. We have a help browser that's quite huge. So you're looking for something and you just type it here, how can I work with UDP, and you find all the patches that have explanations about UDP, for example. This is a very wholesome collection of all the documentation that we provide on VVV. And then it's features like multi-threading and the exporting of applications that everyone has asked for all the time, and they are just there. You can just use them. We will see a bit of that later. Finally, I want to run you through 5, 6 projects that have already been realized with VVV Gamma. So people asking, but can we already use that? Yes, people are using it, and this is what they did. We just saw the Ocean of Air project by Marshmallow Laserfist was done with that. This is Schnelle Bunte Bilder, where they are from the beginning. They joined us in the early access program of Stride, the Stride 3D engine, and they have already realized 2 huge installations using it here in the Jüdische Museum in Berlin, and this one hasn't been opened yet. I think it's in the Humboldt Forum. It's a huge display of setup of moving displays with projection mapping on it, and it's all controlled and rendered through Gamma and Stride. This is Mbox, another company in Berlin who have been with us on the early access program, and they also created this huge interactive, explorative, multi-touch wall using it already. This very studio you see here is running on Stride. All the graphics, inserts, everything is coming live out of Stride and Gamma. So this is the kind of applications that we were used to with VVV. This is what people did, but now we have, with VVV Gamma, a whole new a whole new type of projects that people do with it that is like serious applications. I just quickly want to point out, this is Tilda by NSYNC, which is a clip-based controlling engine that is also used to run this studio today. This is Schema by Domche, who built a whole visual programming language in our visual programming language. It's also for light and light control and control anything with that. He will have a demonstration about that on Wednesday or Thursday, I think, a whole lecture. The famous Kairos by Dottore. This is an old screenshot. It looks much more polished right now already. He will tell us more about that on Tuesday in the Nugget Show. And this one is totally freaking me out. LaSalle is building this synthesizer control app. Just look at it. It's amazing. And we will also walk through this with him, and he will show us how it works and how he did it. That was it. I want now to hand over. After that, we looked at all the tools that people built with our tool. We want to look back at our tool and hear from Sebastian how we did that. There will be another intervention by normals. So see you in a second. Ich bin 4 Minuten drüber. Ja, ich kann es, glaube ich, schneller machen. Ja?
Intercepted communication, translated. Can you imagine things used to be, like, hoot, people like us, but way way more, like a million times more, they thought they could dominate everything. They didn't peep it at all. But the worst part is they knew the theory, limits to growth and stuff, they applied it to other species. Just, not to themselves. Instead they tried, I squeak you not, to push bad clouds away by pushing the winds. Then they tried to rid the ground of the stuff from the bad clouds and they just trashed it, so they went on to live on the big tower. All the while thinking they were the good guys. Yup. Anyway. We caught on, ribbit. And you know what? I'm glad. I'm so glad we learned from the others with all the kinds of legs and tentacles and whatnot, because we just had it all wrong.
So thanks for having me. Thanks for the introduction. I'll have a look at VVV as well, but now a bit in depth. And I'd like to tear it apart a bit and look from it to it from different perspectives, because I think it's important. If you buy a car, you are probably interested in the engine and the technology or philosophy behind it, or the heating system of a flat when you buy a flat. So yes, I think it's important to do the same when talking about software. So that's what I try to do now. And I'll take a detour and go back to VVV beta and try to highlight the different issues that we had and solutions that we came up with and visions that we came up with to tackle these. So with VVV beta, we had a playful system and people loved it, and basically it works like nodes talk to each other. If you could say it's an interpreter, or it's just a graph that gets evaluated lazily, and it sounded like a very good idea to evaluate that graph lazily, because let's just compute what we need. And so this talking that nodes ask other nodes for values just made a lot of sense back then. But if you think about it, it comes with a compromise, with actually with a carbon footprint, because even if you are done with your project and now it runs, this installation runs in a museum for months and months, it's getting interpreted somehow over and over again, and the graph gets evaluated all the time. And this is just some sort of overhead that we wanted to get rid of. And so that's one thing. I'm just trying to also highlight some of these issues of this playful system. It's of course great, but it comes with some compromises. So that's something we wanted to tackle. And of course, another thing that people loved in VVV beta is that spreads are just everywhere. It's super playful with automatic spreading all over the place, and but it comes with a limitation. So we had one-dimensional collections everywhere, spreads, but these didn't really scale. So we weren't able to, for example, say we want to have multi-dimensional spreads, and we tried different ideas, like introduce multi-dimensional spreads, but this would come with an even higher overhead of interpreting this graph. And well, it's tricky. It's not really what we went for, and I think it's a good thing that we didn't go for that. And also, these spreads meant that we couldn't develop a system that really scales. Back then, we had modules, and one of the questions that always came up was, is this module spreadable? Because there are certain pins where you just expect one value, and what happens if a user just inputs many values? Well, then you suddenly have to come up with workarounds, and it's getting a mess. So scalability and this carbon footprint thing were issues that we tried to tackle with VL. And so how did we do that? We went for types, and we went for a compiler-based approach. And what do I mean with types? So the idea is that all the data is typed, and that actually you have the possibility to not just accept one, just a spread of colors, but you're able to say, well, no, I expect just one color on that input, and that's immediately giving you this modularity and scalability if you can just precisely communicate what your module does and just focus on that. So types and type systems, we didn't invent them, but we embraced them, and it's just a natural thing to do. Also, object-oriented thinking is very natural. If you think about it, if you learned how to build something like a basket, and now you can build many baskets, no? And you can use them in different scenarios. It's that simple. If you tell a system how to create an instance of your data type, then suddenly the system is able to create many of them in different scenarios. So this object-oriented thinking is basically, it's very, very natural. And so we went for that. Sorry. Yeah, and now we have these many types, but with this precise type system, we now can be even more precise on what to allow to connect, and we can also transfer that knowledge throughout the patch. And I could go on and on. I just wanted to highlight these two very basic things with types and the compiler. But let me just do one small bit on top. So abstract data types, like interfaces, they are called also. These are also very, very powerful ideas that allow you to build complex systems. And here are the examples: Skia, Stride, Elementa. They are all based on this idea that you have an abstract data type. With the example of Elementa, this is all patched. The interface is patched. All the implementations of that interface are patched. And with this idea, you can just build huge systems. So I don't want to go in all the language features that VL has, but we at some point decided to open up the discussion to embrace the fact that VL is a .NET language, and can go in different directions, and that's an art itself. And now we have this repository where it's just about specifying how to move forward. And so there's this place to discuss the language topics and also how to use it, the programming patterns. So this is the promise of being a .NET language, that you can naturally interact with .NET libraries that are out there. And that's what we are proud of. So let me get back to that. What I think is the two important points. VL addresses scalability and modularization, and it removes the footprint of an interpreted system. It also allows to react on events and just do or with cache regions, just to do certain things just in when it's necessary. But that's the theory now, and also, yeah, I just wanted to say that we know that this is dry stuff, and we want to make this VV Gamma playful again. So, but that's what we had to go through. This compilation approach that we have a compiler now. That's really a tough issue to solve, the incremental compilation. While you're patching, it compiles over and over again, and it has to hot swap. So, we really try to combine two different things that don't really work well together. We want you to be able to develop a program. We want to compile it. But in the meantime, it's running also. So that's much harder than just graph evaluation. And the question is, will VV Gamma be playful in the end? And I think, as you saw with the tooltips that Jorik already showed, that yes, we embrace that. We want to make it easier and easier again. We just started from a different angle. And yes, we want to have interaction with the tool. We want to let you integrate with the tool so that it feels fluid again, and also that automatic spreading or these high-level ideas, we want to get them back. So let me just show you shortly how you can now build your own tooltips for your own types, and as a library developer, contribute help patches to the help browser, which is also completely patched, and it's enriching the tool itself. That's it. I have to now go out of this. And well, here's the help browser. And let's call it. Let's have a look at this tooltip idea. Patch a tooltip. So here I have a custom data type. It's really just doing not much, just storing some data. It's called person, so it has a name. The person lives in a city and has a certain age. So, and here you see a small tooltip debugger. If you now hover over this pin here, you can see, okay, there's a custom tooltip for just that type. If I change, wait a second, I pin this tooltip here and look at that, and so you see it's some weird visualization of that data type. And it's just patched in here. You can just accept take the value from here and then build your own tooltip with some widgets. And yeah, you can design that tooltip. So this is this. And as you can see here, the help browser already lists many, many help patches. You can contribute to that. And what was the last thing I wanted to show? Oh, yeah. And also, what we now try to do is to allow you to build libraries where you can just select a node, and then a UI can react on that. And with that UI, you can just edit the node. So with that, new windows can be established. You can just create plugins for our own tool. So it's not only that you can create museum installations, no, you can build tools like Jorik showed, and you can also integrate with our tool and build, so to say, plugins for that tool and enrich it by that. So many different possibilities. And that's just a little cheesy example here. So I select that node, and now I can inspect this rectangle. I just wanted to show you how it reacts on the selection, and suddenly this editor here, fake editor, can somehow edit that poly over here. So that's just a little demo how this could evolve, and with certain libraries, we already tested that. Well, Nathan tested that, and it's promising. So that's the tool front. We don't focus only on the language. We also want to make the tool playful again. That's it. And regarding libraries, I want to introduce Elias, who will talk a bit more about libraries.
Yeah. Thank you, Sebastian. Yeah, hi, welcome. Yeah, as Sebastian pointed out, libraries, and I think Jorik also mentioned it already a couple of times, libraries is a very big thing and a very big part of VVV. So let me just get this, so I press full screen here. Sorry. So yeah, so libraries, what they do provide is, and something we learned when we started out with VVV beta even, so basically when I came along 7 years later, that it's very crucial that you can build your own node sets, that you can program your own nodes. And so let me try to just look a little bit backward. What happened back then was that 7 years later, after the introduction of VVV beta, this plugin interface got introduced. And it immediately got picked up by the community, and we saw a lot of wonderful contributions, and basically it pushed the whole tool, VVV itself, a big part forward. I mean, if you think about something like the direct 3D rendering engine, DirectX 11 done by Wux is just incredible, and it wouldn't have been possible without this opening up of the system itself. On the other hand, we also, over the time, we simplified this plugin interface, we made it simpler to use, and so on and whatnot, but we somehow learned that there's a little bit of a problem with it. First of all, that it's very VVV specific. So when you have existing library, you need to build, you need to follow a plugin interface we give you, and you need to implement that, and then suddenly you need to wrap an existing library and everything you need to wrap around. And the developer who's actually doing that has a lot of overhead, a lot of boilerplate. And not only the developer has an overhead, also the system itself, the plugin interface itself, introduces an overhead. So we can't just, so VV beta, for example, back then, couldn't just call a function. No, you had to go through a certain structure around it. So I can simply show you how that looked like, just to get an understanding what it meant. So here I have an example. This is the simplest examples you could find. It was the thing what we called the template in VV beta. And here you can see it's C# code, and maybe I should zoom in a little bit more, I'm not sure. And you can see here what I meant with the plugin interface, what it introduces, what overhead it introduces, is, for example, here this, oh, can I have the slide back? Would be nice, thank you. Is, for example, here an attribute you had to write, a plugin info, something we invented. Then also on your class you had to implement an interface. Then further on, you had to describe what inputs you have. So again, you had to use attributes, you had to use spreads, also something we talked about before, that the old system was always about spreads, but that's also a little bit of an issue we see in a minute. Further, so you had to declare your inputs and outputs, your pins. At some point, it finally got to the interesting part, the evaluate part, where then you got in the spreading, basically this implicit spreading VV beta became so popular of, but still you as the developer, you had to take care of all that until you finally then in a loop, you had to introduce on your own, you could finally do what you wanted to do in the first place. In this case, it's a stupid node which just multiplies by 2. So it multiplies the incoming number by 2, that's it. So as you can see, there's a lot of stuff going on here. And the only essence here is basically this little expression down here, this one. And so when we started to develop VVV Gamma, or VL for that sense, what Sebastian just talked about, the language, we wanted to get rid of stuff like this. We wanted to basically be able to have libraries where we can directly use simple expressions like this. So we don't have to introduce this whole overhead here. And so I can go over and show you how this thing would look nowadays. And it's basically just what you now see on the left. So if I write the same functionality in VVV beta, so imagine me as the developer, I write a node library for you. I only have to write this here, basically. I just write one line, say call it times 2. I give it some default value here. You don't see this, I guess. And then basically concentrate of what I wanted to do in the first place. And second of all, I use some standard patterns where I can give it some help text. As we saw here was some custom thing. In other words, if you now think ahead, and this is basically what I showed you 3 years ago when I was standing here. This is now very normal C# code. It has no dependency on VVV itself. So that also allowed us to basically consume any of those .NET libraries, those libraries which are so many of, written in C#. I mean, C# is so much bigger than VVV will ever be, that we can directly make use of that. But to actually make use of that, we also had to go this extra route Sebastian just told us about, that we had to basically open the system or go into the language level and introduce a typing system and do all these things. Otherwise, I think we would always ended up with something like that over there. Another thing which is not maybe so imminent here is something what I said also is the spreading, the implicit spreading. We see here this node needs to take care of that. It has a loop inside of it. And then further, when we look at another contribution which was done for VV beta, it was the image pack by Elliot Woods. Very nice contribution. But he also had the problem he had to solve on his own that the operations in OpenCV take quite some time. So it was not possible to just run them on the main thread. So he had to introduce the threading, that the computation happens in the background on his own, and he had to write all that inside in his plugin code, in all of that. And it's, in its essence, a lot of overhead. Basically, you have to introduce, and it's a lot of stuff the developer has to do in the end. And just to show you, all of these things we don't need to do anymore, because since VL is a language and has all these capabilities now, Let me just get rid of it. So if I, for example, create the video in, this is the video in of OpenCV. Sorry, this is not the video in of OpenCV, I'm in the wrong patch. So let me close this one, create a new one. We add OpenCV as a library. And now I put the video in back here. So now I should get some image here, and let's do it, as it say, I do a object detector on it. Then we see here on the timing, it says like 8 milliseconds or 8,000 microseconds, so it's quite heavy. So let's say we want to do this in the background, then the node, the developer of that node, which was Randall, I think, didn't have to take care of this. He just does the simple thing of, okay, it takes an image and it outputs the rectangles, it tracks. So in our case, we can just use another function, and we call it the async loop. So I can basically just move this node over here, and I output the data here, and basically get the data, get the data here back. And now it still takes this, I mean, I think the tooltip is now measuring also the time, but doesn't matter. The point being here is that the object detector now runs on a background thread. And so we as a user could decide when what happens and when things should go background and when they should be in the foreground. Yeah, then I wanna, so this was basically a comparison of what it means that we have a language now and what it also means, how it relieves the developer to iterate or to build libraries much quicker and to also use existing libraries, or anyone can use an existing library. The other thing I wanted to show or go on is that the topic packaging. So now also I can look back a little bit. In VVVV beta, we started, so when we introduced the plugin interface, contributions came in, a lot of them. And so we started to collect all those contributions. I mean, Git wasn't a thing back then. It was Subversion, I think, very complicated version control system. So we collected all those contributions in a monolithic add-on pack, we called it. And it was just one package. In that sense, it was nice a little bit because we compiled it and we shipped it. So you had a VVVV beta release and an add-on pack release, and you knew both of them worked together. Because when this add-on pack got built by us, all the nodes in there, they saw the same dependencies. They had the same versions of other libraries they were using. But over time, this whole thing grew too big. So I think nowadays it has something like over 100 projects inside. And it became very cumbersome to program in it, and people moved away from it. They started to build up their own little repositories where they could talk to each other, like talk about issues they have in their little node sets and not in the whole node set of the add-on pack. And more importantly, they could create their own releases. So they don't depend on our release cycle anymore. They can push out their releases whenever they want. But we made we kind of made a big mistake back then because we missed to define a common package format. In other words, those contributions which then came out, everyone kind of had his own different idea of how to package it up. One provided a zip file, the other one provided an installer, the other one provided, I don't know. It was not very clear anymore how you would install all this stuff, and it was also very hard to automate. I mean, there was by MicroD a very good contribution called the VPM. He tried to tackle this problem. He built a package management system which tried to get all of this stuff together. But it was also, it's also a little bit hard to maintain because we would need to support it. And in that time, we already, now I go over, switch to Gamma, we already knew about this problem and we didn't want to invent our own system. Instead, we thought about, no, let's take something established, let's take a standard. And since we are already in this .NET world, we are writing C# all the time, our language we're building is basically going there, why not use their package managing system? which is called NuGet. You probably heard now a couple of times. And yeah, well, it has a defined format, so it's everything clear. It knows what the dependencies are. And also it allows us, because we understand NuGets, that we can install any other NuGet. And there are I think 100,000 or 1 million of them. Far too much, doesn't matter. Still, I need to point out that all these different little NuGet packages now, they can lead to something what we call a dependency hell. So if, for example, the package manager doesn't upgrade, then it can happen that you're on a newer version using a package which uses an older version, and the other package uses a newer version, and then suddenly everything breaks apart. So this is a big problem, but it's not only our problem. The whole software development world has this problem. And I think a lot of smart people are thinking about it, but yeah, right now, this is what it is. In any case, that you can release on your own is much more important than that. I wanted to give you a little example here. I think I skipped the example. I will just go for, because we're a little bit on a time constraint. I will just show you that those packages, so this infrastructure where the packages are hosted is already provided. It's called NuGet.org. This was bought by Microsoft, I don't know, 8 years ago. And everyone can just upload packages. They are hosted there forever. And when you type in here, for example, the search term VL, then you already find like quite a bunch of them. And if you, I mean, they are now unsorted, but we have on our website, visualprogramming.net, we also have an overview over all the packages which are there and a little bit categorized and maybe nicer to read through. Yeah, and at the very end, I wanna now go out of this maybe boring topic and go to something much more fun in a way. It is also library related still. So when we were developing the last couple of months, we came up, this question arised. So what about shaders? Like I want to have a shader, like a little, you know, like you used to be from HLSL. You want to have this little shader and you want to put it somewhere. And you just want to have the shader exposed as a node. And this was possible, as we all knew, in VVV Beta. And it was in VVV Beta, this interface you had to implement back then was called an add-on factory, I think. And essentially, VVV Gamma now reintroduces this idea. It's simply called a node factory. And it's quite nice, the stuff you can do with it. We will see later what we can do with shaders. Debian will show us this. But for now, I wanted to show you another use case here. And that one is called Runway ML. So the question was, yeah, well, maybe you know about it. There is this super nice machine learning platform. Do I have it open already? Yeah, here it is. So let's go on the overview here. And essentially, it's a web service. It has a web API. And it has, they call it models, where they already prepared like predefined machine learning models. You can then just feed it with your input, and these trained models already give you the output. So the question was, wouldn't it be nice if those things have inputs and outputs to just use them in our system and expose them as normal nodes? And yes, the node factory is exactly what you're looking for now. And this was then established, programmed the last couple of weeks, I think. Let me get rid of this here. And it's called vl.runway ML. So let me just install it quickly. So I do a NuGet install -pre for pre-release vl.runway ML. Now here you see like a drawback still. We don't have a proper package manager UI. It's console, but at least the infrastructure works. So it installs everything. It knows what the dependencies are, and you get everything without having to go to the download page and look up each dependency on your own. Now with this thing set up, I think I made a little mistake. I should have gone through for the prepared thing here. Sorry, this one. Sorry. The point is, I need to explain this first. We have these models online, and what the idea was that we basically built a file where we then write down a few models we want to use, because they have something like a subscription model, this runway ML thing, so you need to somehow pick your models and activate them. I can see that here in the web interface. I'm logged in as Jorik now. And as we can see, here's one model active now. It's awake. And it's called this IM2 text. And here in this text file, this is the text file the node factory, a special node factory will now read in. And basically it will generate nodes all out of these entries we see here by simply asking on this URL, like, hey, what are your inputs, what are your outputs? So in this case, we activated this EM2 text. So let me just open the patch where it's already done. So again, I do a video in. OpenCV, I think, here, I hope, yes. So I have some image here. Can I do this already? Yeah. And now let me place this EM2TXT node. No, EMG2TXT. No, I need to probably put in the reference first. Yes. Okay. EMG2TXT. No.
IM2.
IM2. Oh, thanks. So now this little node here, I zoom in, represents the, need to do it to image here first, translate from OpenCV to our format. It's very slow, not sure why. But the point being, I can now do a, because it's blocking. So when I will hit the bang, it will take a while, because what it will be doing, now hit this button, and now essentially it will go online, I think, will send the current image, will ask the AI what this is, and it says, a woman sitting on a couch in a living room. Bravo. Jorik. So I think you can't see this properly, but yeah. So that was my final demo here. Thank you for listening, and I think we move over first to you and then.
Thank you, Elias.
Thanks.
So we have heard all of about the great features of VVV Gamma, and we're telling you all the time you should use it for your projects, and buy licenses, still 30% off. But also I want to make a big case for using VVV as a teaching tool. Why is it good to use VVV as teaching? Because it's free for educational use. Number one issue, the universities don't have to pay for anything. Education is the most important thing in the world. It should be free. So this is for you. It's quick and easy to install. The admin will love it. You just download it and install it. No registration, nothing. We don't ask any question. You just use it. Then you have all the protocols, devices. You have an amazing 2D, 3D engine. You have computer vision library, machine learning library, VR still to come, AR. It can easily be extended via C# code and using .NET Nuggets, as we just heard. And all of the licenses, not true exactly, are open source. We will make them all open source, all of our libraries, which is important because you can explore them down to the bone, and if you have a problem, you can fix it on your own. You can get to results and iterate very quickly, like no edit, compile, run. It's a live system. It's very important for quickly iterating. This one I like very much now. It uses standard programming concepts like object-oriented programming. So VVV is no longer this tool only anymore, but it's actually a programming environment. So if you're learning this, you're learning not only VVV, you're learning programming, which is good because you're not trapped in VVV. If you don't like it anymore, you still have learned something that you can take away. The help browser is an amazing resource for teaching and learning. We have a chat that's open 24/7, 365 days a week. And obviously, we have some limitations. The only ones we could come up with is that it's still Windows only and that it cannot export to mobile the web or microcontrollers, which is a big deal for some people and a good reason why not to use VVV. But otherwise, just use it, please. Please just use it in your classes. It's free. It's free use, number one, free use. So the question is, how do we still make money? If it's free for educational use, it's free for evaluation, non-commercial use. It's mostly free. Slides, please. It's mostly free, but for commercial use, we charge a license. So everyone who is using it commercially, no big deal. Obviously, you buy a license. And how do we enforce this? Here we have, we are relying on a very ancient technology that's called trust. The pointation writing here, that's just, again, the marketing department thinks it looks more cool. But it's just like, it's plain trust. We don't have any copy protection there. We don't have any feature limitations. We don't ask you to register. We just want you to use it. And when you use it and make money with it, then give us some money back. Isn't that beautiful? Thank you. With that, yeah, I just wanted to set a bit the mood for some love in this room, and to help establish this mood, I would like to ask Nathan to join me and set the mood. I see pins of green and red notes too, and shiny tooltips show me things I never knew. And I think to myself, what a wonderful patch. I see loops and loops and spreads of spreads, generic data and multiple threads. And I think to myself, what a wonderful language. And the colors of the rainbow are so pretty on a note. Just drag and drop my programs. There's no need to write no code. I see protocols shaking hands, lights and lasers going on. And slowly it occurs to me that everything I know is wrong. I like to export my apps where polygons fly, and the deaf boys are getting richer with every license that I buy. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Nathan. If you have just tuned in now, this is the VVV keynote, and we are now coming to the highlight part of this evening. I want to have Tebjan tell us about Stride.
Thanks, Jurek. Amazing keynote, thanks. And what I want to do, because the time is really short now, we have basically 20 minutes to show you a whole world of a new 3D engine. And luckily, I have prepared a lot of that. And can I use that? So the keyboard is not working here. Is that on purpose? Do I have to switch it on or something?
On, off.
On, off, always good.
No?
On. Now it works. Okay, thanks. So, a few topics.
Maybe
yeah.
the background irgendwie weg.
Oh, thanks. So, I have the honors to show you the new 3D libraries. And I first just want to jump in, patch something with you together. So you see that it's basically super easy. After that, I want to zoom out a little bit and tell you how it became reality. And at that part, I will have a special guest here. And after that, we'll see hopefully as many demos as possible. Just tell me when it's 5 minutes before the end. So let's see how far we can go. So let's start. How does it work, the new 3D engine? Very easy. We start with a scene window. That creates us a window, which is here. So, and the scene window renders a scene, and we always start with a special scene, which is the root scene. So we connect this one here. Now it already renders, it started to render, but there's no object yet. So let's create a plane for the ground and a sphere here. And it's still black. So what's going on? You can see a little bit here. Whenever you're stuck, we have new features in the window here now. You press F4 and you get this 3D orientation. Everything is everything is slow because I have to see for slow laptops. Let's go back to 60. So.
That's the reason why everything was so okay.
So we are. So you see it's black, so what's missing? Of course, a light. I've previously created this light setup because I didn't have the time to patch everything here. So let's connect this, the lights and let's make a few more inputs here. And as soon as we connect this directional light here, we should see the scene lights up. Very well. Now we can go back to our scene view. And maybe move the scene a bit up. Just tapping in the... So, looks okay. We already have shadows here, which is a new thing. And let's change the appearance of the sphere a little bit. For that, modern 3D engines have things called materials. So let's have a look. If we have a look in this category, materials, we see there's a PBR material. If I connect that here, I can change stuff like the metallicness of this thing or how rough it is. But still, it looks a little bit plain and clean. So usually what you need is some environmental lighting that affects everything from all sides to give it a little environment light like this. So if we connect that, we see a very nice environmental lighting. And now where it gets interesting and playful is when you have materials, and for example, the sphere is now very even, very So what if we want to influence the surface of the sphere with, for example, a texture? For that we have another node called PBR material texture. If you connect it here, we can now use a texture that influences the properties of the material in different places. And here I have a little patch that generates a texture. And I can now, and this is live, so this is just a little rendering here. It's also patched. It renders into this texture. And now if I connect this texture here to the diffuse color, we see this texture on the sphere. So far, okay, seen that before. But what's also interesting, you can also connect it, for example, to the roughness. So what now changes, it changes the how glossiness or rough the surface is on certain parts, depending on something you render live. And that's quite a cool thing, because it's here in this engine, it's very easy to set up. So you just have a texture, this material connected here. Now you can go on patch here in this thing more. And now I want to zoom on a little bit and talk about what made this possible and what made it a reality. So Jörg already mentioned that 2 years ago, when basically we were basically finished with the language, with the UI and everything, and wanted to do a release, we were looking for a 3D engine, and since we are a .NET language and used the .NET runtime, we had to look for something that is available in the .NET like sphere or scope of .NET. And there are many engines, 3D engines, that use C#, but when you look at them in more detail, you discover that their runtime is actually proprietary or is written in C++, and it just use C# to interpret C#. And they're not really written in a .NET language. But we found something that looked really impressive when you go on the website. Thought, oh wow, that's amazing stuff. Of course, we want all that, and we want it now. And we downloaded it, we installed it, and we saw, oh wow, that is exactly what we need. It's using C#, it's using .NET, it's absolutely great. And so we had a look at it, but it was still commercial. It was licensed for companies, and it was probably used in-house from game companies. But in some forums, we saw that, oh, maybe it's going to be open source soon. And I looked it up before I came here. On April 18th, in 2018, I contacted the lead developer of this engine. And today, we have him here. Well, I need this now. Are we on the call?
Hello.
Hi, Vigil.
Hi.
So I remember 2018, I contacted you, I think, on LinkedIn or something, and asked you, do you know something? Will it be open source? Can we use it for our project? And you didn't know. And so we all waited for a month. I asked you several times, will it happen? Will it happen? Then the company had some internal decisions to make, and we didn't know whether it's going to be open source. But then in August 2018, it went open source, finally, just before the first link. And yeah, it was great. We could just use it, start to work on it, explore our first project with it. And I wanted to ask you, Vigil, about a little bit of the history of this game engine. And first of all, when did you start on this engine, and where was it?
Okay, so it started a while ago, actually. The first commit I checked just before was in 2010, end of 2010. And I was tasked by Silicon Studio, my company in Japan at the time, to create a next-gen flagship engine. And actually, to your surprise, compared to what you said before, it started as a C++ engine, but then moved on to become a full .NET engine, which was quite a bet at the time because .NET was very limited. It was not open source yet. There was only very limited platform. The licensing of Mono, which was open source, was very difficult to deal with. But still, we made that bet, which was maybe crazy at the time, but no, it's kind of paying off big time. And then, yes?
And can you tell us, so you switched to .NET probably in 2012 or something then?
2011, maybe, yeah. I'm not sure exactly, but yeah, quite quickly.
So it was then developed for probably 6-7 years. And
yes.
How many people worked on it?
So at first it was very limited. At first it was only me as a research and development project on the side, and it started to get much more serious maybe 2013-14. That's when we could start to bring some people. I could start to be really full-time on my side, and I could start to get people in the team. I think 2015 is when the team really, we could hire much more people. So maybe at some point we were up to 10 people in the team, which actually could sound like a lot, but for a game engine it's very limited actually compared to the competition. But still, thanks to .NET being quite productive, we think we could make a lot compared to the side of our team.
Yes, and it's a lot of code. If you go to GitHub and look at the page, for us that was a big task. So how can we manage this code base? How can we understand it? And luckily, we stayed in contact, and at some point you mentioned, oh, I wanted to move to Europe anyways, and you came to Berlin, and luckily we had you with us in our office for, I think, a year now. Not every day, but you, of course, had to manage the engine yourself and everything, the open source work. But yes, that was super great. Unfortunately, the time is very short. We have to move on. I want to thank you so much that we can have you here, that you helped us developing this. And I want to show you now a quick look into the engine. And Miguel, all the best. See you in Berlin soon. And have a good evening.
And thank you very much to you guys too. It's very interesting to work with you guys.
See you soon. Bye. Okay, let's get back quick because I only have 5 minutes left, and there's so much I want to show you. So let me quickly continue this demo and only use the most important part. So I want to show you...
Fabian, zoom in the patch.
Zoom in the patch. I first want to show you the UI of the game engine quickly. Starting this project. So it's installed here now. While it's loading, I can already tell you something, that we managed, with Vigil together, to load full projects of this engine. And the way this works is you make a project, node that's just called load project, and then you navigate to a project that's created with this engine. So here there is this photogrammetry scan. I downloaded and imported it here in the engine. We see the models here. And now this is a project on disk. And the cool thing here is actually projects in Stride are just Visual Studio solutions. So it's standard.net, super great. Now I can choose this project here. And then you see it's already loaded, I think, because I loaded it before. And we can see all assets this project has here. And I'm particularly interested in this static scene here, which you can see over here. It's a static scene. It has this, this model here inside. And now I can use a node called asset scene, put the ID of this asset here, and then connect this scene to our root scene. So to make it a bit like a child scene of our main scene. And you see here, this is now exactly the scene we have over here. And if I now go in, drop another model here, I know in the static scene, I need to move it here, and I press save here, what we do, we track the change in Game Studio, and it's gone. Luckily, I have prepared everything. And where is it? That should have been the best moment. And it's the live moment, it's the live... So let me just load the finished version, because I just have 2 minutes left, I think, right?
I negotiated 5 more.
Oh, okay, great. So here there is this load project node you just saw. We connected the scene to our root scene. This is not a patch I wanted to make, but everything is much later as we anticipated, as it is always. Just let me go back to the light setup, remove this one. And I think we should see here a little slider that is rendered with Elementor that we can turn up here. And the demo here was that we can render Skia directly into the 3D environment, which is pretty amazing because it's a very high quality 2D engine where this is used by, for example, Android and Chrome. And you have the same quality of rendering here for 2D elements, and they render directly into the 3D buffer. You don't have to do anything special to set it up. That is patched here, so you see it's a very little patch. There's just a slider here. And the value of the slider is connected now to the light setup. Controls the intensity of the directional light and the surrounding cube map. So And now let's see if we can do it again. So we have this in here. Let's move it maybe back here. Rotate it with -90. That was it. 0 and 0.5. Okay. So let's try again. We now have a new model in here. Let's save it. And, oh, it's already reloaded. You didn't see it. So that was very quick. We can move it a little bit, maybe to this way. Now, if we save it, it reloads it, and the model is at its new position. So that's pretty cool, especially if you work with artists together, or producers that create 3D models or model a scene where you have to project on. And so I want to finish this demo with a very cool node that's already in the 3D library. It's called Projector Light, and what it does is, here's this texture we're generating. So let's go here. If you connect this projector light, which points to, let me make this a bit bigger, which now sits somewhere here. We can see that when we go to the debug view. There's this projector light here. It points somewhere there. And the cool thing is that it's just project an image on the scene, which is something many people need in their workflow. So this texture can, of course, be animated. Like, where is it? Here. It's connected here. So, of course, you can put interactive content there. And so there's one more thing that no 3D engine should miss, and it's writing shaders. And I have this little patch here. Let me disconnect the scene and this for now. And connect this one. So here, what you see here is a custom shader. Also, here we are loading one special asset of this 3D of this project from the game engine, and we just use this mesh here, and we connected this mesh to a mesh renderer, which is a low-level render node that directly uses the graphics API. And this node here is a shader that's on disk, and I can show you where it sits. It's just next to the document, and we can open this with any code editor. And I've prepared some lines here that I can comment in to show you that you can write shaders, and as soon as you change the shader, so just do the cheapest light that's possible, use the mesh normal, multiply it with some direction, and if I save this, you see we have the cheapest lighting ever. I hope nobody of Disney Pixar is watching. And so one more thing, of course, you want inputs sometimes in your shaders. What you can do is just write float time here on the shader, save it, and then in the patch, you're getting this input pin. Where is it? You don't have it yet because it's not used. We first have to use the time parameter here, multiply it with some, use it as an argument in a sine wave, then multiply the mesh position a little bit with its normal. And if we save that, we have these waves in the mesh. And now if we connect the time to this pin, we see that we used this photogrammetry model, connected it to a shader, and directly wrote a vertex shader that modifies the model. And another cool thing is that Stride has already set several shader stages up, and render stages as well, that you can just use the same render call and connect it to the shadowcast render stage, and it will automatically render this shadow you see down here, which is pretty cool and otherwise quite complicated to achieve when you write your own render engines. So that's that, and one more thing with the shader I wanted to say is, yes, the shader language itself is very, very nice. It's also developed by the Stride team over many years, and they basically used HLSL and put their own extension on top of it. For example, one of the nicest things, if you write shader, if you like shaders, is this streams keyword that's basically takes all the hard work you have to do usually to pipe stuff between the shader stages. For example, from the vertex shader to the pixel shader, you would need to write your own structs and fill them out here and then read them back here. And in this shader language of Stride, you can just use streams, and the compiler of the shader compiler automatically figures out what you need in the pixel shader and builds those structs for you, which is extremely amazing, I think. And the second thing in this language is also very cool, is that you can inherit from other shaders. So in our shader library, we already ship some base shaders that are easy to use. For example, this vertex shader, pixel shader base. And we just inherit from it, override whatever we want to change. And the shader itself looks super clean, super nice. I had only fun with this language. Very cool. Yes, I think I'll stop here. And thanks.
Thanks, Julian. I hope this gave you a bit of a glimpse into the engine that was compressed into 20 minutes now, what should actually take a few hours to explore all the functionality of this library. But we're running out of time, so I want to switch to our last slide. Let's call it What Next? Whoa. So you all probably also are interested in what we are going to work on next. I have to disappoint you, we don't have any bullet points to list here, but I want to give you a brief idea. So as we have just outlined, in the past 3 years, we've mostly been working on libraries and getting the language ready. I think we're very good now with libraries and the language. We haven't so much worked on UX, UI stuff in the past, so that's kind of something that we should explore next, but we just haven't laid out exactly the next step. So expect a blog post about this soon when we have figured out exactly what we're going to do next. But now I think you have enough time, enough to play with this new engine. This should keep you busy for a while, and then we'll come back to you. That's it. Thanks everyone for watching. Have a good night.
Hi, it's us again. Thank you so much for the panel, for introducing the updates in V4. And I wish you a good night and have a good festival. Ouch.
Out with that.
Hey, Dorothy. Dormery.
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you? I haven't seen you for a while again.
Well, I've been taking in the day, and I have to say I'm more hopeful than I was this morning.
That's good. I'm not sure about myself, but like if you are hopeful, one of us at least has to be hopeful, no?
Yeah, dark clouds have lifted. The dark cloud. I mean, yes, the internet is a dark cloud, but I don't know. I just watched that keynote, and I felt hopeful again. There's almost like it's almost like we can solve things together.
But which one did you watch? Which one you mean of the V4 keynote? This made you hopeful?
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah. This keynote made me hopeful. Yeah, just because they made so many mistakes over and over again, and people just go with it, and they figure it out. So I know we're running out of time to solve some of the biggest issues on the planet, but I don't know. I can't help but be hopeful, and seeing Jurek sing made me want to sing as well. And I don't know if I have time right now, but he used to sing "Over the Rainbow" at these keynotes, and it seems like he switched it to Louis Armstrong. Regardless, I prefer the Judy Garland "Over the Rainbow." And I don't know if we can sing, if we can be hopeful together. Maybe we sing at the end of the day. Well, this is the end of the day. Like
this is the end of the day. If you want to go, you sing.
We can wait. We can wait until the end of the wrap up. That'd be something to look forward to together. Mm-hmm. Do you know the song?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay.
Yeah, but speaking of wrapping up, we have guests for our little wrap up. You know whom? Guess.
Yes. Our favorite friends from Skold, right?
That's true. So we will have Professor Björn Norrén and look, I wrote the name really big on my card. Pyriket Unen. Yeah, welcome on stage.
Ooh.
Yeah, now you can choose.
Very
it's
nice.
Hard. Oh, I have to go on. Yeah, welcome to the wrap-up session. Can you see it, Jeremy?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, just put me behind that little plant there.
So, excited. You are here to tell us the results from the polls, right?
Absolutely.
And what are those?
Well, it's a long process, of course. So the professor would like to first state that we were very surprised by the results. Usually with university personnel, they're quite all over the place, and this time they were we got quite kind people answering the polls, so I guess we went for a kinder kind of future.
Yes, normally
he speaks.
I don't know.
Yes, normally it's very...
I didn't know, I mean...
It's very different normally.
Yes.
It's more practical and mean.
And how does the world, how is our future, how did this community create the future model of World 3?
Of Earth Sample 3.
Excuse me.
Yes. Well, first things first. Can we stop the professor act?
Yes.
Yes, because it's gonna be annoying. He can't speak and all that. So, oh wait.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't.
Ta-da!
Ta-da!
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So,
Right, no, I'm going to keep that on.
oh, great. The masks are off. We're, in fact, a little collective known as Normals, and we organized this farce during the weekend. This is Regis. He's not actually a professor.
What?
Yes.
I had my doubts.
Wish I were.
Jeremy, did you know?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I was suspicious. I was suspicious the whole time. It just didn't add up. He didn't seem very smart. Just kidding.
Look who's talking.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
I told this story over 2 days. I told the story to the audience.
Yeah.
2 days long, every second hour. I was like I was believing in your project, and now you tell me
But the project is real.
Indeed. Indeed. And so, to
And
give
who are you?
My name is Cedric. Yes. And this is Regis. And we're a part of Normals, based between Berlin and Paris. Yeah. And we work on design fiction projects. I guess that's what we called them those days. Still, yeah.
But we're still missing the results from the simulation. We still want to see that.
Yes, so we put together a quickly edited video of all the results. So because over the 2 days we regenerated maps and materials, we followed like a scenario that we had pre-written. And also for anyone who maybe missed all of this. So basically we had these polls going on over the weekend via the Talk app of the festival. And the audience was prompted to answer sort of in a way of a collective role-playing game.
As a sort of like negotiate your own adventure kind of story.
Yeah.
You'd be asked different questions, and based on the polling, that would influence the story one way or another.
And maybe, should we show the diagram thing first, maybe?
Go for it.
Yeah.
Oh, you printed something analog.
Yes, because the thing is, there were so many different possibilities to these stories. Could become really pretty much anything, depending on what people answer.
Shall I
that we
assist
had
you?
to sort of follow different routes, and it's quite interesting because different answers will push you one way or another. But later, further on, you could actually completely change route as well.
There was a Jurassic Park route. Nobody took it.
There were many routes that could have been very exciting, but in the end, we ended up with a very sort of kind future in some ways. People being extremely altruist and putting other people's needs before their own, which was interesting. I don't know if the Node crowd is specifically nice like this, but we didn't get the really bleak. We tried our best.
There were a lot of possibilities overall. And also to add to that, so the scenarios were built, so of course it's not a real simulation. It's a piece of fiction that's sort of mediated by actual data. A bit of research that we did in like what would be, say, the critical amount of CO2 in the atmosphere, what sort of incidence would it have on different parameters. So we had, I don't know if this is gonna be seen on camera, but we have a list of different parameters, and you see like the red tape is what we were moving left and right depending on the answers, to sort of use that as a narrative backbone. And so all of this translated into visuals, into a map, and a bit of storytelling. Because we could have done, say, like data visualization, but that wasn't really the point. It was more of an opaque storytelling surface that we wanted. And yeah, that took the form of little samples of text. Could have been emails.
It was the idea of creating a world that has some little wacky details that actually carry the story.
Exactly.
So all the data we saw, like before the actual question for the polls came up, in the very first, at the very start of each poll, these data. So where did you get that from? Because these are nothing you could vote for.
No, it's something that we picked up from different sources, from like scientific publications and so on, as like...
There's a lot of research in the background, but I mean, it's in the same way that today, when you make a decision, you don't decide how exactly it's going to affect the environment. That just derives from your decisions. So that's exactly what happens. And the idea, the story, is that we're being prompted every now and then to take some decisions, and then the simulation runs. That's the story. Of course, it doesn't. It's just us trying to follow the thread logically, with also a little bit of surprise elements. But the data derives from the decision making in a way.
And you estimated this data kind of
Yeah,
from like a future model, or what
Really
would it mean if I buy? It wasn't a lizard. What kind of animal was that? A duck? No.
The ducklings, the army of ducklings.
So if I would choose
That
the
set us on quite a route.
Oh yeah, this is a real factual thing that's happening in Thailand, by the way. If you want to look.
What was it again? The answer?
Well, hiring ducklings to
eat
the pest away in rice fields in Thailand. This is a massive rice producer in the world, and they unleashed.
I kept looking for the ducklings in the renders, though. I didn't see. Were there any ducklings in the renders?
They're very small. They're too small at that scale. Yeah.
That's right. So what we need is maybe some growth hormone ducklings for future iterations, just for the visualization anyway, like a monster-sized duckling.
Exactly.
This is a suggestion. If you go to the greenhouse nexus, actually, it's full of those types of ducklings.
That's true. You actually only.
Speaking of visualization, so we
want to show the video.
Yeah, we tried to put this fairly fast together, and we have someone in the Régie, Carlos, who should be able to press the space bar, and hopefully we still have sound connected to our laptop.
Carlos, can you press the space bar?
Please. Thanks.
I heard a voice.
Yeah, I did. Yes, there it is.
Yes. Here's the video. Now we can speak on top.
Was about to say, woo, all right.
Thank you. Yes.
And so, oh, wait, that video's gone. Can we keep the screen, please?
You can pause it. It's just because we couldn't really do a slideshow. Yeah,
yes.
Thank you.
So that's basically all the Slido polls that we've pushed throughout the 3 days.
Yeah.
The first 3 were on the first day, back to back. And then those are all the point of input, basically, that we got from the audience with the votes. And yeah, it's been very interesting. We were fairly often surprised by the answers.
Yeah, definitely.
And
so before I will ask you something about the visualization, I've been a really bad host. Do you like something to drink? Because we have a fridge with drinks.
Ooh, water.
Yeah.
Ooh, water. We have champagne as well.
I'm keen on some bubbles.
You want some bubbles?
Yeah.
This is from yesterday. I probably should open a new one, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you?
Yeah.
What? Bubbles? I go for juice, sorry.
Alrighty. What
Maybe
about Jeremy?
Yeah, Jeremy.
Jeremy, what you're drinking?
Maybe we have to ask Marshmallow Laserfeast to do something for you so you can enjoy the taste.
Is that us being massively overtime too?
Are we? No.
No, there's no
we
such
still
thing.
have 10 minutes. You still have 10 minutes to fill with us, or we with you.
We were thinking at some point, Jeremy, how you could have totally been the face of our sample, be the icon that, you know, what
of all
people believe
humanity?
at different points of time with your shape-shifting abilities.
Is that a casting show now here?
Yes.
Oh, God.
But we
Jeremy
did have
Bailey, you're so famous. Everybody wants to work with you.
Yeah. Well, I'm self-represented, so yeah, please get in touch. I'm always interested.
That would be cool. We did have this idea of having more of a personification of the world, like someone who changes culture and looks and whatnot throughout the weekend.
Yeah, I mean,
kind of like you
for
did.
sure. Like, yeah, I mean, right? Yeah, exactly. I don't need to drink champagne. I drink data, and then I transform.
Exactly.
We go.
Thank
Professor.
you very much.
And for you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for hosting all of this. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's our job, right?
Nice.
Do you have a question? Because otherwise I have one. But you go first.
You do? Well, no. I mean, in that last video, what were we looking at there? Like that's the output, like the future state.
Those were. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, like that's the future kind of utopia if we achieve that, or dystopia otherwise.
Those were the different steps actually, put sort of back to back, just little moments of all the different steps, like how that society evolved through time, and it was quite a roller coaster, to be honest. I mean, people were trying to be so nice in there, trying to really accommodate everyone until at some point it became so drastically
nice,
overcrowded, and nothing really solved at all. That, well, it sort of solved itself with half the population vanishing. Somehow.
I did notice though elephants were still around for quite some time.
Yeah, there was. It was simply to illustrate. I mean, because it's very illustrative what was happening on the map. It wasn't trying to be accurate. It was sort of like a
symbolic,
half symbolic representation of what was going on that we could like sort of put together really quickly under 1 hour. And the thing also, by the way, so the map was based off like real. Chunk of southern San Francisco, because it was nice. It had a bit of mountains and water, a bit of everything, climate-wise and environment-wise. And yeah, it was just about deforming it over time, like adding, removing bits. The water was continuously rising too. Don't know if anybody noticed that.
Well, nothing did anything about it, so.
Yeah, that's true.
I think San Francisco's actually burned down several times and been rebuilt too, right?
Yeah. Well,
and I guess almost just did again. Sorry, but
sorry, San Francisco.
Sorry. Yeah. No, it's actually a pretty significant tragedy. I mean, I don't say so in jest. Like, I mean, in California, right?
Yeah.
The season, yeah.
Yep.
True.
But there would have been like different visualizations for different answers. In a way. So the map would have been different if, yeah, of course, like the polls had.
The whole thing was wildly improvised.
Yeah,
we would really back to back from one poll to another, change everything, redo everything. Okay, what's happening now? How do we extrapolate from the answers that we got? What makes sense, but also triggers an interesting question again at the end of the hour or the next poll. They were not exactly regularly spaced, but so yeah, everything was improvised completely. The text, the visualization. Were put together.
I have a question about the text. I have a lot of questions today. I don't know why, but I did enjoy the future slang in your text. What in the future? What does ribbit mean? At one point, you're like ribbit! Exclamation mark! Is that like cool? What does that mean?
So that's open to interpretation. But basically, a recurring theme in that simulation was kind of that people were tended to really care about animals. There were moments when they had to choose between really taking care of themselves, their own water supply, or preserving a species of animal. Every time that happened, they were going for the animals. So we ended up with a future where animals are granted citizenship and given equal rights, and sort of eventually that very, very far future is one that has become sort of hybrid. And, well, yes, the humans have been sterilized just like the animals, because equal rights means, also leveling. And, if you put animals in power and they're used to being selectively bred or sterilized by humans, then that becomes their standards, you could imagine.
Payback time.
So yeah, all of a sudden they're part of the decision process, and they're like, yeah, we'll just sterilize everybody. And so yeah, that's future slang is basically that of a humanity that's for a long time evolved together with animals and considering pairs. So yeah, basically ribbit.
Ribbit.
It probably means its own thing.
Yeah,
you know?
probably. I mean, I didn't peep a thing, but
ribbit, man.
Ribbit.
I think that's quite a lot of like as well work and as you said, like work, research, and thought behind it. But so it's not just the two of you in the normal collective, right? Or
No,
how many are you?
Necessarily.
we don't even know.
Exactly.
We don't know
Really?
ourselves. Yeah. I mean, do you count real people? Do you count fictional people? We don't know.
We have a
lost track.
tendency of having those two.
I mean, we've just basically made up Bjarne and
But they were not like part of the normals. But we did have sometimes people answering emails that weren't necessarily real. Yeah.
Also that.
True.
But so yeah, we function with a lot of personas and who assume different roles based on our needs. They're always well researched. We're not just like going there with just a little picnic kit. Yeah, it's a swarm of different people. Most of them, I would say like most of normals is fictional by now.
That I actually have never really pondered. That's probably true. Yeah.
So, okay, I leave that the way you just answered it.
We couldn't possibly answer it any better. I mean, we don't know better.
No, I mean, you'd have to ask our boss, Philip.
Philip.
I'm curious who the professor's based on. If you said you researched the personas, or do you base the characters on specific people?
On multiple bits and pieces.
There are a couple of bits and pieces. A bit of Charlemagne Palestine, a bit of Monsieur Hulot, a bit of people who exist in real life.
Also, we're not really, like actors, so we cannot count on the awkward factor of not performing your role that well, and sort of, so that helps. That's one thing we know for sure. Something not perfect helps with the suspension of disbelief. Like a bunch of projects where we've presented, we've done a bunch of fictional conferences and talks. And often when there's something so like stupid or silly or beside the point within the fiction, that's the bit that like people buy the most.
For real?
Yeah.
Yeah. It really helps so much. The moment something is so absurd that people think, okay, this cannot have been made on purpose because it would have been made better.
And so for people who ever work with futures or future studies and the field of foresight, Jim Dater, who's this famous figure from the Hawaii Institute of Future Studies, has these like 3 or whether 4, I never remember actually.
Three rules for futures.
Yeah. And the second rule is probably our favorite one that concerns directly that, which is, no, I don't remember the wording anymore.
No, I don't remember exactly, but any believable future has to be absurd.
Yeah, somehow. Yeah, has to appear silly somehow. And that we've verified time and time.
True. That is so true. Like trying to do something too perfect just doesn't work.
But you're not necessarily talking about like the content, like the fiction, or about your performance.
No, the content is all the same. It's always good to have some Easter eggs, some really obvious jokes or details that make it look like it hasn't been thought through.
Yeah.
If you manage to engineer that idea that it hasn't been thought through, therefore it must be real, that's where you just nail it down.
There was this, so we worked on this project in Mexico City, and there was this point where we were showcasing a giant neighborhood 3D printer for a form of social housing. And we thought, let's make it like, what sort of I'm afraid of being too insulting now in general.
Well, because there's like a real architecture firm that did that, right? And
yeah, probably. No, but I mean, so the silly detail was that what kind of neighborhood Mexico-friendly 3D printer would someone who's not from Mexico design? Well, a giant cactus on wheels that has like dual extrusion printing. And it was like this stupid giant cactus that just was too believable.
Because it was so ridiculous and so borderline. The playing with cliches is also, it just makes it very believable.
Yeah.
Understanding what's our position, how we're perceived. Okay, we're presenting ourselves as outsiders who are prejudiced and ignorant.
Exactly,
and what's the first thing they're going to do? Yeah, Mexico, big cactus. Could have added sombrero, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a great story to wrap up our wrap up, because we are out of time.
And now
unfortunately.
we are.
Now we are
really
now
being out of time too. I was looking forward to being also out of time.
Well, it's not just time we're out of.
Well, this is actually this is not a wrap up. This is more of a holding cell, sort of an end of day torture chamber, if you will, for you all. But we do have two things that we have to do. We have to the day's not over.
Yeah, it's
right?
not entirely over. That's right. So there is. You probably want to.
Well, there's a performance up next by David Keynote, and it's called Transient Impermanent Paintings. And so it's an audio-visual concert with motorized pianos and generative algorithms. So kind of on theme with some of what we've been talking about but with painting, actually, which is one of my favorite things to do. The first thing anyone ever programs when they invent a new technology is painting. We just got to keep reinventing it. So really looking forward to that. Now, the second thing, stick around for that, but we also have to perform. As I said at the outset, at the start of this, I want us to do a little singing together. And traditionally, Jorg, when he does his keynote, sings Over the Rainbow. It's a hopeful song, though I've heard actually Judy Garland has a racist history. So we'll put it in that context, like putting it out there because we're talking about it. But can we all sing that song? Is that it's an internationally recognized song, right?
Never heard
At least
of
the
it.
first verse. First verse. It could be a good way to we don't have any exit music, right? Okay, so I'll kick it off.
Can I be replaced by Jorg? Where is he? I know.
Jorg, where are you?
I make lip sync. You sing. I sing.
I literally only know the first line, and I'm not even sure.
Well, let me tell you what the first two lines are actually. Ooh, ooh.
Oh, I know that. Ooh, ooh.
Okay, ooh, ooh. Okay, and then it's somewhere. Come on.
Over the rainbow.
I fucked it up.
There is lag. We can't sing together because you're on the internet and we're not. Or are we?
But actually, Cedric is already killing it. I'm not gonna compete with Cedric singing here. This is too much for me.
This is a terrible a cappella group.
By the way, my name's not Cedric at all.
What is it?
I'm kidding. No.
Hi, kidding. I'm Bjarne.
Well, was that enough, or do you want to try it once more?
Well, they said the imperfection makes it better, so.
Well, then that was awesome.
That was perfect.
Yeah, okay. So then we leave it like this.
Yeah. I have one other note, actually, to end the day. See that plant next to Cedric?
This one?
Yeah, that
we
looks
have
like
to water it.
That one?
Yeah,
it came out of a dystopian scenario in your simulation. I think we just give it some champagne, if you will, or some water, something. I feel terrible for it. So anyway, it's the fourth guest, or the third guest, and
you would have voting rights in our utopia.
Yeah. Hit this.
There we go.
We will take care of the plant. Thanks for.
You.
Doesn't want it.
Yeah.
It's not eating it.
Maybe the champagne.
You just have to learn its language. You got to say ribbit.
Ribbit.
Okay, we are 4 minutes over time. Now it's.
And I don't think we're contributing anything anymore.
No, I think this
Let's just wrap it up.
Anybody a joke?
A joke? Oh, I'm better in jokes. Do you want? Yeah, you have 1 minute. 5. You can go 5 minutes now over time. Do you have a good joke? And then we really. Come on.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I'm not the joke guy. He's the joke guy, but he needs like a cue for a very silly pun.
No, oh, a pun.
There you see.
No, well, last time I was watching football, my grandpa came to ask me who's playing. I said Austria-Hungary. He said, against who?
It's because we're on the internet that no one's laughing. If there was an audience, they would laugh their ass.
Okay, I've got a bunch of frog jokes here because I've got data. I've got the whole internet. Why are frogs so happy? They eat whatever bugs them.
Ooh, nice one.
None of these are good.
Someone laughing in the back.
Okay, we just like the studio is laughing. You know? Okay, another one. One more. Just the frog joke.
Someone from the other side of Frankfurt.
Okay, I have a good one. Okay, what happens when you mix a frog with a bathtub scrubby mitt?
Wait, for what?
Bathtub scrubby.
These are the worst jokes. Anyway, a rubbit. Okay, here's a better one. What do stylish frogs wear?
Jumpsuits?
Yes!
Excellent.
Yeah, okay. Okay, three are good, right? Okay, sorry, they kind of us also. Yeah. See you tomorrow at when?
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, whatever.
you.